The prophet of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind. Open your mind, 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 open your mind. Only from the Prophet of Thought series media. Open your mind, open your mind, open your mind.
Open your mind.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The Prophet of Thought
3
series.
PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by,
Open your mind.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
and so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The Prophet of Thought
3
series.
PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families travel? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are
Thought series.
Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! they got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And it will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license, just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Saks Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Sam 10 and Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. And peace, folks, and welcome back to a special election edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. But tonight we throwing down. It's the 2020 election. We're going to be doing a little something special in here tonight. I'm going to have my brother, Jay Shine, up in here riding shotgun, along with a few more familiar names. Y'all already know what it is. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show with thanking all you good folks, man, for everything you do for this channel. Your likes, your shares, your subscriptions, your views, and, of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces, because you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to come to these streams, and you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins up in here. But you good folks choose to do so, and I want you to know that I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I'm appreciative of all you good folks. I don't take it lightly. All right? All right. I thank you. So, first, let me start off with bringing in my brother, the one and only, Brother Jay Shine. What's good with it, Brother Jay Shine?
Shit, what's good, brother? What's going on?
Same old shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I got 4 different news channels queued up.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and put those on the screen. I hope everybody can see them. Fat Al.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay. That's all right.
And we can see what's going on. We got
That's sexy.
CBS, we got ABC, we got Fox, and we got NBC. I wanted to do more, but I could only fit 4 in there. But yeah. So it's looking like right now, Brother Jay Shine, it's looking, I believe Biden's in the lead as it stands right now, 129 electoral votes versus Trump's 94. So
Yeah, looks that way, man. Looks that way, and what I'm hearing, I was scanning the internet. It looks like Trump might win Florida, which is big.
yeah,
It's starting to look like he's winning Florida, man. So so it's going to come down to. I think it's going to come down to the Rust Belt in Arizona, and whatever happens there is who's going to win the presidency.
mm. Well,
It's-
me, I think Joe's going to take it. I mean, no one believes me. My wife don't even believe me. She's like, "Oh no, Trump's going to win." I'm like, "No."
well,
I think Biden's going to win this, man.
I think you got to win it too, man. But Pennsylvania is the tough one because the problem with Pennsylvania is that they one of the few states that doesn't start counting mail-in ballots until election day.
Yeah.
All right, and they
Yeah.
had 1 million plus of those, so they're not going to have a result tonight. So if this is tight,
yeah, it is.
I got a feeling Pennsylvania is going to become what Florida was in 2000.
You think?
Oh yeah. This is tight. Like say Trump holds on to one or two, other, like Michigan and Wisconsin. He holds on one or two of those, and he wins Arizona. This is going to be tight. You know what I mean? It's going to be tight now. But if he loses Texas, then this is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loses Texas, this is over. It doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania, but we'll see. But Pennsylvania is one of those backward states with that. They don't even count the ballots, man, at all. They just put them up. So they're going to be counting ballots in Pennsylvania into the next few days at least.
Yeah. I think Biden's gonna carry this state. I think he's gonna carry North Carolina. I really think he's gonna carry that, which is another tough one, because that's a state that Trump actually has to win. Trump has to win. He has to win Florida, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania for it to even be realistic for him to pull it out. He has to win those 3 states. He has to do it.
Right. Yeah.
He has to.
Well, on my map, I got Biden winning 314 to 224, and that's giving Trump North Carolina and Florida. You know what I mean? I could I can share my screen real quick and show you my map. This is what I think is going to happen real quick. If you want to put it real quick,
let me bring this other shit down.
No, let me share screen. Hold on.
Don't worry, y'all. We're gonna go back to the 4 big boards. I gotta see what my brother got.
Hold on, follow these steps.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, he's on the show.
All right, share screen. Here we go. All right.
Based on our latest reporting. All right,
Turn this audio down. All right, so this is the map I got right here. Okay. I got Biden winning one of those districts in Nebraska, and I got Trump winning a district in Maine. But you can see my map. I got Biden pulling out Ohio slightly, and it looks like he's going to win Ohio. I got to win. I got Biden win Iowa slightly.
Oh shit!
Some of the polling, yeah, you know what I mean. And then I gave Arizona to Biden based on, and I based that on a Senate race that's out there right now. It looks like Kelly is going to smash the Republican out there. So, just using that, I went with that. And then with the other states in the South, I gave him to Trump, but barely. You know what I mean? So that's what I predict is going to happen. But again, if Pennsylvania, if this gets tight, like say for instance, Trump wins these 3 right here, right? Say Trump win these right here. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then Pennsylvania is tight. You see where we at? And that's Florida all over again.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that's how I'm seeing things work out. It's a possibility. You know what I mean? Wisconsin had a situation. I read a report last week where they still had 1 million ballots that never came back. So that's people who didn't, return their ballots. And that could be it. And the reason I say that's important is because I think there's more enthusiasm with Trump's people. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of people voting against Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enthusiasm. You know what I mean? When you got people voting for you, you know what I mean? So when people are voting for you, they're going to return their ballots. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So there's an outside chance, man, Wisconsin, that, you know, Trump gets that. So if that happens, you know what I mean, then, you know, Pennsylvania is a problem. And even if we gave Trump Arizona, you see what I'm saying? It still comes down to Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And Pennsylvania
Yep.
is not going to be counted tonight.
Nope.
I mean, I don't care what we talk about tonight. Pennsylvania is not going to be counted tonight. It's just not going to happen. It's too big. It's other states that have the same problem, but some of them are red states and they don't even matter. You know what I mean? But Pennsylvania is one that matters, and there's 20 votes sitting there. But if Biden wins this bad boy, it's over. You see what I'm saying? If Biden wins Texas, it's a wrap. So I'm going to
they say all paths to the presidency go through Ohio. So usually whoever wins Ohio wins.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it goes. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the big board up because I like the way that shit look.
Usually if you win Ohio and Pennsylvania too.
Yeah.
Your boy back there, that was nice. I like how you had that set up. And, I keep my thing up too. But if Biden wins Ohio, then it's more likely he's going to win Pennsylvania. I'm just saying it's not going to be resulted today. And if there's no result today, then you talk about lawyers, recounts, all that. You know what I mean? Going back down in Pennsylvania, just like we saw in Florida in 2000. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the lawyers are already there. You know what I mean? They're already there.
Yep.
All the lawyers are right there. They're right there in Ohio and Pennsylvania. They're probably on the border at a hotel waiting.
Yeah, waiting. But
they on per diem right now.
Huh? The brother from South Carolina was leading in his race. Jamie Harrison, who's going up against Lindsey Graham, who needs to get the fuck out. He was actually ahead the last time I checked. Jamie Harrison from South Carolina. Now the senator that was running in our state against Tom Tillis, Cal Cunningham getting his ass whooped. So we stuck with Tom Tillis here in North Carolina, y'all.
See, I had a chance, man. We had a chance to knock off two powerful Republicans, Tillis and Graham. You talk about having leverage, dog. If black men had did that, you going to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
In 2022. In 2022, you getting be taken seriously. That means this 2-year window between 2020 and 2022, we going to be taken seriously if that had happened. You know what I mean? Because now, if Trump wins, you have leverage. All right. Yeah. If he loses the Senate and the Senate is flipped, 51-49, which I think is going to happen.
Yep.
And I can show you my senatorial map in a minute.
Okay. You want to bring it up?
Hold on a second. Let me hold on. So let me make sure it's right. Senatorial map. Yeah, go ahead. Bring it up.
Okay.
This is what I think is going to happen. But you telling me Tillis?
Yeah, Tillis was kicking Cal Cunningham's ass the last time I checked. Man, he's beating the dog crap out of him. I don't think I think we done in North Carolina. I think the race is all but over. it's all but over.
It's taking forever to start screen. All right.
Any of you brothers out there who were supposed to come up tonight, check your emails because I sent everybody an email.
All right, so for the Senate race, this is what I have pegged out. I don't know why this is light blue. Kelly, the astronaut, he gonna win Arizona, so that should be a darker blue. The senator, Democrats are going to take Colorado. They're going to take Arizona. They're going to take New Mexico. Alabama, Doug Jones is going to lose down there. The Republicans are running a goddamn football coach. He out of there. Okay. All right. The only reason he won that seat is because they ran that crazy ass, I forgot his name. The dude that was banned from malls and shit. The racist ass dude they ran it was a special election or some shit. Anyway, Jones is out of there. That was just a blip, a one-time thing down in Alabama. I think Warner's going to win a VA for sure. I actually voted for Warner. I got Tillis winning North Carolina slightly, but you saying it's going to be a landslide, so I should make that darker. Yeah, and then I got Graham. I got Graham winning his race slightly.
You think?
Yeah, man, because
he's battling for his life, man. The brother outspent him, boy. The brother outspent him by like $4 million, I believe. I mean, the brother was A lot of people supported the brother, man. I was really proud of how folks supported that brother down here, man. I mean, they really.
I'm looking at
supported him.
turnout, man. Turnout for Harris to win down there. Black people really had to turn out, and I don't know if they turned out like that, man. I'm just I could be wrong. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. You know, it could be 52-48. You know what I mean? I think the brother in Georgia is going to win though.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. There's a brother running in Georgia. That's right.
It was a 4-man race. It was 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. The one other Democrat fell out. They put all their support behind the brother. Now you have a 2-way race between I forgot that dude's name. He used to be in the Congress. If you watch the hearings, he was the ranking member for the Democrats. I mean, for the Republicans. I forgot his name. He has glasses. Oh, hold on. I can look it up. I can scroll down. I don't know why I'm guessing. Doug Collins, and he's running against that chick Kelly LaFleur. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but anyway, she little racist chick, and they run against her. She's the one that was caught up in that scandal. So was her colleague David Perdue. He was caught in that scandal when it was inside trading scandal for COVID. Yeah, they was downplaying COVID, but then it was Dianne Feinstein was caught up in that shit too from California.
Hold up, update.
Let's go.
Cunningham has pulled ahead down here in North Carolina, 49% to 46.9. He has pulled ahead, folks, in North Carolina.
What's the percentage?
There's 77% of the vote in right now, 49% to 46.9%.
I had to turn this to a toss up right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn that to a toss up right now and see what happens.
And another update that is a little disappointing. Lindsey Graham is beating the brother 54% to 44% down in South Carolina, y'all.
Yeah, that's the composition. I didn't even think that was going to be, a real tight race, man. Black people are not turning out.
Yeah, he's falling back.
Yeah, it's not turning out. Remember when Barack Obama won, only 60-something% of black people came out. We still had like 30% of us who didn't come vote. You know what I mean? 35% of us who didn't vote. You understand me?
Yeah.
Even with Obama. So when you go back to regular voting patterns, you know what I mean? Black people generally don't, we have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. We don't participate like we should. And especially what's weird about it is that you see that in places where we have numbers like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia.
Yeah, exactly.
You see massive turnout. I get it if you in Alabama. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
And I'm really rooting for Harrison. Even though he's the next state over, I was really rooting for the brother, man. I was really rooting for him.
I was rooting for him and Cunningham. Cunningham, cheated on his wife, and he had a little scandal. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I think that helped him.
What, chasing hoes? That helped him?
I think that helped him. Look, man, we talking about some of these right wingers, man. These white men, man.
Yeah. Well, he's leading right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right, he's not gonna see him as no fan. They don't see him as a feminist right now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
He ain't no bleeding liberal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
they playing Ludacris's "I Got Hoes" in the background.
Exactly, man. He got that. Yeah, man. He got them patriarchal tendencies.
Yeah, well. I got to keep my eye on the governor race too, because our governor is up as well. Roy Cooper is also up, but I'm projecting him to win because the guy he's running against is like a nobody. Like he's like nobody. So I'm not too concerned with the governor's race. I think Roy Cooper's going to beat him easily. Easily.
Yeah, man. So this is what I got so far, man. I think that brother's going to pull out Georgia. I think there's going to be enough. I think the turnout in Georgia, because of the campaign in Georgia, it was a heavy voter turnout campaign in Georgia, specifically for black people in Georgia. Yeah. So I think that's going to help carry that brother in because, like I said, it's a three-way race. You go down to Georgia right here, that brother Raphael Warnock. He's a pastor. You know what I mean. On top of that, so I can even see some white people being comfortable with him. You know what I mean? The Republicans don't like Kelly. And then you have Doug. So they're going to have a problem. They got 2 Republicans in that race. I think Ossoff is going to give Perdue a good run for his money, but I don't think he's going to win. You know what I mean? I think Purdue's going to win comfortably by a few points. Another interesting race, though. I gave it to the I think I gave who did I give it to? No, I gave it to the Democrats. I think Joni Ernst is going down tonight in Iowa. I think Joni Ernst is going down tonight. She's Iowa. She's running against Teresa Greenfield. I think she's going down tonight. And in Arizona, like I said, Mark Kelly, he's going to beat Martha McSally.
What do you think about the race up in Maine?
Collins, she's out of here. She's out of here.
You think Susan Collins is gone?
Yeah, Maine is trending blue, and she's out of here. She's not even liked in her own state. And but if I go to my presidential map, I gave that one racist district to Trump, but the rest of the state is going to be carried blue. So that's why I got it. I got it. One district going blue in Maine, because there's one district you just don't go there. It's like a sundown town. You just don't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Up in Maine, but
be out of there before dark.
Yeah, that's where I forgot the name of that damn governor up there, the one that was, then they had the opioid crisis up in Maine, and he blamed the opioid crisis on two brothers, only two black brothers in the whole state. I was like, you know what I mean? I was like, you kidding me?
The Negroes bought the pills in here.
You got all these white boys with these meth labs and shit, and you blaming it all on these two brothers. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was like, man. And then he said some real nasty stuff about black people, and I'm like, dude, come on, cut us a break. We ain't even in your state. We gave the state to you. We ain't even moving up there. We left Maine alone. You know what I mean? Ain't no niggers up there. So like, that's how racist he was, man. I'm trying to remember his name. He was governor. But anyway,
well, they just called Colorado for Joe.
Yeah.
Just called that.
Democrats. So
that was a given anyway. That was a given.
Yeah, that's business right there.
Some of those places, that's a given. Yeah.
That's business. That's that weed shit. You know what I'm saying? That's business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of Republicans in Colorado, but they making money right now. So,
well, the gap is tightening in Florida. It's 48-51 right now.
Let me go back to my other map. All right, so this is my real map right here. This is my real map right here, and that's how I got it going so far. I think Trump's gonna win Florida. Again, turnout.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's got a lot to do with it. I'm trying to figure out why this damn Fox screen hasn't changed yet. It's like
it's frozen.
I know the shit ain't paused out this motherfucker. What the hell going on? Let's see there. Let me see.
So,
you say on the map, I guess.
You say my man is pulling, so I might have to do this, man. I might have to put this North Carolina in the toss-up section. You know what I mean? If Cunningham's running, okay. I might have to put that in that toss-up zone. I gave it to the Republicans. I might have to put it in the toss-up.
They neck and neck in Texas.
Oh, let me.
That's the latest update. They are neck and neck in Texas right now.
Look, I got to see it to believe it. I would love to put Texas in the toss-up category, but I got to believe it to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, so, Texas is a tough one. Texas is a tough one. So I don't think I'm not sure if Joe's going to be able to carry Texas. I mean, that's a stretch. I would like to see that, but I mean, I don't think he can carry Texas. I don't think he can. That would be a feat. That would be impressive.
I mean, look, I think Texas is going to mirror Georgia as far as black turnout. But the Hispanic vote in Texas matters. You know what I mean? Just like it matters in Arizona. You know what I mean? So let me put Arizona back in the toss-up category. I don't know if I want to put Texas in toss-up, though. I mean, just the history. I got to see it to believe it. If the Democrats pull Texas out, man, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, that would be impressive.
That would be really impressive. You know what I mean? That's a problem. That's and that's going to be a problem for the Republicans and for black people.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. If the Democrats pull off Arizona and Texas, and blacks don't turn out in Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina like they could, all the Democrats are going to do if they win is keep going harder and harder for that legal immigrant vote. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's why I said I cannot. That voting for Biden and Kamala is out. You know what I mean? That's why I say vacate. I said my strategy was to vacate the top of the ticket. Vote for the senators, though. Flip the Senate and show your numbers. Show up. Make sure you vote for your local elections. Show up in mass. It's somebody's black men. Don't not worry about what black women do. Because look, people always talking about black men don't turn out. Well, there's 35% of black women usually don't turn out neither. All right, let's keep 100. They just outnumber us.
Yeah.
Okay. They have issues with. I just watched a report on MSNBC this morning with this black lady that's voting in North Carolina for the first time, and she like 70.
Yeah.
First time ever. So it's like, come on, man. Like, there's a lot of black women who don't turn out. It's a black problem. It's not a black man, a black female problem. It's a black problem. There's certain people who, who just don't participate in the process. And that's a problem. It was the same thing in white America too. Yeah. Trump turned out a lot of brand new voters. You know what I mean? People, think about it. You had record turnouts in red states, places like Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi. They didn't even need to vote. Yeah. But the white people turned out, and that's what I mean by having that energy. You know what I mean? So if Wisconsin voters for Biden didn't send back their ballots or whatever, then you're gonna have the people who vote for Trump. They're more energized. You see what I'm saying? So there's a chance that Wisconsin might go that route. So, but right now I have, let me put Wisconsin in the toss up. I had Michigan going blue, but slightly. And I think PA is going blue as well. But again, that vote is out tonight. So this is what I have right now. You telling me my man is pulling it out in North Carolina. So
I'm shocked because, when I last checked, he was down a good 30 points, but now he's leading. But North Carolina, it's highly democratic. It's basically a purple state. North Carolina could go either way in any given election cycle, man. That's just the kind of
state.
It's
becoming another Virginia. Yeah, Virginia used purple. To be. Yeah, Virginia used to be purple, but now Virginia is like, it's it's kind of what I was talking about earlier today on Arch Channel about my county, the county I live in, Stafford County. Virginia, which is right like 10 minutes south of Quantico, and it's the first county that's Trump country. Okay, all right, it's right below Prince William County, and where Woodbridge is at. I'm naming places you probably don't know, but it's just like right outside of DC when you come south of DC, and you're in the Northern Virginia area, and I'm in the first county that turns red. All right. And most of Virginia is red, except for that Northern Virginia and then Middle Virginia, where you have Richmond over to Virginia Beach and Newport News and all that. So those are the other areas. The rest of the state is red, but most of your population is in where I'm at. So I'm in a county that's barely going for Trump. And what's happening in my county, and this is very important to what's happening in Virginia. That's why I think a lot of people should look at Virginia as a place to live. I'm talking as far as black people. Stafford County is one of 7 counties in the whole country, one of 7 in the whole country where black people are outnumbered. White people are predominantly the population, but black people are higher medium income earners than white people as a minority. So we're like 20% of Stafford County, but we earn more than the white people there. You see what I'm saying? And we're the number one out of the 7 counties in the country. Where that's happening, we're the number 1 county as far as medium income earners over white people, where we're a minority in that county. Okay.
So the white folks broke. They broke.
They're not broke, man. They're making money. We just out earn them. We just out earn them that county. You see what I'm saying? We out earn the fuck out of them. You know what I mean? They got the same opportunities we got. But we also moved into that county. So we started moving out. We started fanning out. We started leaving Northern Virginia because you don't need our vote there. And plus, it's also about property value and cost, right? So as it gets more and more expensive around DC, you start moving further out. When it comes to Maryland, Maryland's already a given. Most of the richest, black counties are in Maryland. outside DC. See what I'm saying? You know, going all the way out to Brandywine. You know, that's where black people. That's Wakanda. Okay, that's Wakanda for real. When you talking about black people pushing AMGs and Bentleys and all that, that's Maryland. Okay, I know we got that in Atlanta too, but we got that in Maryland. All right, Maryland has the richest counties for black people in the country, hands down. So on the other side of the river is Northern Virginia, and it's more multicultural and diverse. So, you know, you got the rich folk up in, you know, Loudoun County and in Fairfax County. And then you come down, that's what it's like. Black people, like, we got to move down. You know what I mean? We got to move further south to afford to live in this space or to make, you know, your money stretch a little further. So me being a single dad, me buying a home in Northern Virginia close to Crystal City or something, or Springfield is stupid. You know what I mean? So I went down to Stafford, but I didn't know I was part of a wave. You know, great minds think alike. So we got a bunch of black people who are in the same professional area, you know, working in government, contracting, military, whatever, and we all moved into Stafford County.
Okay.
And we took the shit over. You know, not population wise, but money wise, we took the bitch over. So
where you are, there's a healthy contingent of black folks where
Hell
you
yeah.
live out there. Okay.
Hell yeah. When my daughter's high school, I was talking about this earlier, at high school, it's some of those white kids that's on the free lunch program. You see what I'm saying? Not her.
Okay.
Well, my daughter's bougie compared to them. My daughter's living in a single family home. Her little white girlfriend she was living in a townhouse with two parents. I'm kicking both their ass.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm bodying the white dad and the white mama. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, and that's that county. And I didn't notice until I looked at my county. You know, and it was some facts that was up there. It was like 7 counties in America, the entire country. This is only a phenomenon in 7 countries where you have a black minority that's out earning a white majority as far as medium income. Now you see that a lot in, you know, when it comes to black people, because you can have a white minority in a suburb of New York. You know what I mean? But they way out earning the black folk there. You see what I'm saying? And then you just be 10% of the motherfuckers or 5%. They still out earning, you know, a place that got 60% black.
Okay.
You know, so we see that all over the country. So that's not new. You gonna have to put our 7 counties up against like 1,000. You know what I mean? Counties in the country. That's what is different. But nah, it's not that many, because there's not that many places where white people live where they're the minority like that. But you get my point.
Yeah. Well, do you think that it's like that around many areas that are close to, you know, like in the DMV area? Because, you know, a lot of black folks, you know, they work for the government or, you know, around military contractors or whatever. Do you think that around in those areas, you know, black people have a tendency to, you know, make more money than white folks in those areas?
I know this. When you give us a shot, we grind. Okay. You know what I mean? That's the thing about black folk. You know, that's why I would never give up on this, because I have a different mentality. You know what I mean? Because of what I've been exposed to. I know a lot of us are fucked up, right? You know, but I know I'm an enigma. I know sometimes I talk out of turn because I'm different, right? There's not a lot of brothers out here who come from the hood, never went to college, right? And then gets to work at the top of their profession. You know what I mean? With the top generals, and that's not a normal story. I get it. All right. But I will tell you this, though. All the black people I work with, whether it's in the Pentagon, DIA, you know, all these other places I can't name, you know, these are black people who are busting their ass, and they're the best at what they did. The lady who just hired me as in finance, I changed careers. Remember last year I changed careers. You know, there was an opening upstairs in the business office, and I went to the sister and told her I was interested in the position. She broke her neck. Her and the other lady broke her neck to get me in that position, because they already liked me. I already worked with them. I was already in the building. And so now I'm in foreign territory. I'm learning contracting from the acquisition side. So it was a learning curve for me. She's leaving now. You know what I mean? And that she's a major cog to that organization. And what reminds me of is what I was to MDW. I was one deep in my section. I ran my section with an iron fist. But I'm always elbow to elbow with the commanders and the operators and, you know what I mean, and the executives because of what I did. And I was a major cog in that organization. There are a lot of black people like that in government and corporate America. We're the major cogs of organizations. We bust our ass. We show up. We're black excellence. We don't fuck around. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of people like that. So my point is this, not to be long-winded. My point is this. Giving us the opportunity, given an opportunity, we will rock out. All right. You see the Jay-Z's. You see what 50 has done with the opportunities they get. You see what T.I. and Killer Mike has done with the opportunities they get. You want to keep calling them rappers. That shit we do to each other. There was some brother that was on Obsidian's channel last night, and he was shitting on Cube, which is fucked up. Because Cube is not just a rapper. Cube is an actor. He's a producer. He writes. He was writing movies when he was a solo artist. He's giving us hood classics, and he does business.
Way more than that. Yeah, he's
way more than that. These guys got investments, so we shit on our own.
Yeah, and
that's the mentality we got to get out of, man. This dude has accomplished way more than the brother that was talking yesterday. That brother was calling him a goddamn minstrel show, and I'm like, hold up, time out, man. Kid was a Bennett. He started the goddamn basketball league, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah. He did start the Big Three.
We shit on our own, man. But then the brother came up there, Pablo came up there and cleaned all that up. Pablo came up there and said, hold up. You know, because the guy's like, I got a problem with somebody named Ice Cube presenting the plan. We got these minstrels running around representing us. Hold up, time out. The brother came up there later on, and Pablo Frescobar came up there and was like, wasn't Reagan an actor?
Yeah.
Wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger an actor? Wasn't Jesse Ventura an actor and a fucking wrestler? See, we got this habit of shitting on our own, man.
Yeah.
And brothers who accomplished a lot. Jay-Z is he's accomplished a lot. That boy from Marcy has accomplished a lot, man. He's into a lot of different businesses, man. And he's handling that shit with no education. He's just a brilliant brother.
Yeah, we gotta stop. We gotta stop looking at each other one-dimensionally, man. I'm gonna bring this big boy. I'm gonna bring the big boy back up.
Yeah, bring it back up. You done with it? Yeah, we good for now. We see what the results he got, man. You know what I mean? So I just want to go into a quick diatribe, man. We got to stop that shit, man. Give an opportunity, because I'm gonna tell you one thing about being in my profession that was great. In my experience, I got to work with a lot of professional brothers from different spectrums. A lot of dudes I probably wouldn't hung out in high school with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But now we all here together. Dudes that have double PhDs, dudes who have master's degrees, right? You know what I mean? There's some square brothers, and we're sitting here now as professionals in the same goddamn bucket, looking at the same glass ceiling, dealing with the same issues. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And watching, and we all see the same thing. So whether it's Dr. Adams or Dr. Stone, these are brothers I work with and sisters, we see the same problem at that level. We see the problem we run into. We run into that glass ceiling, and we seeing how these other groups operate. You know what I mean? And so now we had I'm like a mixture. I'm like this professional brother, but I'm from the hood, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like a hybrid. And I can hang in both clans. So I can hang with the brothers who are up the ladder. I can hang with the brothers down the ladder. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember one of the brothers telling me, this is the weird thing about the space. Brothers don't know who's watching. There was a egghead brother, a square brother. I would have never thought. He came to me one day and by one of the conference room. He's like, you should start a YouTube channel. Because we talk all the time. And at this level, when we're talking about, six-figure earners and the stakes being high, and people wanting to get positions and wanting more and wanting to climb the ladder, we have real conversations. Ain't no time for bullshit conversation. You know what I'm saying? So, I've talked to these brothers, man, and I know these professional brothers that's in the game and what they're going through. And, and I have an attitude of working with them. You know what I'm saying? For real. If I my ears to the ground and I got some intel, I have what I call a 67 conversation. Passing the hallway. Hey, you need to check this out. Here, look this up. And here's a link. You know what I mean? I heard this in the meeting. Just passing like slaves and shit. You know what I'm saying? On the plantation. You know what I mean? That's how I operate. If I see a brother that needs help or information, I'm gonna slide that shit to him. We ain't even gotta be best friends. I don't gotta know him like that. I'm gonna look out for him. Like I was in a meeting, I heard some shit. I'm gonna go, yo, Dr. Stone, listen. Hey man, I think you need to, this is what I heard this morning. So just want to let you know and move on. Get to the fucking point and rock out.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I'm not his buddy like that. I'm just doing my job. So So we'll see what happens tonight, man. With this election, it's going to be kind of crazy. Hopefully, there's no drama out there.
And folks getting hurt and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
Yeah.
Insanity, man.
Yeah. So what's your update on Tillis and Cunningham?
I don't see it. I know they're going to get to it soon, but Cunningham was beating him by a couple points the last time they brought it up. So, I mean, I had all but gave up because he was down like 20, 30 points. I'm like, it's over. They didn't like him messing around with the side chick. They didn't like it.
But Charlotte didn't come in yet, did it?
Well, Mecklenburg is a freaking Democratic county anyway. I mean, this county is like straight Democrats, man.
Oh shit, my man Perfect Blackness is up in here. What's up, bro?
Yeah, we've been joined by my brother, Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, brother? XJ Shine, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I've been doing all right, man. I've been doing pretty good, man. Just had to get myself prepared, man. And get my dinner in and get my drinks prepared here because this is going to be a pretty good long one. So, I got the TV on and I'm flipping through the channels and kind of comparing the races and everything. So I did what Jay Sean did. I voted by mail, but I couldn't bring myself to vote for Kamala, Kamala and I'm sure I couldn't bring myself to vote for. I could not bring myself to vote.
I like that.
Yeah, that's what she was. She was goddamn cop. I mean, she made a career locking Negroes up, man.
Let me ask you a quick question, brother.
All that shit, man.
Let me ask you a quick question about Kamala, real quick.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the idea that this man Biden might not even live through his first term, and the idea of her being ascended to the presidency? What do you think about that?
That bothers me to no end because that bothers me. First of all, see, I don't like how I'm a registered independent, right? I don't like how I don't like how the Democratic Party, the party bosses, and we talked about this. I don't like how the party bosses they're shoehorning this goddamn woman, and so they know full well that Joe Biden he's definitely not going to see. There's a strong likelihood he's not going to see a full term. There's a strong.
Yes, you know what? That's right. Me and you talked about this, and I was like, with all this influenza and fucking COVID running around, his old ass might croak.
Right. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know where he's at from minute to minute.
Exactly.
There's no way. I just don't see him. I mean, I don't wish.
And put her politics aside and putting the fake black woman thing aside. My biggest issue with her, believe it or not, her being the vice president pick, my biggest issue is that they gave it to her. She ran a horrible campaign. $30 million didn't even make a primary. You just giving this woman a position.
Right. That's the point that I was going. That's where I was going. You know what I mean? You say whatever you will about Barack Obama.
He ran. He earned his shit. Yeah.
He went out and got votes.
Yeah.
He went out and got the. This woman was the first woman to. She was the first woman to drop out of the goddamn primary. After she got on live television and told black folks she ain't gonna do a goddamn thing for her.
$30 million for Blackness. $30 million she raised and didn't make a primary. I'm talking about business, man. If you just talking about politics, that's horrible.
And then the Democrat higher ups shoehorn this broad in to try to become president, and they're gonna backdoor their way a woman to president.
Yeah, no one of the black people said no. She had no black support. She was on number 3 in her own state during the primaries. She was polling number 3 in her own state.
It's something to be said for a candidate whose own her stated constituency don't trust.
Right. Exactly. She was number 3 in her own state, man. One time she was number 4. She was behind Pete Buttigieg in her own state, man.
Yeah.
How do you explain that? She was behind Biden. Not behind Biden. She was behind it was a time where you had what's his face? Sanders, Warren, and her. And then there was a 1 week where it was Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, and then her in her own state.
Now, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why black folks don't trust her. And I'm gonna tell you, she was polling low with black folks before that interview. Okay, she was polling low before that interview. I'm gonna tell you why. You went to a HBCU. You mean to tell me you couldn't find a capable, decent black man?
Nah.
You went to a HBCU. Trust me when I tell you, black people look at that type of shit with
Yeah.
a serious side eye.
Side eye. Even black women. You know what is crazy about it? And I'm surprised MSNBC even played it. There was a clip on MSNBC a week ago. There was 3 black women in Georgia, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't support Kamala. Why don't people assume we support Kamala?" Yeah, you know what I mean? It was 3 black women, young women. They was in their 20s.
The black
And I was
women
like-
on TV support her. I
Yeah,
don't know many
Yeah.
black women that's you know, as
hired. Right?
Jason Black would say that's you know, in the soil.
Mhm.
I don't know many black men. I know a whole bunch of them that support on TV.
And you know what's crazy is that and good afternoon or good evening, everybody. But
What's good on the art? What's going
yes,
on?
sir. What's crazy is that we kind of like forgot about this whole ADOS movement. You know, this was pretty big. Matter of fact, that was the thing that shut her down.
Yes.
Yeah, it
So,
is.
and the thing is, I mean, let's keep it real. A lot of people in the ADOS movement are black women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
You gonna tell me that they're gonna put all that stuff aside and vote for her?
This shit is art. This shit is worse than Sarah Palin. When I think
Yeah,
about
it is. It's bad.
You know what I mean? Because Sarah Palin was at least a fucking governor. You know what I mean? So her own crazy people put her in office. This chick has earned nothing. I mean, look, she got a statewide election as
And
district
slept
attorney.
her way to the top, no less.
It's actually, you know what? We know how that goes, though. District attorneys, they get picked up because they do dirty work for certain people. You know what I mean? When she had those rich people and those fucking, you know, what's the pedophile ring? She didn't win at none of them. She didn't go at that guy that was working at the treasury. She had him in her sight. She didn't go at no rich white people in California. So that tells you who she was working for. You know what I mean? That tells you who she was working for. So I don't really claim that. I mean, you ran, okay, fine. You won a statewide election in California. But when you came down to running for president, you was polling number 3.
That's why I don't think they're trying to win. I'm not convinced they're trying to win.
But if she ends up president, that's going to be an atrocity for this country.
Okay, you remember
that's going to be horrible for black men. That
know how-
ticket
oh,
is
go
a
ahead.
horrible ticket for black men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But you know how it is when you go to these places where it's not really black owned, like a restaurant, but you only seeing like Latinos and white folks and Asians working in there, and black folks are coming in and saying, "How come ain't no black people working here?" And who do they hire? They hire the most craziest, dumb, cockeyed looking person to work because they know that they know they're gonna get fired like later. And then they say, "We hired somebody. You see him right here." And but we tried, but
one just for the sake of having one.
Yeah, we tried, but it didn't work out. Right. So I think she's that type of person that they put in there. Like, okay, we got a black person, but hey, you know, sorry we lost, but we tried.
Well, me, I gotta put on the old tinfoil lock sock right now, cause me, I just think it's a whole conspiracy plan where, you know, they put her in there. They know Joe gonna have a heart attack in about 14 months, and Shazam, she's the goddamn president. I that's where I'm at with. I think it's all.
I think it's that too. I think it's that too, and not only that, brother. Not only that, brother X. I really do believe, because again, Joe Biden is not. He doesn't have a full grasp of his faculties. Even let's say he gets elected, she's going to be running that. She's going to be running.
Man, Perfect Black, you my brother, man. I've been.
She's going to be running. This is not going to be. I'm telling you right now, black man. That's the worst.
Be running shit.
You got one guy who spent his legislative career writing legislation to lock black men up, and you got the vice president who did nothing but execute that shit. This is not going to be a good day. This is not going to be a good thing for black men if they win.
Yeah,
that's why
this is the worst thing.
That's why I said, you know, there's no way I can vote for Biden and Kamala. No way.
Yeah, I think that the hillbilly vote is going to take an orange dude over.
Well, I mean, look, in the perfect world, this is what I want to happen tonight. This is what I want to happen tonight. I want the Democrats to flip the Senate, you know, by a seat or two, And if Trump wins, and I hope Trump wins. I mean, I hate to say, I don't want to say it publicly, but I can't stomach Biden and Kamala. That can't happen. You know what I mean? So there's only one alternative: Trump being in office. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, look, if Trump's in there and he has a Democratic Congress he has to deal with, that makes him a lame duck president. He's going to need help. All right. And that puts us right in the 2022 driver's seat. Everybody knows that midterms are low turnout. You know what I mean? And that's where we can actually make some damage. And we can fuck up some of these Democrat senators who are going to be defending in 2022, like Tammy Duckworth and Maryland. You know, we can make a lot of marks. You know, in Maryland, we can hurt the Democrats. We can hurt the Democrats in Illinois. I'm talking about where we are.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And and then also we can show up Republicans, in North Carolina, like Burr. And then the same thing in 2024, they're going to need help, in places. You got Ricky Rubio, who's going to be running a tight race probably in 2024. He's going to need help. So we can help, and we could be that swing vote. I want us to be a swing vote.
Exactly.
That's what I want us to do. I want us to be a swing vote. So you have to deal with us.
That's exactly where I'm at, because the black male vote, my God, we can really position ourselves to be some serious power brokers.
Yep.
It's all this black female shit is gonna knock that bullshit right out of the water. It's gonna show that they really don't carry the black community like the media and everybody really wants them to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And if they did, why would they even be talking about blame black men right now? Why are they trying to, shame us? If they did, then they would have just ignored Ice Cube. Exactly. They would just ignored us altogether. All these black men it would just ignored us if we wasn't. Yeah, it wouldn't have made the news. But they've been getting their ass for the last month, trying to shame black men. You better vote. You better do this. You better do that. You know what I mean? All up till the Maxine Water comments. It's just a bunch of telling black men what they should be doing, talking to us like children.
They didn't go after Kanye West. They didn't go after Lil Wayne, and they definitely didn't go after 50 Cent. Right. So they got to go after Cube.
Right, because Cube Cube's a homie.
Well, not only that, but he was actually talking about some real power.
Yeah, but Cube got our respect though.
Yes.
But Cube was one of our respected brothers. Like, we respect Cube.
Yes. Not only that, Cube, he was, and I like how he was. I like how he was kind of getting the counsel of guys, of respected men, of respected scholars like
Claude Anderson,
like Dr. Claude Anderson. He was getting their counsel, man. I like that. Not only that, but like you say, Cube, he has his ghetto pass is shrouded in gold.
No, let's keep the one.
He got the platinum plan. He got the platinum plan.
Let's keep this 100.
Nobody that calls him a sellout would never be taken serious.
Let's keep this 100. He represented what black men wanted. Exactly. All them other dudes didn't. And then also, if you think about it, let's say if they did give black men what they wanted, what does that mean for black women? That means they would have to settle down and fit within the family structure and know their place. And that's why they were fighting him. He was the guy representing them. Them other guys, they were on some other stuff. He represented black male family structure. And that's what they're fighting against. I don't think people understood that.
Hell yeah. I'm going to tell you how insane that Fox Soul shit was too. No one's touched on this. I watch a lot of people talk about it, but no one's mentioned this part. I'm going to tell you how irrational. That's why I don't argue with women. How irrational are. You got 4 women who are at the end of their career. And you're talking to a brother who got way more money than put together. And he's somebody who could put them on. So this shows you this shit is deep with the sisters. Okay? The lack of respect they have for black male leadership. This man he's a guy who can put you on. He can put you into his next project.
Not anymore.
Talking crazy to him. Exactly. That's why Lisa Ray was quiet. Lisa Ray was like,
yeah, I saw that.
I'm still trying to get another lick. These bitches is crazy. You know what I mean? She probably didn't want to be there no more. You know what I mean?
That's them, not me.
Yeah, that's them, not me. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna have to twerk, work a jaw. She's gonna have to do something to somebody to get her to get back in good graces. Because look, all jokes aside, man, that just shows how irrational it is. That's why I don't why are we even arguing with them? Commandeer the vote when you can. You should be commandeering the black female vote in Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina. Why to flip those seats, but then vacate the top of the ticket? That's how you show your fucking independence. Or some brothers can go vote for Trump if they want to. That's how you show your independence. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm trying to show the intelligent side of sisters, man. That needs to be promoted. You
Yeah,
know, sisters that use their brain and really come with some stuff instead of thinking. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have fun with emotional women and all that, but when it
mhm,
comes to talking about serious issues, them the ones you invite. Them other ones you can go let them stay in the salon.
yeah, yeah. Just do your thing, and that's how I've
Yeah,
operated my life. That's how I live my life, Art. You know what I mean? I don't. It took me about 2.5, maybe 3 years to understand how I needed to compose myself when dealing with my child's mother.
yeah.
You
Look at
understand
Black
me?
Panther. Remember Black Panther? Them sisters with the spears.
Yeah,
That's what we should be up on.
that's what we need too. And it's like, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it took me 3 years to get to that point where, because when you're dealing with children, things get emotional. You know
Right.
what I mean? And your pride as a man is like utterly balled up and destroyed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So but that's what I be trying to tell brothers about, the business aspect of having a business mentality. All of it's business because she's handling hers. So you need to handle yours. And that's that. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. Until this
Yeah.
shit gets resolved. I don't know if it's gonna happen in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years, but until this shit get resolved, it's business.
Yep, because they respect the structure. They
Yep.
know their place. We know ours. We get a
Mhm.
lot further.
And
But
it's,
when you
it's
start,
it's women across the board. Look how women are. You got these white feminists out here, but they know how to act at the office. It's no
yeah,
different than black women. They know how. You know why? Because they're respecting that livelihood. They're respecting the power structure, and
and they
that's what
don't,
I'm like. We need our own power structures, black men. Period.
and they're not saying enough that these are the white man's attack dog.
Yeah,
They do the white man's bidding.
yeah. That's our,
You know,
that's our
but
guy.
people don't understand
Yeah,
that.
I said something really controversial on C Boogie's channel a week ago. It was me, him, and Super Sly, and I came on the live late, and I was rolling, and I was like, I want y'all brothers to understand something. This is not your girl. We didn't raise her. She's not our girl, man.
She never has been.
She's not our girl. We did not
Never
raise
has
her.
been.
She's been cultured by this
She's
society.
Fanta. She's
Exactly.
Fanta.
You don't have your own apparatus. You don't have
I'm
your own
sorry,
environment.
Maggie.
Maggie.
My bad,
Exactly. I know
Maggie.
you're talking about. I know you're talking about. That we don't have our own environment. She's sitting like when Eve can go over there and be with a white man, Eve from the hood. It's because Eve was sitting there and watching 91210 and all these white shows. She's cultured by the society. All right. Our sisters don't live in our world. They don't live in a world created and controlled by black men. They live in a world created and controlled by white men and white women. That's why they look to her. They've been in need to white female beauty standards. You see what I'm saying? But in my world, my daughter's natural. In my world, you know what I mean? My daughter respects the black male principle, and she also respects the women who came before her. You see what I'm saying? I don't call my daughter a princess. You see what I'm saying? I never gave her Santa Claus. I never gave her none of that. But if you ask my daughter a question, what's special about her, my daughter would tell you. She could tell you at 13 years old, she's 17 now. She would have told you at 13 years old that she's a direct descendant of the first woman on the planet. That's what I taught her. You see what I'm saying? She's a direct descendant of the first female on the goddamn planet. That's what we doing over here in my environment. See, that's what I'm saying. When you have your own environment, man, you can impact your children a different way. And we all know the single mother thing, you know what I mean, with our kids and all that. So we ain't got to go there. That'll turn the whole show somewhere else. But y'all get my point. It's not our girl, family.
No,
Right?
it's never been our girl. And one of the things that I think I'm not going to put point the show in that direction, but just to build upon that, one of the things that I think black women really are tricking themselves is, and when you mention this, because it's a funny thing that you mentioned Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Most black women, and I need you to hear me on this, most black women don't have that option.
Right.
Most black women do not have that option to do what Eve did.
Right.
Black men do.
Oh, what Serena did. Yeah.
But black women don't have that option.
Yeah.
See, that Eve example lies to women. It lies to them twice. First, feminism has lied to them. And then that example has lied to them. So you got options that that you really don't have.
Yeah.
You have options to get laid by white guys, but you don't have options to get the bag.
You know what? Can I share some insight with y'all? Like, all right, so 3 weeks ago, I was in Paris with my daughter and two of her friends, right? So I took my daughter and two of her friends to Paris. So I'm out in Paris with two 17-year-olds and a 16-year-old, all three black girls. All right. And we get into these conversations, man. And these girls are sitting there telling me two things, right? They're telling me about the TikTok era right now with these black boys only, going for Becky's, right? But they also told me something else that's important. And that's what these sisters are doing is really dangerous with the swirling shit and trying to shit on black men all the time. They told us, these are young girls, these are teenagers, high schoolers. They told me that the white boys be coming at them sideways. You know what I mean? Like treat them like hoes, like coming at them sideways. Like these young white boys be coming at these little black girls sideways, man. Crazy. You know what I mean? And you got to think about it. Like I just said, that she's not our girl. What are these white boys growing up on? What porn are they watching? See where I'm going with this?
They fetishize
exactly.
black girl. Black women. They would be nothing more than just fun. That's all.
That's why I have to be careful when I take my wife places because they be looking at all the Brazilian stuff, and I'm like, nah, man, you can't be. Got to be careful, man. Got some perverts and rapists and all that kind of stuff, based on them watching stuff over and over again. And you best believe black females in porn is pretty big.
Yeah,
reason why number one. Especially with white boys, because they see these white boys, they see these black women, like I said, not only as fetishes, they have this slave masters fantasy.
Slave play.
they love that shit. That's why that's why you see a lot of these black girls with natural. And I love black women with natural hair, but that's why you see a lot of these white boys with these black girls with natural hair.
Yeah, they natural was out of
here. But I'm gonna keep it real.
They want that crap. And black women, they don't understand that they are being used in that fashion.
No, that time out. I think a lot of them do. Look, we got to be honest about this. There's a lot of lowbrow shit going on in black society. You have the bedwin shit going on, but you got bed buck shit going on too.
Hey, you're right about that. Yeah,
you're right. We got a sexual degradation shit going on, but that's been with us since we've been in the country. Okay. That's a part of our experience that we don't talk about. And I don't understand why black men or black women don't think that shit went away. Because you got Becky's out here, you know what I mean? That fetishize us too.
Yep, the black buck in the basement, that shit was real.
Exactly. That shit is real. You know what I mean? So, but the sisters out here talking about swirling and they throwing themselves. See, as a woman, take color out of it, take race out of it. As women, you're not supposed to be throwing yourself at men like that. All right? Period. That's not a good look to be throwing yourself at men. Here we are, come get me. You know what I mean? We want you, and now you bring the racial component into it. That's not a good look. What do you think those men are gonna react? What I'm trying to figure out, at what point in time there was a conference with white people where they reorganized white people's minds and re-engineer these motherfuckers to think different. What history you think they're coming out of that somehow they just these good people, you know what I mean? Just carte blanche. You're gonna just give Brad a pass. You're gonna just give him the benefit of the doubt. Every time you see a Leroy, automatically you thinking some negative shit. See, your mind is fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your mind is fucked up. You know what I mean? That's why I go hard at some of the brothers who do the same thing. You know what I mean? Because I see this, you know what I'm saying? It's not even about me dick policing. No. It's just about, dude, come on, man. If you're going to go that route, go that route. You know what I'm saying? Just do it. Go do it. Go do your thing. I know plenty of brothers who are in relationships, all right? Just go do your thing. You know what I mean? But when we start, putting people on pedestals, that shows a pathology. All right, that I can't sit there and be comfortable with because I understand the history. You know what I mean? And now to see what these little black girls are going through, and when you got Crystal and Karazin and people like that, they setting these fucking females out, especially the young ones. All right, especially the young girls. See, a lot of older women could probably handle their situations when they get with a Brad, a little differently. They might have their own money, they might have a good job, whatever. They can handle it. But these young girls, man, these white boys are coming at them sideways. And you putting a battery in their back, thinking it's fucking Miller time when it comes to these black girls. They're easy. Matter of fact, there's white boys online talking about how easy black girls are.
Sure are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they ignore all of that shit. You got black women complaining about how they being treated on Tinder and how white men are talking crazy to them on Tinder on these dating sites. But they ignore all of that shit.
But they've set themselves up for that.
Yeah.
They've set themselves. This is what they have asked for. They've asked for this.
Yeah.
They've
Yeah.
asked for it. This is the reason
That's
why I
why.
pay
That's
so
why I
much
can't
money
stand
to
this
get my
world.
daughter's life. They've asked for this. This is
Mhm.
what they wanted. You want to
Yeah.
be strong and independent? You don't need your man. Go right ahead. Go on
Go
out
ahead.
there.
Beat it. More power to you.
This is
Yep.
the reason why I continue to say for black men who are worth anything, who are producers in the community,
Mhm.
you need to go outside the culture. Now, I'm not big on outside the race, but go outside the culture for you or wife to help
Yeah.
rebuild this community because you ain't gonna do it with this crop of women. I promise you that.
I promise you that.
That ain't happening. Not this crop of women. And again, I say that I got a daughter.
Mhm.
I got a daughter on the way. Of course, I got a sister.
Mhm.
They don't. Like my sister, they don't like how I feel.
Yeah. Look, you know what? I got 4 sisters, man. 4. You know, of course, I got a daughter, and I count her friends as my daughters too. You know what I mean? So I'm surrounded. I got a bunch of homegirls, and I'm gonna tell you, it's a fucked up conversation I had a conversation with my homegirl D about 2 months ago, and we were on, FaceTime. We were talking to each other. She just bought this big ass house out in Stafford, Virginia, and we talking, and then she's talking about getting a man, and I'm having a real conversation with her about her situation as a black woman and where she's at. You know what I mean? And where we are as men. And she's like, and she's really starting to break down. Like, so you telling me that I can't have what I need or what I want? I'm like, sister, doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I mean, I'm trying to break her down and get her to a point where she needs to humble herself. You know what I mean? Because they've been taught wrong. Like you said, they were lied to. That feminist shit. Because she's literally sitting here, all right, yeah, follow me on this. She told me, all right, now I got the house. Now I need a husband. So I said, hold on, time out. So time out. You got all this new shit, the house, you're going to furnish it the way you want. We just talked about that. And now you talking about you going to move a man in your shit. What kind of man is that? And so she was jerking with me. Like, you going to move in when you come back? I was like, I ain't going to move in your shit. If we got together, you can rent your shit out and move in my shit. But I'm not moving in your shit. Why you ain't moving in my house? I said, that's not how it works, y'all. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. This is the bullshit that's going on. And this is a good sister. She's not a bad person. She's very respectful. She's respectful to her brothers. She's loyal to the race, all that shit. And she works at the State Department. I talked about her before. You know what I mean? But her mind, she got those bullshit ideas, man, that was given to her by this society, not ours. So she's out here with a mind that's not compatible with mine or with the average brother.
Well, I know one thing. If Trump wins, the Democrat Party is going to look at the black female vote a lot differently. It's going to look at them a lot differently. And that's going to put black men in more of a power position. See, that's when we need to start demanding shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And demand all of it.
Yeah.
Not just some of it.
Yeah.
All of it.
Let her do her thing, man. We really could have organized. The problem with this year is that you had some brothers who are going to follow women and vote Democrat up and down the line, right? No strategy, no nothing. Then you're going to have brothers, who are going with, no vote, no tangibles, no vote, thing. They wasn't voting at all. Then you still had a sector of black people who don't vote ever.
2020.
Yeah, then you got that.
I actually wrote that in the presidential.
You know what I mean? Exactly. That's how you do it, man.
I wrote in tangibles 2020.
I wrote some crazy shit during the primary, but you're gonna have that contingent of black men who don't vote at all because they never vote, and then you're gonna have some brothers who are gonna go break for Trump, and then you're gonna have that small 5% like me who are voting with a strategy. The reason I say that is that because when you look at white people how they vote, again, I use Barack Obama as an example. Barack Obama won 2 elections, and in that election, you saw states that he won, but the senator they voted for the Republican senator. You see what I'm saying?
Sure did.
See, white people have a strategy.
And governor.
And governor, right. So they'll vote for a Republican governor, a Republican senator, and vote for a Democratic president. Or they'll vote for a Democratic senator and Democratic president, but then they'll vote for a Republican attorney general. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or lieutenant governor. So they be splitting their vote based on the politics. We don't pay attention to who's who, what's what, and what's in our best interest. You know what I mean? Right now, the best interest and the best hand we can have is having Trump in office, but having a Senate that's Democratic. That's the best hand we can play because then he's gonna need us. If he wins right now and they hold on to the Senate, those senators that didn't run for us. They have their own politics. They have their own support apparatus that they're going to satisfy and serve. These are not our senators. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they have no reason to do anything we need them to do in that Senate. Plus, we needed to stop them from fucking putting these crazy ass judges on the federal bench. Yeah. They're putting crackpots on the bench right now.
Not only that,
and that's not Trump, by the way.
That's true.
That's the federal society. That's the senators doing that.
And not only that, if Trump gets in, we got 2 years. 2 years because because the Senate is going to be up again. Yep, so we got 2 years to really get in his ear.
And guess what?
And we can hold the Senate hostage.
It's not going to take long because the Senate, he's going to need that back, or he's going to be a lame duck president. And it's the Democrats are going to be in defense, which means we're in play. We talking about Maryland. We talking about Illinois. You talking about down the Carolinas. Those are going to be in play in 2022. Yep. They're going to need us.
We can hold those House chambers as hostage.
Right.
Say, okay, now we already showed you we can get you in office.
Right.
We need this here. Otherwise, we'll just keep it into the Democrats' hands.
Yeah, that platinum plan you was throwing around. I need some of that. And then dare the Democrats to not do it. Mm-hmm. And then dare the Democrats not to do it.
We can play both sides against each other.
Exactly. That was our best hand.
Just play both sides against each other now.
That was our best play right now. And that would launch right into
we won't have to worry about our women. They ain't got to worry about it. They ain't have to worry about it. When they want us to lead, okay. This is what leadership look like. You either get behind it or you go across the street.
Exactly. You completely neutralize. And remember, midterm elections, you have low turnout too in midterm elections.
Exactly.
If we the ones active,
exactly.
Baby. Yeah. Baby. And we just do our thing as black men and stop worrying about anybody else. We just do what we do.
I guarantee you, if Trump wins, I guarantee you, this black manosphere space, I guarantee it's going to explode. Mm-hmm. They're going to be here with a vengeance. They're going to be listening. You're going to find folks going to start, Brother S, you're going to get a lot more subscribers. People like, okay, we need to start paying attention to what the hell they're saying. No, I'm serious.
That's hard for me to believe, man, because
I'm sure they're going to be listening.
Believer,
they may not even comment, they're going to be listening. They're going to be listening.
A lot of these women, man, they just lost causes, man. They ain't gonna never change no matter
what. I'm not talking about the women. I'm not talking about the
women.
I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking about the powers that be.
Oh, okay.
They're going to be listening. I don't give a damn about the women right now. Yeah. Because they're gonna come along because they ain't gonna have no other choice.
They ain't got no choice. This was just the winning hand, and that's where they start going with the winner. That's how it works.
Now it's just elementary. Now it's just academic.
Yeah,
women just gonna do what they do.
Yeah, they're gonna just do what they do. If Trump is in office and he needs us in the midterm and he breaks off tangibles, that fucks that neutralizes the black female vote
completely.
How they gonna vote against themselves now?
Look at them completely. They're gonna look at them differently.
Yeah, and then and then the Democratic Party, all they're gonna be doing is, I think they're gonna still be doing whether they win this election or not. The Democratic Party is gonna be looking at these numbers in Texas, these numbers in Arizona, and in Florida. They're gonna keep pushing for that Latino vote, this immigrant vote. You know what I mean? Like they've been doing. You know what I mean? Because
they've been trying to replace the black vote with the Latinos for a very long time.
Yeah,
that has been a long, wet dream that they've been having for a long time. But the problem is, Latinos don't really operate. They don't operate the way that they would like. They don't operate as predictably as the black vote.
And you know what though? But here's the problem: the black vote doesn't operate neither in a different way because
not in this because the black male vote.
I'm talking about, I'm talking about turnout because even in 2016 they were salty at black people.
Oh yeah,
for not turning out. They needed Barack Obama numbers, and we didn't do that.
Yeah,
we didn't turn out for Hillary like we did for Barack. You see what I'm saying? And they be having this backhanded attitude with us. If y'all had just voted, you know what I mean? Like who talks to a constituents like that? They don't talk to no other group like that but us.
Well,
so there's a stain there for people who helped get y'all in power. Let me say something else real quick. Perfect Blackness. What pisses me off with the Democratic Party is that all the factions in it all have benefited from us. What I'm saying is that we've been the backbone as far as being a steady vote for them since the 60s, right? Since the 70s at least. And that means everybody who's gotten in power, every Democratic policy that's helped out the alternative lifestyle people, that's helped out white women, that's helped out illegals, that's because we helped put y'all in power. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we're old. That party owes us so much, and every faction inside of it owes the black community. But they treat us as if when this shit don't go their way, they treat us like we're the ones that's fucking up, and they still ain't giving us nothing. You know what I mean? And that's infuriating. That's why I say I cannot vote for Biden and Kamala. There's no strategy where that works for us at all.
No, that's bad. Yeah,
that's bad news. And then you can say, well, what about the Republicans hold the Senate? We don't. Those are still not our Republican senators. Those are not our senators. All right, they represent a whole nother, contingent of people. All right, so you know what I mean. That we don't have no leverage now. We just out here, and they're gonna push further with this immigration thing once they get in office. They're gonna go harder.
Look. I know that if Biden loses, they're going to blame black men.
Let them.
They're gonna, and to that, just like my brother Jason Black will say, this is good.
That's good. Yeah, I want that smoke.
We want that exact. You took the word right out of my mouth. That's the smoke that we actually want.
Yeah, man.
That's why I
was like, we gotta turn out in record numbers. If we had turned out in record numbers this year, but vacated the top of the ticket, I wanted that smoke. I want them to say, "Well, you didn't vote for Biden." Yeah, that's right.
You got that right. I ain't voting for Biden.
You got that right. We ain't voting for Biden or cop. We call it Kamala.
I mean, his hero was a goddamn card-carrying Klansman.
Yeah.
You think I want? And his vice president is she spent a whole career locking up black men. Yeah. Have everybody been watching what's been going on to black men over the last 10 years on live television?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I'm not giving my vote to that ticket. I can't vote for Trump, but I can't vote for that ticket either. I'm sorry.
Well, we owe the Democratic Party nothing. So, like, we're talking to them. Right. It's like it's not even like it's like I don't even have no patience with the Democratic Party. I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? You gonna do what the fuck we say or not? You know what I mean? And that's the flip side of it too. Like, that brings, like you said, it plays both sides against each other. You know what I mean? We have this scenario where Trump's still in office, but he has a divided government. That's the best position we can be in as black men.
Oh yeah, because it makes us the swing votes now. We don't need a whole bunch of numbers.
No,
we just need just enough weight to tip the scale one way or another.
Exactly. Yeah,
and see that'd be exactly what Ice Cube was talking about.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be marrying ourselves to either one of these parties. I don't give a damn. If you want to be a racist, that's fine. Or you're gonna do what we want. Or you're gonna give us what we want. You're gonna give us what we want. You got my vote.
Now, I'm gonna tell you something else, man. That's why this strategy would have worked out beautiful for us, because if Harris had won South Carolina,
you're always a winner.
You got up to 6% of your hotel.
But isn't that the only one?
You're a winner.
Who is that?
I think that's X. You gonna play the commercial?
Oh no, I'm trying. Oh shit, y'all can hear that?
Oh yeah. Right over me. I thought there was an announcement coming through. I shut right up.
No. I'm trying to queue up some shit.
Okay.
Cause the other night, Joy Reid said some bullshit, man.
I think I know what you're talking about, brother.
She says some bullshit. She said that, and I was trying to find it. I didn't know y'all could hear the shit. I was trying to find it where she said that anybody that came to the cookout that hadn't voted for Joe Biden, they wouldn't get a plate or some shit like that. Some shit like that. She said.
She ain't even from us, man. I can't. That's a tether right there.
Shit. I can't find
it. I can't. Yeah, I saw that. That's a tether right there. She ain't even from this culture, man.
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
and that bothers me too, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, McConnell killed that chick. See, they should let that black dude run against McConnell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They should have put all their money behind that black dude. Instead, they try to run that gay white chick.
Boy, Mitch McConnell is a real weapon for the Republicans.
Man, Mitch McConnell was under that man. He's a problem, man.
He's a real weapon.
He's a problem. Mitch McConnell's a problem, man. I give him that. He's a card-carrying Klansman, but he's a problem.
He's undefeated. He's undefeated, man.
He ain't playing, man. I was watching this documentary called it was Frontline. You need to check it out. It's called Supreme Revenge, and it goes back to Bork when they talk about being Bork. That's when the Democrats try to tear down Judge Bork when the Republicans put him up for, and then there's been this bad blood in the Senate, and it actually shows you how the Senate is disintegrated. And they get, you know what I mean? And then it goes up to Clarence Thomas and then all these other appointments. And it shows McConnell in the middle of it and how he vowed to change the courts by any means necessary. Yeah. And he's doing, he don't give a fuck about shaking hands. He don't care about promises. He don't care. He's wielding power.
He don't care about he don't care about Senate norms.
Nothing. He changed the rules he wants.
Nothing.
He don't care about
He is willing to blow up the Senate. And this is the problem that I've had with the Democrats. This is the problem I have with them, because they continue to try to find middle ground with that devil. They continue to find. He does not care.
Not care. He
doesn't care.
He don't give a shit. He's wielding power, man.
Successfully stolen 2 Supreme Court seats in their face. And
hold on. I got
nothing.
I got something I need y'all to hear. Let me see if I can get this up. Hold on.
You gonna bring it up on the board or?
Yeah, I want to bring it right now. Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me find it real quick. There's a clip. Let me see of Trump talking. Right. It's a 1-minute clip. What? All right. Play this real quick. I'm gonna share my screen.
Let me bring this down.
Share my screen real quick. Stop sharing.
Don't worry, y'all. We'll bring the big board back up in a minute.
Yeah. Stop sharing. Share audio. All right. So. All right, hold on. I gotta click on this. All right, cool. There we go. Let me know if you can hear it. I recorded this the other day. I was watching the Trump rally, right? Because I actually pay attention to what people do. I don't sit out here and just guess my way through life.
Out of it. If this were announced with Obama, they'd say this is the greatest president ever.
Hold on.
You know, he's so great that he left me 142 judges to fill, right? 140.
All right, stop right there. That's McConnell.
Yeah, that was McConnell.
McConnell obstructed that was most of Obama's appointments were recess appointments. McConnell obstructed all of his judges damn near. In the Senate.
The night that he was elected, the night that Obama was elected, they all got together. I forget the name of the hotel, but they all got together and just devised. They said they weren't going to give him nothing.
Yeah.
Zero.
I want you to hear what Trump said.
Even things that they agree with, they weren't going to give it to him.
I mean, listen to what Trump says next. Watch this shit.
Fair use, Negroes. Fair use.
I'm a Democrat, and think of it. I'm a Democrat, and my president left me 142 slots of judges. That's why we're going to be at 300 judges and 3 Supreme Court judges.
They're not playing, man. McConnell's it's not just the Supreme Court, man.
And see, this is the problem that I have. Again, I always have to go back to the Democrats on this. This is the problem that I got with them.
Yeah.
I might not like how a lot of things that the Republicans do, but you have to admire.
Man, McConnell was no joke. Yeah.
You have to admire their willingness to ruthlessly exercise power when they have it.
Yeah.
Because they know full well that they're not going to always have it. Exactly. So they exercise it to the fullest when they have it, regardless of what we the people think.
I agree.
That bothers me to no end.
Hold the hell up. Brother Jonathan, didn't I tell you not to have that goddamn shirtless ass goddamn
my bad, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
Hold on, I got it. There you go.
That's stupid.
I'm sorry, man.
Up here, man. Yeah, he said no LL Cool J for you.
Go ahead, brother Perfect Black, and we've been joined by brother Jonathan and my man Big Nate. Go ahead, Perfect Black.
What's going on, Big Nate Jonathan? No, what I was saying, we might not like how the Republicans do things, but you have to admire their willingness to ruthlessly exercise power when they have it, because they know full well they're not going to always have it. Yeah. And when the Democrats get into office, they're always so conciliatory. I.e., you look at Barack Obama's turn, and it really bothered me when he was. I couldn't support him after the first 9 months of his presidency. I couldn't support him no more.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Yeah, man. Look,
That's why I have no
McConnell,
faith in the
man.
Democrat. That's why I have no faith in the Democrat Party, because even when they have power, they're not gonna do anything about anything.
Yeah, McConnell,
And the
that shit,
Republicans
like,
actually count on the Democrats being that way. They count on it.
You know
They
what?
strategize around that.
Yeah, who got an echo? Is that Nate?
I checked mine. Mine isn't playing.
Brother Big Nate, what's good with it, man?
What's up, Nate? What's going on?
Baby? Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing, man? Just hoping my man Donald Trump pulls it out. Hopefully, it's a landslide. You know, just so y'all know, your brother's a black conservative.
Okay.
My very first presentation in the Manosphere about 4 months ago was why I'm voting for Donald Trump. So it's going to be a beautiful night, I believe.
Oh, look, man. You
Got it
know,
all up here.
I'm secretly pulling for him, I guess. You know, because I can't do Biden. So, you know, I didn't vote for him, but I hope he wins. Shit.
Somebody got an echo.
Who got the echo going on, man?
I mean,
who got YouTube playing in the background?
You want to mute us, Xavier, so you've got the echo?
Who got the goddamn?
Yeah, Nate, mute real quick, Nate.
All right, let me hold on.
All right, test.
Because I don't hear it.
You don't hear it no more?
Maybe it's me.
It might be
you.
X.
I was muted a few seconds.
Yeah, it might be you, X.
Yeah, because I got everything playing in this month.
You got
I got the TV on. I got all kinds of shit going on right now. The screens everywhere.
Donald Trump pulling away in Texas.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, Texas wasn't even. This media is so inherently dishonest, man. You cannot believe anything that MSNBC or CNN are going to tell you about an election. 2016 proved that. All they do is lie. All they do is push their narrative. You know, you can say what you want to say about Fox. I can assure you, you're going to get more truthful reporting on Fox. They may lean it towards the Republicans, but you can get more genuine truth listening to a Fox broadcast than you'll ever get listening to CNN and MSNBC.
But Big Nate, this is scary. This is scary, Big Nate. Like, I had my pops cuss me out on the phone.
Bro, we got an echo.
I didn't go by.
Yeah, we got echo. Hey, mute up real quick, TOP.
Let me see if that's it, man.
Test. Go ahead. Talk, Nate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still an echo there. What the hell happened? Yeah, so
the hell happened?
Who playing goddamn YouTube in the background too?
It ain't me, bro. I promise you.
Turn YouTube off if you're on here. Damn it.
I actually closed out of YouTube. So.
Turn that off. God damn it.
I don't even have what's up on YouTube. So yeah.
I still hear the echo.
Let me see what's going on. Let me go ahead.
Man, this shit crazy.
Let me listen. Go ahead. Somebody, y'all go ahead and talk. Let me listen to the. What the hell's going on?
I don't have what's up.
My biggest issue with the Democrat Party, man, is where they've gone culturally. I just cannot bring myself to pull a lever for a Democrat, a national Democrat or a statewide Democrat. They want to put our sons in dresses. They teach girls to hate men. There's just nothing that can bring me to pull the lever for a Democrat anymore.
Let me tell you why this actually was a beautiful scenario as far as the Senate race is concerned. Because the Senate races that we could have flipped, that the Democrat, are in southern states. What I mean is in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, you can't be you can't be a California liberal in those states. You see what I'm saying? You got to be more of a Doug Jones type Democrat. You know what I mean? You got to be more of a Joe Manchin, type Democrat. You don't have to be, you know what I'm saying? To survive in those states. You can't be a wide-eyed liberal in South Carolina. Period.
And they had Jamie Harrison running, but when you got clips of him telling the public how Hillary Clinton is this awesome example of of political, intelligence, and sitting with Nancy Pelosi and talking about how great she is.
He's trying to get money. That's why. Look how much money he got.
Yeah, he got $100 million.
Exactly. That was money.
But it's not going to play with South Carolina. Mom and pop at the kitchen table. It's just not going to play with it.
I feel you. Yeah, but I feel your concern because what happened in Virginia, right? This is why we voted for Bob McDonnell for governor, either Republican.
Yeah, Virginia's blue. Virginia's almost solid blue.
It's blue, but we voted for Bob McDonnell years ago because the liberals were trying to push that agenda in the schools, right? They were trying to push alternative sex education in the schools, and then when we pushed back against it, they came back a different route. They brought it in now as a health teaching. So now the parents didn't have no say in that because when you're teaching health, that's a whole different thing. It's not sex education no more. It's health education, and you can't tell them what they can't. So there was a big pushback in the state against that shit. You know what I'm saying? And we ended up voting, and that helped get Bob McDonnell in office, but also that Democrat that's in office right now. He's not a liberal. The governor of Virginia, he's not a liberal. He's not a wide-eyed liberal like that, So we made sure we voted for people who was not pushing certain type of agendas. You see what I'm saying? It's no different in Louisiana.
Well, Jay Sean, at least you look at the policy.
Yeah.
At least you're looking at the policy. Like the thing that my dad. Let me finish this statement real quick. The thing that got me mad with my pops and shit was because he said we ain't looking at policy. We trying to get Trump out. I said your stupid ass is gonna get us caught up, or we're gonna have a communist wide-eyed liberal talking about the save the transgenders.
Exactly, pushing that dumb shit. Yeah, you're right.
Do you know Elizabeth Warren on the campaign trail? Do you know she was in New Hampshire? She had a trans. It was a mentally ill boy that thought it was a girl. He was doing the sign language, right? She said, "I will have a trans person decide whether or not my Secretary of Education is acceptable. If they have to appeal, all nominees for my Secretary of Education are going to have to appeal to the trans community. They'll have the final say. A young man like this, or a young woman, or whatever the fuck it was, like this, will be able to decide our educational secretary."
He said whatever the fuck.
This is how absolutely out of their mind the Democrats are.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. And that's why I was going to point out that Louisiana governor, who's a Democrat. You know what I mean? But he's not no liberal. You feel me? He's not a wide-eyed liberal.
He can't be in the South.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be. Same thing with Joe Manchin out in West Virginia. Same thing with John Testa out in Montana. I mean, they're the Democrats, but they're not on that, the other stuff.
But the unfortunate part of it is you can't be in the Democrat Party and not be for a lot of this shit. They won't even let you in the party.
That's not true because you got the House right now.
That's not
got a
true.
bunch. That's not true because the House down in North Carolina. That's what I'm saying. It's how the politics play with it local. The House right now, they put all of these military people in the Democratic Party down in North Carolina, South Carolina, running House races, and these guys are pushing traditional values, family values. So they're trying to widen the tent. I think the Democrats understand that they ran that shit way too deep, too long. You know what I mean? It's killing the party.
Sir, did you see the DNC this year? Did you watch any of the DNC?
I get it.
All the DNC on there was trans, weirdos, freaks.
Yeah, man.
Like, DNC put out there, bro.
Nate, I was out there. I was sitting out there.
Nate wild out. I love it.
It's the truth. It's the truth. All the DNC put out there was trans people, homosexuals. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they had out there talking for them.
Yeah.
But Nate, I had Maxine Waters cuss me out when I asked for black men about black men issues. She cussed me out on the phone because I called in.
Are you serious?
Oh,
I'm serious, man.
Oh shit! Salute, bro.
She said, "Fall in line."
Maxine told us what she thinks of us. We ought to stay in a boy's place and shut our mouth.
Maxine said, "Fall in line." Maxine told me, "Fall in line." Fall in line. We try to get you. I said,
and that's it.
I told her that getting Trump out is not my priority. You're supposed to bribe me to be able to go your side if you really want it to be that way.
X, do me a favor. X, drop your links for a second. Drop your TV stuff for a second. Drop your stuff for a second and see what happens.
Well, actually, I've been muted for the past couple of minutes. I've been muted for the past couple of minutes.
I don't know what the hell.
Oh, you mean drop the big board? You want to drop the big board?
No, don't do that. Matter of fact, drop Real Deal and Nate for a second. Let's see what happens. Just put them downstairs. They're extra. All right, test. Nah, it's still there. It's still there.
Still there?
Yeah. It's
Well,
still there.
let
So
me drop the big board. Let me see, man. Might have, but all those things are off though. They're silent.
okay. Yeah, so it's not them.
You still hear it?
No,
Still hear
it's
it?
gone. Yeah, it's gone.
Is it gone?
Yeah, it's
It's
gone.
gone now.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it was something. One of you got something in the background that's open. X. You got a window open somewhere.
That sucks.
You probably got an extra screen yard running or something. But anyway, that's so Real Deal. Hold up, man. You called Maxine's office and what happened again?
Like, I told her about black man issues. I said, can we get some work programs for black youth and black men that's willing to be able to take the opportunity to get in?
No wonder
She said,
cussed you out.
but that was a real concern, though.
Yeah,
She said,
what
fall
was her
in
response?
line.
So you, so
She
I'm
said,
saying you
fall in
spoke
line.
to her. You spoke to her.
Yes, sir. I wanted to get there because I'm 45 minutes away from her district. I'm in Cali, so I got to deal with this communist liberal shit on a day to day. So that's why I'm moving. After the election,
you
I
got
already
to
made
get out
my
of LA,
move.
bro. You got to get out of California, my nigga.
Black people in California should have been Republicans a long time ago. But anyway, hold on. So, so hold up. You spoke to Maxine Waters on the phone, and she told
Yes,
you
sir.
to get in line.
Yeah,
And you didn't.
because
Did you record this shit?
I wish I would, man.
Damn.
I wish I would. Because if I would recorded it, man, she would have straight up and down and said that it was
You know how much
Russia that
money?
did it.
You know how much money Obsidian would pay to get that recorded?
Ooh, man.
You talking about you just
Oh
missed
my
some paper,
God.
man. You just
Yeah,
missed some
you'd have
paper.
been a superstar, bro. You'd have been a superstar, man.
Man, I think it would be on there for the whole week.
Oh my God! If you had that recording that you had Maxine's actual voice and you talking, and a brother from the Manosphere, oh my God, man, you missed out on the paper right there. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Because
what's the word on the race out there, bro? With Maxine and the younger brother.
Brother Joe Collins, he doesn't have a chance because they put $200 million on Maxine.
God damn it.
Yeah, and it's too early anyway. Cali doesn't
Maxine
close.
gonna die
Cali doesn't close for another what? 4 hours?
Yeah.
Can y'all still hear the echo?
'Cause they put
Y'all
200
hear it
million
now?
Nah, it's gone.
No, it's gone.
on her campaign. They paid her personally and gave her like 160 on marketing.
Wow. And if he was a decent damn
they made
Congress
sure-
person,
they made sure her
wouldn't
marketing was
have to have
strong.
that. Wow. Man, salute to you, youngster. Salute to you.
I just asked for work programs. I just asked for work programs, man. I wasn't on no.
That echoes back.
That echo has come
That
back.
echoes back, man. It's the TV thing, dude. I don't know what's going on.
Jesus Christ, what's going on here?
That's all right, man. That's why they pay them all them people all that money at the TV stations, boy. Motherfuckers sitting there holding the cable, making $100,000 a year.
I want to raise my glasses to black men thinking and speaking for themselves, dog.
Yeah, no
man, can I just ask for work program?
You may not like Trump or whatever. You may not like the Republicans, whatever. That's fine. But this is a win for thinking black men. The whole goddamn country is going to be paying more attention to what black men say. I hope they come after us. I hope all these motherfuckers come after us. Put all the attention on us. Ask us why the fuck we voted this way. Ask us why we're done dealing with these goddamn Democrats. Let's have this conversation, please.
Yeah, you got multiple factions too. You got that.
Hold on, I need to say something to X. X, make sure that the site itself, whatever browser that you're using, to cast that, make sure that the site also is muted as well.
Yeah, everything they're all silenced. Every single one of them.
Yeah, something is open. Something is open somewhere and it's got to be coming from that cast. So make sure that the site, that the browser itself is muted and doesn't have any sound.
Yeah, got them all silent.
Cause yeah, man, I caught on.
Brought it up.
I caught on Roland Martin's show. He pretty much said the similar shit. But when I called on Maxine Waters, I was at least expecting at least a plausible lie. She pretty much just said, "We trying to get Trump out." I said, "Okay, make my worthwhile."
Yeah,
make my worthwhile, cause you want motherfuckers just to be so mad at the motherfucker that we go your way, even though we don't even agree on none of the shit that you talking about. You going far left.
We got to get them all old. There's too many old Negroes in that party anyway. You know, I mean, these people are dying in office, man. You had two brothers die. What was that brother from Maryland?
Lewis.
And you had, these niggas are literally dying in office,
John
man.
Lewis.
They dying in office. I mean, they dying in office. Clyburn next.
Yeah,
You know?
they're not going to come out of office. But
Oh, he said Clyburn.
Yeah, he next, man. I mean, these niggas going to die in office, man.
But-
Didn't old boy in Michigan die in office too? The one that had that little scandal going on. That old brother. I'm having a brain cramp. I can't remember his names.
Marion Barry.
No. He's a Michigan
Marion Barry.
long time congressman. I mean, these motherfuckers they've been in
the research on reparations.
yeah, that guy. Yeah, I forgot his name.
Okay,
Yeah.
to do with the little mustache. I know you're talking about.
Yeah. He died. Yeah, Conyers. These motherfuckers be dying in
Conyers,
office,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
These cats be
yeah.
dying in office. They gonna stay in office till they die. They gotta
Yeah.
go.
Don't want to
They gotta
leave,
go.
man.
But here's something. Here's I think we want to really want to focus on to really keep ourselves really focused. I don't think that we really should. I want to say pay a lot of attention to a lot of the social things, because right now we are in a prime position to really position ourselves to be the balance of power. Okay, so we know a lot of the people in kind of communists and all that. Okay, yeah, we know that, right? But I don't want to. I wouldn't want us to get sidetracked on those issues. Okay, and I don't want. I really, because it may be beneficial for us to put in conservative or liberal, depending upon what we need and depending upon how we need it.
Right.
Because
Yeah, exactly.
right now they're looking at us now. Even let's say that Biden wins, but he barely wins. Trust me, they're gonna have those eyes on us like heat rays. Eyes are gonna be on us now, and you can bet your ass there's gonna be a lot of people getting doxxed. So that's another thing that I'm predicting. There's gonna be a bunch of people getting doxxed because they're not gonna like us now after this year.
Yeah.
Well, Perfect Blackness.
Maxine Waters, no, first and last.
Perfect Blackness. I respect your opinion, bro. I disagree. I think the cultural issues, Black America is sinking because of our cultural problems. It's not.
Believe it or not, I don't disagree with you on there. I really don't. I really don't disagree with what I'm saying in terms of right now. In order for us to seize power to deal with that stuff, we have to be strategic. We have to start sinking the balance of power one way or another in order to deal with those things. I don't disagree with those. What you're saying, I really
don't disagree with that either.
I don't disagree with it. What I'm
No.
saying is that we shouldn't focus in on it. I just don't think we should focus. I think we should focus in on the actual influence and power first, and then we can start dealing with that shit.
But this is my problem. They could pass a reparations bill tomorrow, Perfect Blackness, because of how disjointed and demoralized and broken Black people are.
Then by definition, it won't be a reparations bill.
We would throw the money away.
Y'all hear the echo now?
Nah.
I still hear the
Not
echo?
yet. No.
No echo?
You say not
Good.
yet.
No, I haven't heard it. Yeah, but like I was saying,
He lost faith in you, X. He said not yet.
That's
No,
fucked
I didn't lose it, man.
I was just playing. Nah, but my man's making a good point though. It's gotta be about power, because you can't sink into a party. We gotta get out of this, left right thing. We need to be like, like Jewish people or like Asian people. We need to look. If we got a black vote, a black priority candidate in the Democratic Party, cool. If we got a black man priority candidate in the Republican Party, cool. You know what I mean? It's kind of like what I was saying earlier with the Democrats. They have conservatives in their party too. You know, you have Joe Manchin. You know what I mean? You have, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? So,
I didn't mean to interrupt, but again, we have been committed to the left for 60 years now. 90,
I'm telling you.
95% I voted.
You're absolutely right.
And that toxic relationship with these people have ruined us. I came into this space saying black women are ruined by their allegiance to the Democrat Party and to feminism. Yeah. They have ruined them.
But Nate, let me ask you a question, Nate. Let me ask you a question real quick, Nate.
Sure, go ahead.
Everything you're saying, I agree with, right? But we got to look at the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground is that black people are still concentrated in these certain areas, right? So unless there's going to be a mass exodus of black people moving, they're still going to be under Democratic rule.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
So how do we?
I'm under Democratic rule.
My question is,
Democrats.
Let me ask you exactly. So that means that party is still look. We in a two-party system. Okay, we in a two-party system. That's not changing no time soon. So, like, you have different factions in the Republican Party, and they do things differently wherever they are. But it's also a geographic and a population thing as well. So when we got black people still in these Democratic strongholds, how do we attack the Democratic Party? You see what I'm saying? That's my question to you.
We don't need to attack the Democratic Party. We need to attack our theology and our ideology of dependency. That's the problem. We have, whether you like Trump or not, the man is sending black people a very clear message. The message is, hey, black America, I think you can advance with education and with entrepreneurship. The Democrat Party is saying, hey, we'll give you welfare. We'll give you free college. We'll give you a $15 minimum wage, and we'll give you free Medicare for all, or not free Medicare, but Medicare for all. And 40% of Medicare is fraudulent, by the way. So this is what the Democrat Party is offering us. It's the status quo. It's more of the same. It's dependent.
See, this is where I got to jump in. See, when you talk about Medicare, we can go into social disabilities, that fraud, scams, and stuff like that. There was a guy named Tom Coburn who was, they call him the godfather of the Tea Party. Tom Coburn, and he retired from the Senate. From the Senate, because he thought it was a cesspool, and he became an outlier. You know what I mean? And actually, he supported Joe Manchin. He just started supporting good people, and his main issue was the waste of money. You know what I mean? And he even attacked his own state. This is a guy from Oklahoma. He attacked his own state and did a spot on 60 Minutes, and it had no black people in it. And it was showing how all these white people in all these towns, in the middle of America, are living off of fraudulent disability, welfare, et cetera, et cetera. And he attacked his own people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So this was he was really about that life. The problem is that a lot of Republicans that are not about that life, they're not about that life at all. They'll attack what's happening in Democratic cities, but they won't say nothing about what's going on in Republican states when it comes to welfare, you know what I mean, and the support of white poor. You see what I'm saying? So it's a shell game, brother. That's what I'm saying.
This is my thing. The money is infinitesimal. It's small. It's minute. The problem is the damage it does. The damage welfare does.
You're talking about culture. You're talking about culture. You're talking about apathy. You're talking about culture. You're talking about morals, right?
It robs you of your initiative to do anything in life.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The same thing is happening in red states. That's what I'm saying, brother.
But I'm not particularly worried about what's happening to white folks.
That's what I agree. That's what I'm saying. So if we're gonna move, all right, New York City is 26% black. That's millions of black people. How are we gonna get them out of there? How are we gonna deal with them when that's a Democratic stronghold if we're not dealing in the party? I'm saying is we take those values to both parties. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying to you, brother.
What I'm saying is that the Democrat Party doesn't care about that. We have to show.
No, they're gonna care if they're gonna lose some elections. They're gonna give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. We become that swing vote.
Hell yeah, they'll care.
Exactly. We have to first
don't let it be like how the 80s and 90s had it.
Power one way or the other.
Yeah, so I agree. Look, cross that.
We can do it.
When I agree. Cross that line, Nate.
Male had a
Republican when you can.
The Democrat Party.
Huh?
When has the straight black male had any voice in the Democrat Party?
Because he did. Look, we just talked about this earlier, man. Even when Obama was running, only 60-some% of black men came out. Even when a black man was running, we still got a lot of brothers who do not participate in the process.
There's a reason for that.
I know
There's a
that. I'm
reason
just
for
saying.
that.
I understand that, but I'm just stating the fact. You know what I mean? So we gotta galvanize the black men. And we as black men gotta say, hey, there's something in this for you.
But do you know why? Do you know why a lot of black people don't vote? Because they don't feel they have any vested interest in the
No, we're not
country.
talking black people. No, we're talking black men.
They have no vested interest in the
I
country.
need you on the corner talking to black men and saying, look, you tired of these hoes? You tired of the bullshit, black man? Come on over here. You know what I mean? That's what I need brothers to do. We got to get brothers in the game so we can get our numbers up.
We can't wed ourselves. We cannot wed ourselves to one party or the other, conservative, Republican, or Democrat, because that's where they outflank us. We are a minority. We can't afford to say we're just going to be just with one party, because now they can just overlook us.
Yeah.
We have to put ourselves in a position to affect the balance of power one way or another in order to get our power.
Benefit. We got to show
and what I'm saying is, if that's the strategy you want to employ, salute, do your thing. I'm not aligning myself with any party that is passing laws in California allowing 24-year-old men to sleep with 14-year-old boys. I'm just not going to do it. I can't.
I don't think nobody on this panel would say that.
I'm here in California. I'm here in California.
We can't.
That's just crazy.
Again, we can't. We won't be able to do anything. We won't be able to have any type of effective result or anything in that. And we won't be able to do anything about that.
Bro,
we are not the balance of power. We have to make ourselves. We have to force feed ourselves to be the balance of power, whether they like it or not.
Why don't
and voting all for one candidate or another, like we've been doing, that's not going to work.
No, we don't know if it's going to work because we've never aligned ourselves with the Republican Party in the last.
That's not true. That's not true.
I said in the last 60 years.
I'm going to ask a question. We was with the Republican Party for 100 years. Before civil rights.
I know that we were Republicans from 1865 to the early 1930s. I know that. I know the history of black people in the Republic. I said
the Southern strategy
years,
what ended that Republic.
We have not voted for Republicans in the last 60 years.
Look, all I'm saying, brother, is this: like, you know, the Republican Party is, you got Trump, so Trump is talking good. He might be saying something, but the power structure and the actual the rest of the country, when you got these senators who they're not going to bend to our will. They don't need us. The Republican senators don't need us in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. They already got a built-in fix. You know what I mean? When you look at the national map, you see how we're concentrated on the coast and the South. You know what I mean? But look at the rest of the country. Look at the representation. You got 2 senators representing 500,000 people in North Dakota. You know what I mean? Versus 50 million in California. You see what I'm saying? It's already baked in. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That democratic politics has to change from within. So when I see them making a sea change, knowing that these culture wars, they're losing it. They know they're losing the culture war. That's why they're hiring all these fucking veterans, these white male veterans to come run for them in the South. Even when they lose in the South, they lose in House seats in the South, but they running them because they understand what's happening. Joe Manchin is telling them, John Tesla's telling them, like, all this wild shit y'all doing is not going to work. The country's turning on that shit, and you're going to end the party.
Let me say this.
Hold on, give me 1 second, because I gotta go refill. The people who will be more willing to give you what you want, or the people who need to maintain power.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what the hell you want.
Exactly.
They need to maintain power. They're going to be willing to give you what you want, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, now let me say this.
Yeah, boss.
Last year, according to blackdemographics.com, the Asian community produced 3.8 million jobs. The Hispanic community produced 2.5 million jobs. The black community produced 1 million. I want you two gentlemen to tell me what political policies enabled these other 2 communities to create 3 times and 1.5 times the number of jobs Black America has. What are the policies that help them do that? Because I'm saying that it isn't about policy. It's about the culture.
Gotcha.
The culture of those
I was going to say the same thing.
Of those communities allow them to be so incredibly successful entrepreneurially in this country. They take advantages of things that are there that we're just not doing. How many brothers with businesses apply for the PPP loans? How many brothers took advantage of the opportunity zones Trump had out there? They don't even believe they exist because they're listening to MSNBC and CNN telling them Trump hates them. This is the problem. To me, it's not about all these policy issues and Republicans and Democrats. It's about what we do as men ourselves. We have communities that come here. There are people that come here with more melanin than us, and they're fucking dominating. People from India come here and they're fucking killing it.
Yeah.
What's the reason for that? The people from India don't sit around talking about, oh, we got to vote for this guy. We got to vote for that guy. No, they get busy. They pool their resources. They handle their business. They buy up shit. That's how they win. I want us to start winning like that.
I'm with you.
I don't want to be.
I'm with everything you said.
I don't want to be depending on politicians.
I'm with everything you said. Here's a difference.
Let me ask you this, Big Nate, brother, Big Nate.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that many of us as black people, do you think we're victims of propaganda? Do you think we fell under the spell of propaganda so much that we can't even think for our damn selves?
I know for a fact Black women consume more media than anyone else.
Absolutely.
That's been reported all. I don't know among men if Black men consume the most. I don't know if that's true or not.
Nate, can we call it the boomers? Can we call it the boomers? Because we got a black swamp we need to drain. Because man, I got cussed out by my dad, man. He was swearing up and down about
the old niggas. How about old niggas? You like old niggas?
This nigga rid of the old. He got a problem.
Get rid of all these old niggas. I'm an old nigga. Okay?
I got a problem with an old. I'm an old nigga too.
I'm an old nigga.
No, I'm talking
that old nigga,
man. Black people are lemmings. We are lemmings. We are so easily led off the edge of a cliff by anything. It's insane.
Hey, Nate, what I just said to you a minute ago, I need you on that corner telling these brothers that they need to get in the game. See what I'm saying? The problem is, look, I said a minute ago, before, I don't know if y'all was listening earlier, I was talking about how sisters, that's not our girl. You know what I mean? We didn't raise her. She didn't grow up in our environment. She grew up in this white culture, you know what I mean? And she's got all the propaganda and all the influence of the society on her. It's the same thing with our boys. Main issue of black boys right now, they don't see nothing in it for them. That's the main issue with black boys. They don't see nothing in it for them. That's why they fall into the simp culture and the dog culture so quick. That's the only time they feel like they even feel good about anything when they get some pussy. You know what I mean? Or they feel like we ain't looking good. We got to get them off that shit. But it's going to take a generation of black men to show up, professional black men who got shit going on, and show them that, you know, and give them a message to them like, look, there's a benefit in you including yourself into this process. You know what I mean? We need an army. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. A handful of brothers, or even saying 50% of brothers who actually participate in the process going on to the Republican Party is not enough. You see what I'm saying? We need to galvanize all black men, young men, get them in the process, make this shit cool, make this shit the way to do, you know, to live, meaning make this shit a lifestyle. You know what I mean? To be about your business.
Well, the only issue I take with what you said, what's your name again, sir? I'm sorry.
Jay Sean.
The only issue I take with that is I don't believe that we're going to be able to move masses of anybody. This is part of when we look at when we act or speak in a collectivist way about black people, it becomes problematic because we're never going to move this enormous Titanic of people in one way or another. The way I want things to happen, I want the very best of our men, the most productive, the assertive, the competent to take the leadership role. This 20% of black men, 30 or 40 or 50% of black men who are on their shit, who handle their business, who own their homes, who are productive. We send our representatives up to DC to talk to Trump, to talk to the Senate, to talk to whoever. And if the rest of Black America wants to follow us, great. If they don't, let them drown. That's my position. Let them fucking drown. I can't drag you kicking and screaming into success. You gotta want to come with me.
All right,
we got a lot of men and women that don't want to come.
I agree. Some of us are gonna be left on the battlefield. My question to you is, what leverage you going in with?
I'm going in with the leverage. We have a president that has already made overtures to us. He's already made overtures to us.
You think they're serious though? I mean, he's in office now.
Yes, I do.
Because he could. Let's talk real talk now. Let's talk real talk.
It's
'Cause he
always
could,
been real
he
talk.
could, he could have. Look, this man came in the office signing executive, orders. He didn't sign nothing. He put up a website.
Okay, look, I gotta call
He
you out.
put up a website.
I gotta call you out there because a week after George Floyd, he signed an executive order for nationwide police reform. An executive order in response to black people being upset about this incident. The man signed an executive order for police reform all over the
No. All right, that's fine. We're dealing with uprisings. I'm talking about when it comes to he put out look, the beginning of September, my memory serves me correct.
Mm-hmm.
He put out a platinum plan on the website. He called it a platinum plan on top of that. Think about that. All right. Who calls it a platinum plan? You know what I mean? We really talking about somebody who's serious. He had right in his hands, he had a nomination for the Supreme Court. So if he had any pushback from the senators.
Hold on for 1 second, because down here in the bottom left-hand corner, the electoral numbers have been updated. They now have it at 207 Biden to Trump 119.
Oh yeah, the West Coast came in. Yeah, the West Coast came in.
West Coast came in.
I wouldn't put too much on that.
Yeah, they're going to.
No, I'm just telling you what's up there. You know, I'm doing the updates. That's why I have.
You still haven't called Texas and Florida yet. Texas and Florida is going to put Trump back in the game. All right, so
I'm flipping through the channels, and it's.
Yeah. And now that's Fox.
We all know California, Oregon, and Washington. We all know
the entire West Coast was going to go blue. Of course.
Yeah, Fox, they know that it's going to go. That's why I'm saying that big number jump is because of the West Coast.
Yeah,
but you still haven't gotten Florida and Texas in yet. So yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't trust the media, because they doing it. They know good and goddamn well that those states are going to go blue. That's part of the blue, and they do that. They do that as a backhanded way to try to.
Keep you watching.
It's drama.
Influence the electorate, man. That's all it is.
It's drama.
It's so dishonest, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like a soap opera. It is like a soap opera.
Who among us thought that California, Oregon, and Washington is going to be in play for the?
Nah, nobody. But you technically can't put the polls closed anyway. So the polls is closed.
Hold on a second, because we've been joined by my brother Mike V from the Black Brain Trust.
Shit. What's up, Mike?
What's good with it, brother Mike V?
What's up, Mike V, man? Long time.
Hey, piece of the panel, piece of the chat, man. Thank you for having me on, Prophet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a tight race, man. It's a tight race.
PA.
Yeah, if if Trump takes PA, he's in with NC. So, but if he loses PA in another state, like Arizona, then yeah, he's out of it.
But see, how could he lose PA when over the weekend he had 58,000 people come out to see him, and when your boy Biden was there, he barely broke 200 people? How is this even close?
Are we measuring the constituency by the amount of people who come to a rally?
We are measuring the excitement for a candidate. That's what I'm doing.
That's how that works.
And there is zero excitement for Biden.
He's going off enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Nate is going off enthusiasm. I voted for.
Enthusiasm is huge when you're determining a president. Barack Obama got in because of enthusiasm. He had a tremendous amount of enthusiasm.
No, he did not.
Brothers in the barbershop took their black asses to the polls.
No,
Brothers back in
08,
they took their black ass to the polls.
And because they were
Obama had both the Latino vote and also had black men vote.
Yeah, I'm not.
He had the barbershop vote.
Yeah, I'm not going to debate that, because we have to keep in mind who we're talking about here. This is a liberal within the conservative party. This is not a conservative candidate. This is a liberal within the conservative party.
Exactly.
So,
I know. I don't think he's a liberal anymore.
I agree.
He's susceptible to doing what you want.
He's
susceptible to doing what you want if you can show him you got the power.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a liberal. I think he's a moderate conservative. That's
he's never been a conservative.
He a New York Democrat, man.
Can't change. People can
And I
change,
voted
sir.
for Trump. I voted
People
for
don't
Trump.
change. People
See, I
can
voted.
change, but you don't change from liberal to conservative. That's not how it
Well,
works.
that's absolutely not true. People in college are usually liberal. When they get married and have children, they become conservatives.
What is the
That's
conservative
incorrect.
track record? What is the conservative track record of Trump?
Nate is amped.
No. He said something that's not true.
They about to
He
take
said,
the
"You don't change
motherfucking
from
head
liberal
off."
to conservative," and they do.
So
It happens every day.
when did he become a conservative?
He became a conservative during the Obama administration. He didn't like a lot of the things Obama was doing. He came out, against Obama, the birth certificate shit, other shit. He didn't like what Obama was doing. He also, if I recall correctly, he had conversations with certain members of pro-life because he used to be pro-choice.
What was it about Obama policy-wise that he had against Obama?
Obama, he wasn't for open borders, but he was for DACA. DACA itself taking between 11 and 30 million illegal aliens.
Hold up, Nate. Hold up, time out. I gotta stop you right there, Nate.
Sure, go ahead.
Because even Trump has said when he was defending himself against his border policy, with separating the families and all that and shipping people out, he called Obama the
Deporter in chief.
Whoa! I just said Obama. I know Obama deported more people than any president prior to him. I know that.
Right,
However, he's the one that brought in DACA. He's the one attempting to take between 11 and 30 million illegal immigrants and turn them into citizens.
And you know why Trump can't get rid of it? Because it's a strong criteria for DACA. You have to meet a strong criteria for DACA, and that's why even Trump can't get rid of the shit. He's been fighting.
And the Republicans, and the Republicans were all about amnesty for these people. So the idea
I've said on several occasions I cannot stand the Republican establishment because they're for open borders. But your rank and file,
Ronald Reagan,
absolutely not.
Hold on, here's the thing. DACA is not even written by Obama. DACA was written by Reagan and Bush. He's using Reagan and Bush immigration policy, their path to citizenship. He's using Republican language. That's why it's so hard to get rid of.
One of the main criticisms of Reagan was his immigration policy.
Yeah, but that's not.
He had the immigration policy in '83 because Ronald Reagan had the immigration policy in 1983. That's where the Cubans came in. In '86, he had the people from South America coming through as well. That's why I fuck Ronald Reagan, bitch ass nigga. Gonna do that bullshit. Like I don't toe no party line. I don't toe no party line. If I see that motherfucker willing to do it as a black man, I feel offended.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, look. At the end of the day. Okay, I've said this to a couple of black guys on panels before.
Okay,
brothers try to say, well, man, they're just, they're just both sides of the same coin, or they're two wings of the same poison bird. I said, to an extent that's true, and to an extent that's false. Whoa. And to an extent it's false. Okay, when it comes to corruption, when it comes to misappropriation of funds, wasting money, graft, other bullshit.
They neck and neck. What are we talking about?
You can say that about both parties.
Oh my God! The Bush era. People went to jail in the Bush era.
I just said you can say that about both parties. I literally just said that.
Yeah, but the context.
The problem. You got to let me finish.
Yeah, boss.
But when it comes to these cultural issues, it's night and day.
But here's the problem.
You got to let me finish, sir. You got to let me finish.
Okay, good.
The Republican Party is not trying to put our sons in dresses. The Republican Party does not tell black women that, hey, not only is it good for you to be a single mom, but I'm going to subsidize your single motherhood. And whatever you subsidize in the federal government, you get a lot more of it.
So you don't think
cultural issues are destroying Black America, and they are being promulgated by the Democrat Party?
All right.
Yeah, whatever, man. So what we're
whatever, man. That's your response. Prove what I said wrong. Why don't you do that?
Little Big Nate.
Can I finish my statement, Perfect Blackness?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let Brother Mike V. Let Brother Mike V. rock everybody.
Yeah, the original context of this conversation started off with Trump did not like Obama's policies. Now, Jay Shine corrected this and said that that DACA policy goes back to Bush and Reagan. So the context here is that Trump has an issue with Obama's policies that actually were conservative policies prior to his existence. So the
Just
idea
because a
that
Republican pushes a policy doesn't mean it's conservative.
Brother,
Brother, I voted for Trump. Nate, I voted for Trump, and I can admit this is a Ronald Reagan Bush policy, man. I'm with your side, but I can't not lie and act like this is an Obama situation.
They called it
All I
compassionate.
said
They
was
called it
if they-
compassionate conservatism. That was the thing.
All I said was just because a Republican pushes something doesn't mean it's a conservative policy. That's a fact.
No, hold on, Nate. They literally called it compassionate conservatism. That was the hook for it. That's
That's
what
an
they literally
oxymoron,
called it.
in my
That was the-
opinion.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying. No. Let's go all the way back to the beginning of this conversation, Nate. We're talking about parties, right? We're talking about how parties operate.
No.
They're trying to get that. Let me finish, Nate.
Sure, go ahead.
They're trying to get that Latino vote, and that's what they did. Okay. All right. That's what they're trying to do. This is a full fight over the Latino vote. All right.
No, actually,
Bush
it's not over the
Bush did
vote
what he
with
did.
Republicans.
Bush did what he did. Well, no, Bush did what he did. I'm talking about Bush Jr. Bush did what he did. You know, with his little compassionate conservative, he couldn't get across the finish line. He was working with McCain and some other people in the party, and they couldn't get across the finish line. All right, because there was some people pushing back against it, and it was not. You know what I mean? So look, Obama got it over the board, but he did it through it was an executive order, but it wasn't an executive order. He got it through the courts. But he got the shit so tight. But he used all the language from Republicans. It was their law. You know what I mean? He just got it across the finish line. It's no different than when Trump signed the Second Act law. He didn't create that law. That law has been.
He didn't create the First Act.
He didn't create the system.
Tim Scott brought it to him.
No.
Scott was the one that pushed for that law.
No. He did.
Cory Booker and Tim Scott.
Hold on. First of all,
it was really Cory Booker.
The law that was signed.
Democrats voted against it.
Hold on. Time out. The law that was signed by Trump in 2018, and at the end of the year, the second act law that
that was Alma Adams and Cory Booker.
Exactly. So look, that law was introduced to the floor by an Alaskan libertarian Republican in March of 2017. I remember watching it on C-SPAN. But this is a law that was already on the books that the Democrats were trying to get. You had Cory Booker working with Rand Paul. There was a whole bunch of people trying to get this passed when Obama was in office. But because McConnell was instructing him, they didn't want to give him no wins. All Obama could do was do a executive order, and then he just let about 10,000 motherfuckers out of jail. That's what Obama did. Now, when it came to the Republicans reintroduced it, but it wasn't the Republican Party. It was the libertarian wing of the Republican Party that introduced it. And it still took a year and a half for fucking Trump to sign it.
And also, but what you have to keep in mind, Tim Scott took point on this. Tim Scott out of South Carolina.
No, Tim Scott was pushing forward when they started uprising. That's when they pushed Tim Scott forward. Tim Scott did not. That bill was introduced by an Alaskan senator. I forgot his name. A white dude from Alaska. He was a Libertarian Party. He comes from the Todd Palin wing of the libertarians that's out in Texas and Alaska. You know what I mean? Those type of dudes. That's where that senator comes from. He comes from that crowd and that's attached to the Republican Party. They call themselves libertarians, and they introduced that bill. It was not Tim Scott. Yeah. Tim Scott was pushed to the forefront to be a black face when we had these uprisings recently.
A black face for these uprisings. Guys, I disagree.
Tim Scott is a puppet. Tim Scott is a puppet.
But Tim Scott is a puppet. Gotcha. Because a black man is a Republican.
Can I just say, man, it was Cory Booker, man. This is coming from somebody that's on your side, man. I voted Trump, but I actually can give the credit where credit's due. Cory Booker did put it out there, and Trump had to open ear.
Kamala Harris voted against it.
Yeah,
Kamala Harris voted against it.
Yes, I agree.
Why are Democrats voting against it?
I'm not going to do the cultural war. But what I would say here is this: the idea that Trump had these issues with Obama, right? No one can really identify what those issues were, other than Obamacare, which is the ACA, which is something that they talked about repealing and replacing. They had 8 years to do it. They did nothing. Trump had 4 years to do it. He did nothing.
What are you talking about? They got rid of the mandate. What are you talking about?
Repeal and
it was the mandatory mandate that they got rid of.
The mandate was the worst and most unconstitutional part of the Affordable Care Act.
Repeal.
Oh my God.
Repeal.
This is the problem with leftists.
I'm not a
leftist.
I'm not a leftist.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm with your side.
Stop, bro. Stop. You're a leftist. Okay. You're a Democrat. You're a
Nate. Nobody has a leftist, man. Hold on. Time out. We're not going to do that, Nate. We can't just call somebody a name or give them a title based on.
You don't like.
Would you like proof? Would you like proof?
What's the proof?
I saw you in a chat defending Marxism. I saw you in a chat defending Marxism.
What about it?
That's what. What about Marxism?
I gotta correct
Whoa,
myself.
You want to have this conversation?
I got a problem with
Go ahead.
Okay. Marxism is a system that sets up the unproductive class. No. The elites teach the unproductive class to absolutely hate the productive class, go to war with them, which is exactly what Democrats do.
Have you
All
seen
they do
the
is
conservatives?
Excuse me?
Let
Go ahead. Let me hear you.
Go ahead, man.
Let little Big Nate finish because he's talking about I'm a Marxist. So I want to hear this.
No. I said you defended Marxism. You see how you make up stuff?
I'm not making up anything. Go ahead and finish your
You
statement.
did you not defend Marxism in Ramil's chat? Yes or no?
Did I not defend Marxism?
You were speaking up on behalf of Marxism in
I corrected Ramil on the statement that he was making about Marxism. Marx did not run for office and try to install or push an agenda. He was challenging the theories. Marxism is a philosophy. Yes. It's a philosophy.
It is a corrosive and destructive philosophy that ruins civilizations. That's what it is.
So how were black people enslaved under Marxism or capitalism?
That's not intellectual. That's
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The cultural warring, the fear mongering, that doesn't work with me.
It doesn't work with you.
No, it doesn't work.
Right. Capitalism isn't good or bad.
No,
you're trying to describe some type of moral, moral classification to capitalism.
You're rejecting Marx.
No intellectual will support what you're saying a little bit. You can't call yourself an intellectual and not reasonably look at all sides of things. You just can't.
No, because what he's doing here is he's trying to say that Marxism
reasonably look at all sides of things. Okay, give me the benefits of Marxism, gentlemen. Give me the good side of Marxism.
A little bit.
I ain't defending this, man. I'm on your side, bro.
I'm not arguing for
real deals on your
Marxism, but you cannot tell me. Okay, all right. Why was Karl Marx famous? Was he not an intellectual? Was he?
No, Karl Marx was famous because they went and got him out of France. Okay, he was kicked out of Germany, but they and he left to go to France. And out of France, Engels came from Britain and brought him to the UK, or what's considered to be the UK now, to fix capitalism. That was the whole purpose.
So he had an actual idea about. He had an actual idea. A fundamental idea. I'm not a Marxist, so please, before you call me this, but he had a fundamental idea about economics. Am I right about that?
He was an economics major. He understood.
So he had an idea, a very well-founded idea about economics that had to be listened to.
Where was it successful?
Oh Lord, that's
where was his ideology successful?
In organizing labor. The International Workers Union was started by Marx. Okay, which then the black people in America started to organize their labor under the same system.
Marxism is a child. When it grew up, it became communism.
No,
see, this is dogma.
That is
this is dogma. This is what happens when you have dogma.
I'm not going to argue.
Marxism evolved into communism. It is the root of it.
No, communism is the goal. Communism is a goal.
Okay, so communism is the goal of Marxism.
Let's use an example. The difference between Russian communism in the Soviet Union and China was radically different. China's version of communism actually worked. Russia's did not work because Russia's state of communism was isolated by the United States and other foreign powers.
How did Chinese communism work when China is not even a communist country?
Excuse me?
Capitalist. And just the elites living in communism.
No, China has
and the elites don't live in a capitalism.
Oh shit! Trump won in Ohio.
Let me finish.
Florida.
Brother, can I finish my statement?
Yeah, Trump has won Florida, but he's
Trump
leading.
got Texas.
No Trump, baby.
All right, let me finish my statement before I get up out of here, man.
Let Mike V finish. Let Mike V finish. Let Mike finish.
Go ahead, brother Mike V. Go ahead.
China is politically communist, but economically they're a socialist nation. Okay, they have the fastest growing GDP that the world has ever seen in the last 40 years, 20% year over year GDP under socialism. Okay, Germany, the most powerful country within the European Union, and Brother Jay Shine can testify to this. Increased GDP rivaling that of the United States. Okay, they are the epicenter of the European Union.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, you can look at Japan's economic system and say the same exact thing.
You said
United States does not
China was communist.
Excuse me?
You said China was communist.
They're
I heard you that it's not.
Politically, they are communists. Okay, they are totalitarian at the top. They are top-down society, not a bottom-up.
And they are top down. That's something that I can agree on.
All authoritarian regimes
They should have top down.
Socialism is top down. Marxism,
No,
communism,
socialism-
it's all
socialism-
top down.
Socialism is not top down.
So is fascism. So is fascism.
Yes, Jim Crow was fascist. In fact, Jim Crow was what precipitated
Fascism as well. Fascism as well.
the Fourth Reich.
In socialism, sir, you have a group of elites that distribute out all of the resources to the people.
So what?
It is top down. All of these things.
No, it's not. It's
top down.
organized. Socialism is organized from the bottom up, not from the top down. You understand what socialism is, right? The difference between socialism and communism.
Socialism is where the public has their resources distributed to them by a group of elites.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Tell me what socialism is.
There are different forms of socialism. You have socialism in the United States. Okay, you have the Democratic Socialist Party, and then you have Socialist Democrats. There are differences in socialism in terms of worker organization.
Oh shit! Tommy Tuberville woman. Oh shit!
All right, I'm
No, go ahead. No. Mike V, please continue.
Yeah, there's different forms of socialism. Cuba's form of socialism is actually a functional system. They are a biomedical superpower, despite the fact
Cuba is functional.
It's
why
very
are so many people leaving the country if it's working?
Let him finish, bro. Let him
It's
finish.
called. Let me finish, but it's called an embargo, though.
God,
I mean,
it's called the Monroe Doctrine. If you understood history, you would understand that.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
When Chavez came into power in 1999, by 2005, he had lifted 5 million Venezuelans out of poverty. Okay, that never happened under capitalism. Okay, he supported Black people in the United States, especially in New York, with energy subsidies. He did that through all the Caribbean. Everybody got subsidies from Venezuela when he was in power. That's why the United States tried to overthrow him. This is the same issue that they have with Cuba. And this is why they overthrew the government in Grenada. Everybody was going socialist. They were surrounded by socialism. They did not like that. So when you talk about socialism, there's a variety of forms of how it is incubated and cultivated. But you don't understand that aspect because you just put them all in one bucket. That's not how it works.
Well, what I'm talking about, sir, is the socialism that is trying to be pushed onto the American people.
What kind of socialism is that?
America's already socialist. It's always been socialist.
No, there are aspects of America that are socialist, and there are aspects of it that are free market
And
capital.
most of it came from what we call conservative people. They were socialists for a long time. The KKK was a socialist party. The White Brotherhood was a socialist party.
KKK was part of the Democrats.
Jim Crow was a fascist system. It was a
But the KKK. Hold on, time about the KKK votes Republican now. But go ahead.
Yeah, Jim Crow was a very fascist system and very communist. I'm not sure why this is not understood.
Jim
Crow. And I just got to talking about Tom Coburn going at people in his own state. Right now, I'm looking at the map of America, and in the middle of America, there's nothing but white towns living off of welfare and disability.
In fact, the National Party.
And what effect does that have on you?
And they call themselves conservatives.
The National Party from South Africa, who instructed apartheid, actually came to the United States to study fascism to understand how to Black back in Africa. And
My wife in South Africa. She'll tell you about it. That's right.
And they're still dealing with it to this very day. The National Party were actually sympathizers with Hitler. because they like the way that Hitler ran Europe because of the fascism.
They also study eugenic society too. They started.
Yeah, absolutely. They tried to implement it all throughout Africa. They tried to rule over these people. That doesn't work. That level of capitalism did not work. Where the inequalities, where white people benefit and everybody else who's black does not benefit, does not work. That system is coming to an end in the United States, and they see the writing on the wall.
Yeah. The balance.
Pure capitalism cannot deal with inequality.
Hold on. Let's look at some rich countries. Guess it's real quick. Let's look at some rich countries in real life, in real time. I'm in Germany right now. I'm in Germany, and not only do we have Germany over here, you have places like Switzerland. Oh my God, Norway, which is doing very well. That's where you get the Volvo from, by the way. And then you got Britain over here, and they all have they're all Catholic societies, but they also have social policy.
Hold on a second, brother Jay Sean. They just called Arizona for Joe Biden.
I know, I saw that. Yeah, I already got my map up. I already gave it to Brew. And let me bring my map up real quick, man. I got my map updated. I've been updating the map while y'all talking. So I got the map.
Small homogeneous countries like that can have those types of socioeconomic systems.
No. Germany is very diverse.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Germany
is very diverse. I spent a couple years in Germany.
It's all about administration because you got France, right? France is trying to do the same thing, but because of its culture and because some of the greed at the top, too much of the greed by the elites, you know what I'm saying? It's faltering. Remember, France almost went broke a few years ago. You know what I mean? Because they had all those uprisings. Remember, they had all those people in the streets and yellow jackets and all that shit. You know what I mean? Because people, they didn't have living wages, man. If you have any
most of the protests against immigration.
No.
It was
the cops even joined the yellow jackets. The yellow jackets were workers, man.
No,
the same thing happened over in Hungary. Hungary had the same problem. They had an uprising in Hungary. See, these are things that happen outside the country that people don't know about. Y'all get it over here in international news all the time, so I know exactly what's happening over here.
The labor in France organized against the government.
They organized against the government. They must shut the government down
because the government told them to go out and buy these diesel vehicles. And they went out and bought these diesel vehicles about 5 years ago. Now they're talking about taking them off the road in 2020, in 2022. And so
the same thing in Germany too, by the way.
Well, I hear about a government instructing their citizens to do things, but then I come across gentlemen who want to give more power to the government to tell people to do things.
What I was going to say, I didn't get a chance to finish what I was saying. What I was going to say, Nate, was this. Nate, you're making good points, bro, but you're forgetting the fact that when you have countries that have big populations, there has to be a balance. You can't have big populations of people and just run straight capitalism. That doesn't work. There's going to be imbalance. Can I finish, bro? Can I finish? You're going to need social services, and you're going to have to maintain that balance, and you're going to have to maintain some type of structure and some what's the word I'm looking for when you try stability. All right. When the greed happens at the top too much, when you have a wealth gap like you have in America, that's really what's pushing a lot of the division in America. I mean, we don't want to call it that way. You know why? Because everybody wants to be rich.
It creates massive levels of inequality that is driving a lot of your protests right now.
It's driving a lot of your family issues. It's driving a lot of your
issues. I got a question.
Yes, sir.
These protests are not being driven by inequality. I'm sorry.
I'm referring. Can you let me refer to the protest? I'm referring to Occupy Wall Street. You get things like that.
No. You said protests. What protests are going on today?
The protests about not being able to find work. 22 million jobs are not coming back after COVID. That's a problem. If you have
the problem is COVID wasn't even that big of a damn
especially women.
COVID. Just give me a second. Okay? Give me a second. COVID has a 3% mortality rate. The flu has a 2.6% mortality rate. You had mainstream media advocating for the shutting down of the entire country behind a virus that has a slightly higher kill rate than the flu. And then every time, let me finish. Every time the president tried to discuss things like hydrochloroquine, steps that could be taken to help get America back to work, he had the entire leftist media, 90% of which is Democrat, working against him. attacking him, calling hydrochloroquine junk science. Everything the man suggested to try to help stave off the collapse of our economy, he had the leftist media working against him on.
Is Trump a biological scientist?
Nobody has access to many of them.
He recommended
And
bleach.
what about
come on now.
6 doctors? What about the
He
6
did recommend
doctors-
bleach.
What about the 6 doctors that went to DC and gave a press conference on the success they had with hydrochloroquine, and then Google and Facebook yanked the press conference off the entire internet? What about that?
You realize you're talking about the same man who recommended bleach.
You know what? That was
Oh
one of
my
the most
God.
niggerish moments in presidential
You know
history.
what, bro?
I actually laughed my ass off when
You
did
did.
that.
I hate the man. There's nothing I can do with a bunch of people that hate the man.
Yeah, because I work in.
I don't hate Trump. I really don't. I don't hate Trump. I just
You don't have to
But
defend
you're
whether or
talking
not-
about the same guy who recommended bleach.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
He did
defend-
not recommend bleach.
Oh,
It was a tongue-in-cheek comment.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
dude, just continue listening to leftist media, bro.
Yeah,
And
that's what he did.
be part of the 85% of Black Americans
recommend okay.
Trump derangement syndrome. Go ahead.
I'm saying, well, look,
I'm a dude that voted Trump. I kind of looked at him like, what the fuck you mean about bleach?
God damn it. Hold up. You motherfuckers.
I'm a
ain't gonna
dude that
be
voted
banging
him.
up on my man Nate up in this motherfucker. I've been walking away back
I don't
and
got
forth from this microphone.
Oh man.
Yeah, I gotta fight. I gotta fight all these dudes.
Nate holding it down. Nate doing a good job.
I know
They
he
didn't
is.
save him.
I mean,
Nate holding his own. Nate,
No, I
Nate
know.
he holding his own, man.
Bro,
I don't think
get
he
family gatherings.
Yeah, Nate got it. Nate
and they all
got it.
come at me.
Nate got it.
They all come at me, bro.
No,
All right, go ahead, Mike's trying to say something. What you say, Mike?
Nate.
no,
Nah, Nate.
I work in big pharma, and so I'm pretty privy on what's going on in terms of the vaccine. What Trump was talking about, Trump's not an expert. He's not a subject matter expert, so he doesn't even know what he's talking about. And so when you have these conversations, you got to be in one of these areas to really understand the significance of why you had to shut down. The impact of COVID isn't just about the deaths, it's about the injuries to people's brains, people's lungs, people having disabilities and things like that. That's a problem. Okay.
Do you know that the shutdown of the economy did more damage to humans than the COVID did? Significantly more. Not only the loss in income for people, but also charities all over the world that have suffered because they have not been given the aid and assistance that they're used to from America.
Nate,
Go ahead, though.
this country's been through serious recessions and went through a Great Depression. That's not what. Come on, man.
I'm only reporting what these charities say. I'm only reporting what these charities say.
Dude, hold up, time out. Were we in bread lines, boss? I just talked about the depression. And you just skipped over that shit. We wasn't in bread lines. You're acting like, come on, man. Stop.
What repression are you talking about?
I'm talking about the depression that the country went through when we had white people on bread lines. You know what I mean? We
In
went
1932.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is this: when you sit here talk about the economic downturn being more detrimental than a goddamn pandemic, come on, man. You're using right wing talking points.
Bruh, no. There have been suicides, breakup of families, divorces, all of this as a result of COVID. There is significantly more damage that's been done to the American people and people in other countries because of the shutdown, sir.
Yo, that housing crisis that happened in 2007, 2008 fucked up a lot of families too. I feel you.
Okay, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about now?
What I'm saying is that
the impact is what the impact back then was just as bad as it is now.
But COVID, we did not have to shut the country down behind COVID. We didn't have to do that.
So what should have been done?
What should have been done is the medicine called hydrochloroquine that in March Trump touted as a possible cure for this. And it ends up that those 6 doctors I talk about that Google and Facebook took off of the internet that you can't even access now, you won't even acknowledge that there is a move to take valid and important information from us. Okay?
No, there's not
Doctors on their own dime went to DC to hold this press conference, and you snatch it off the goddamn internet. Really? You'd be okay with this robbing of our free speech, taking away our access to important and pertinent information on this goddamn virus. But none of y'all have a problem with that, obviously.
None of the pharmaceutical companies who are involved in creating a vaccine actually have gone through enough trials to determine whether or not you have a viable vaccine. The results now
I
have
wasn't
come back.
talking about the vaccine, sir. I was talking about hydrochloroquine, which is a malaria medicine given all throughout Africa. There is a reason scientists have stated that the reason COVID hasn't spread throughout Africa is because many of them take hydrochloroquine, which is a malaria medicine.
No, that's not the case. I was just in Africa in February and March, and that's not the case. So
COVID has not spread nearly as bad in Africa as other places.
No, because they closed their borders early. That's what happened.
And I have heard scientists say that they can attribute it to the hydrochloroquine being taken by many of the people in the countries.
I was there on the ground in February and March at the beginning of the outbreak.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm not denying you were.
No, what I'm saying to you is you read a few articles. I'm on the ground. Right? I'm on the ground, and we're already having these conversations with the South African military as well as in Rwanda. So I was there. So I know firsthand what was going on and why they didn't have a massive outbreak in the same capacity that the United States couldn't control it, because they couldn't actually address it from the very beginning.
Well, Africa had this in November when they coordinated lockdown thing where they just shut everybody off from everybody's border and stuff. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, they already closed the borders prior to that. They already closed the borders.
Wow, and when Trump tried to, cut off China from coming here, he was called
They
by Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and a lot of other scumbag left.
Hey, I got an update.
China food. They're eating Chinese
Special election in Senate race in Georgia. The brother is leading right now by 3 points.
Yep, but he has to get at least 50% or it goes off to
it's going to be a runoff.
Go to a special election.
It's going to be a runoff in January.
And also, they've
a runoff.
It's unofficial, but here in North Carolina, they're saying that the governor won Roy Cooper here in North Carolina. It's unofficial.
Tillis is leading by 2 points.
Yeah. So
okay, go ahead.
Rhino. Look, Tillis, I don't toe no party line. Like, I'm a Republican, but I don't toe no party line. If you want some fuck shit, I'm calling it out.
Yeah, what I said once on a platform,
Rhino.
I said that it's a Republican in name only. It's a fake Republican base.
That's what Trump is.
Well, no, I believe he's a Republican. You said earlier people can't change.
I voted for dude. I voted for the man, and I can see he's a New York Democrat. I voted for the man.
You know what Trump is?
That's only why I'm comfortable. Yes, he's an opportunity. He's an opportunity.
I tell you what, I don't care what he is, as long as he keeps pushing the policies he is.
What policies is he pushing?
I agree.
I love his tax policy.
Can I answer it?
Can I answer it?
I want you to give me details.
Can I answer it?
Brother, I want you to give me details on that. I just want to ask a quick question. I want to know, stop right there before you go any other policy. I want you to explain
I'm
how
going
the
to
tax
finish
policy.
what I'm saying, sir. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You got to let me finish what I'm saying, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I love Trump's tax policy, okay? Mm-hmm. I love the fact that I love his Supreme Court justice picks, particularly Amy Barrett.
What?
Yes, I like Amy Barrett. I like her a lot. I like her.
The racist Amy Barrett.
Please explain what racism.
She told her brother on a federal bench that being called a nigger in the workplace does not raise to a hostile workplace. That's what she told her brother in a case.
She's also a feminist. She's also a conservative feminist.
Whoa. She's a feminist whose religious order tells women to practice patriarchy.
That's what he cares about. All right. So if a brother has called a nigga at his workplace, he goes through all the due diligence to go to court and he rises to the federal court, which means he goes through all these ins and outs just to sit in front of her for her to tell him that, being called a nigga in the workplace doesn't rise to a hostile workplace. That makes sense to you. See, all you really do is want to do.
No. Well, I would have to read that story. You're obviously biased. You're biased.
How am I biased?
I heard. Oh my God.
Hold on, time out.
All right,
I'm
you're
talking
not
about black men right now.
I
No,
got
I'm talking about black men right now. I'm talking about black
You're not
men. Right now. I'm
biased.
biased towards black men. I'm talking towards black men. You telling me that a Supreme Court justice who had who fucking failed at every goddamn constitutional question they gave him at the goddamn hearings, by the way, but also told a black man to his face that being called a nigga in the workplace, a professional black man.
You gotta
no, time out, man. Time out. Let me finish.
Can you drop the link of that? I'd like to see that.
No, she's on record. She's on record.
They bring this up.
I want to read the story for myself. Is that a fucking problem?
Not a problem, bro. I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you.
Little Big Nate, what she was questioned on the bench about this. Okay, if you,
I didn't watch the proceedings. I didn't watch.
Okay.
No, forget about that. I'm talking about something she did when she was a federal judge.
No, well, I understand what Jay Shine is saying, but Jay Shine is bringing to light what she was questioned about recently. Okay, the 14th Amendment is supposed to protect that brother from that hostile workplace. That's what Jay Shine is referring to. She does not have the best interest of black people or black men for that matter. So pumping her up and saying that, well, I'm glad they got her.
Oh my God. See, this is the problem, y'all. This is the
You said you love that pick. You said you love Amy Barrett. You just said that.
You said you loved it, man.
You see, oh my God, Jesus
Christ. Nate, you just said that, Nate.
Nate, I voted for Amy Barrett.
I like her.
Like I don't see what I see. I cannot act like I see
why
what
do
I
you
don't
like
see.
her? If you go into her record and see her decisions on discrimination,
The things I heard. Oh my God. The things I heard on the news about her, when she was, the interviews I saw she did, I liked how she presented herself.
Oh my God. What about her record, man, as a judge, bros? I'm sorry. I'm talking about her record as a judge. And discrimination lawsuits that matter to me as a black man who owns property and does business.
You got this one case. I'll give you this one case. Do you have more examples of racism?
I mean, time out. Does it take more than one case? Does it really?
Yes,
it takes more. So you telling me if a judge, black or white, tells you as a black man, you sitting as a professional black man, you go to court, you know all the goddamn hard work you got to do, and this shit raises up to a federal bench. You got to do all these appeals and everything. You go through all the hoops and hoopla to get to where you at, and then a federal judge looks you in the face and tells you being called a nigga at work does not rise to a hostile workplace.
No, it violates the constitutional amendment.
That's enough in itself, man.
As soon as the N-word comes into play, y'all aren't going to care what the goddamn parameters of what's going on is going to be. Let me finish. I would like to know exactly what happened. I want to know exactly what happened.
Okay.
That's what Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What would you say? And I don't know anything about this case you're referring to. Okay. But what would you say if that black man called?
I like Brett Kavanaugh over ATB. I like Kavanaugh.
What would you
say if that same black man has a history of calling white people names like cracker or other names on the job, and then he got called something? I don't know the particulars of the case.
No, Biddy, and is he on the Supreme Court? I'm not doing what ifs. No, Tommy, we're not doing what ifs. We're doing a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court, and you got somebody on there who's confirmed for not giving a fuck about your strife. A working black man. We're not talking about a Pookie Ray. We're talking about a professional black man.
This is where you and I part ways and go our separate ways.
How many black men are going to work
several times
calling white people crackers?
I have said several times, I don't give a shit what white people think about me. I have said that on so many.
I'm not worried about what they think either.
I do not care what.
We're not talking about what they think. We're talking about power. We're talking about you as a businessman, Nate, having a discrimination lawsuit. You don't get a contract. You get worked out of a contract. You get discriminated against. You bring it to a federal bench, and she's sitting there. Somebody like her is sitting there.
I would hope she reviewed.
You're doing everything right. You paying your taxes.
I would hope she would review the facts of my case and adjudicate properly. That's what I would hope.
My point is this: we have a clear example of somebody who not.
You have one example of something, bro, and I don't even know the particulars of it. So
okay, but you love her though. But you love her though. You should know that though. If you love her,
from what I've heard so far, I didn't hear anything about what you're talking about.
Okay,
I've heard. Okay. Yeah, I do like her a lot.
But you didn't know that's
that happened. A whole lot.
A Supreme Court.
That's what I'm saying. Nate, you're a very smart man, and there's a lot of things you said tonight I agree with. You're a smart brother, man, but you're being a fanboy right now. Because if you love somebody, you love a pick, you should know that record. You should know what they're about. All right, you should just be loving her because she did a fucking interview.
Point taken. I'll give you that.
No,
I'll give you that. Love. I didn't even know I said the word love. I usually don't say that in reference to politicians or appointees or anything. But I like her. I like her. I like her a lot. No, and if you could drop the link to that story, I would love to read it.
Let me find it right now.
Please do. Yeah, but see, because I listen.
I'll put it in the back chat.
I'm not the kind of black guy you're going to tell me somebody said something about nigga this or nigga that, and it's going to send me into a goddamn.
No, she didn't say nigga. I said nigga. She said the N-word.
Okay, Trump on Ohio. Trump on Ohio.
Beautiful. Yes.
Someone. Oh yeah.
Yes. So I'm not the kind of
Hold
guy
on a second.
Go
I
ahead.
have to step away for a few moments. Brothers, please do not kill each other before I get back, okay? Be right back.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah. The thing is, a Supreme Court justice, you don't vouch
That's
for
a big
them
deal.
based on you don't vouch for them based on your likings for them without actually scrutinizing their
I
background.
didn't vote for him, sir. I didn't vote for him. What are you talking about?
You don't have to. I said you don't like or
you said vote.
I said you don't like or advocate for someone based on the idea that they speak well or that you like them on the surface. They have a background. They have a track record that you have to refer back to. And so when you don't know their track record, but you pump them up, that is.
I didn't pump her up. I said I loved her. I should have said I liked her. I didn't pump her up. What are you talking about?
All right, let's move on.
Saying I like her or I like the appointment is pumping her up.
Yeah, let's move on from that.
Thank you.
Now, Trump is not a conservative, right?
I don't think he is either. I don't think he is either.
Yeah, and so the idea that people change and things like that, if we're going to say that, if we're actually going to say that this guy's a conservative, we have to follow what his conservative track record is. We have not seen anything that he has done in 48 months that would be considered to be conservative.
I can.
Sure.
I can. His emphasis on black education is conservative to me. Him taking away trans military people's operations being paid for by the American taxpayer is conservative to me. His push to help bring manufacturing jobs. I believe what I read was there's been a net gain of over 500,000 manufacturing jobs in America, focusing on the American worker, his desire to renegotiate these horrible trade deals. All this, to me, America first is conservatism.
No, that's
being a nationalist is conservatism.
No, he's a protectionist, not a nationalist.
I believe he's a nationalist.
Protectionist. See, that's why I voted. See, can I say this? Can I say this, Big Nate? Big Nate.
Let the brother speak,
Big
man.
Nate.
I'm tired.
Oh, Big Nate, can I just say this? This is me being as unbiased as possible. I fuck with protectionism because I feel like if they're gonna give the jobs to illegals, I ain't for it. But let the young brothers get the opportunity to be the construction workers, the manufacturer brothers, the truckers. Because at the end of the day, no matter who wins, the big corporation is gonna try their best to be able to get cheap ass labor.
Hey, look, I got 4 sentences. I got 4 sentences to read. I'm gonna drop the link in the back chat for you, Nate. Let me just read this real quick.
Sure.
All right. Using the N-word does not create a hostile or abusive work environment, according to Supreme Court nominee Amy Byrd. The report from the Independent notes that just last year, serving on the 7th U.S. This is last year too. I didn't even know it was that recent. I didn't know when it happened. All right. So, but now I'm learning. Just last year, serving on the 7th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, Barrett wrote an opinion upholding the dismissal of a Smith versus Illinois Department of Transportation, a case in which fired a black state employee, Terry Smith, filed a workplace discrimination lawsuit. Among Smith's assertions in Lloyd's Cobert's, his white supervisor called him the N-word. All right, so that's what happened, and that was her legal opinion.
Okay.
All right.
I want to read the whole story, sir.
I know I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I just wanted I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah. I don't expect
I skipped through it. It got to
story.
the meat of it, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link. And
I can't comment on something I haven't read.
I got you.
I want to read the whole thing.
Fair enough.
You seem to have some strong commentary for her without actually knowing her background.
Hold on, I gotta turn my VPN on.
I said I like her
because I can't get to the site.
I love the appointment and I like her. Okay. You act like I've been up here for the last 45 minutes talking about the woman.
No, you haven't. But when you make statements like that, it creates an indictment upon you.
No, it doesn't. I said I took
I
back
can't
the
even
word
put shit
love.
in here.
I like her.
Let me see.
I like the fact that she believes in patriarchy. I like the fact that this woman is and you got to help me with this racism thing here and adopting 2 Haitian children. And by all accounts, they appear to be pretty well-adjusted, intelligent-looking children.
Brother, even
so adopting black kids.
You're gonna tell me that's just a scam and some bullshit too?
Brother,
is adopting black kids proof that she's not racist?
I didn't say it. It proves that she's not
you
racist.
held it up there.
No. Now I'm gonna ask you. Voting the way she did in this case proves that she is.
Yeah, it's a violation.
That's pretty clear.
Voting the way she did in this case proves
pretty clear.
So adopting
you're gonna put
kids,
that.
No,
you're
no,
gonna
man.
put
You the one
adjudicating
put
this case
adopting
against her
black
adopting
kids
2 black
is
children.
proof that
Are you
she's not
serious?
racist?
Are you serious?
Let me say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick and let her have it. Let me just say this. Let me say this. Look, let me say
How
this.
do you reason with a guy like that?
Hey, Nate, let me say this real
black kids. She adopted 2 black kids that she can treat like toys. So that proves that she's not racist.
You are assuming she's mistreating these children. What proof do you have
that she's not racist?
Children?
Because she adopted black kids.
And that means that she's mistreating them.
No. He's saying no. Nate, he's saying you made an assumption that she's not
because
racist.
she adopted them.
Yes, you made
I'm
an assumption
saying,
too.
how do you say she's racist when she has 2 adopted children?
You held her up.
The act of adopting 2 children is a much more significant act of non-racism than voting this way in this case. Is my point, gentlemen.
You held her up as a non-racist because she adopted 2 black kids.
You said she is racist. I'm saying she's adopted 2 black children. That flies in the face of your claim of racism.
I defy you to show. We can rewind the tape. I defy you to show me why I said she was racist.
The overall sentiment from Jay Shine and others on the panel is that she is.
Jay Shine, speaking for Jay Shine.
Jay Shine says she's a racist.
Hold up. Debate rules. You brought my name up. I got to get a chance to respond.
On a narrow point of, I'm talking about something very narrow.
Yeah, look, listen.
You implied that she was not racist because she adopted 2 black kids.
Yeah, I would think people that adopt black children probably aren't racist. I think that's a safe.
Okay, fine. So you do know history in America is replete with white women adopting black children and abusing them mercilessly.
I need you to show me evidence of that in this case, sir.
No,
let me say this real quick. Look. Nate is being. Nate, don't get defensive, bro. All right, boss.
Bro,
you have the right to be.
I got everybody against me.
Finish.
What the hell do you expect?
Let me finish, bro.
I got a
brother. Let me finish. Let me finish, man. Nate, you have the right to be a Republican. All right.
I'm not a Republican. I'm a conservative.
Can I finish, brother? Now you're being offensive.
Bro, if you're saying something that's wrong, I gotta correct
you. I said you have the right. Let me finish talking, bro. Damn. I said you have the right to be a Republican if you. And I was going to say if you want to, if that's what you want to be. If you want to vote Republican, you want to vote Republican. That's fine. But we're talking about a Pacific person, and we got the right to go through her record. All right. And you're not going to sit here and tell me that there's no racist on the Republican side. All right. You're not going to tell me that.
Said that.
So
now words in my mouth.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you did. I said you're not going to tell me that. All right. So let me speak. All right. You're being, bro. I'm not trying to jump on you. I'm trying to calm this shit down, actually. All right. Because you know, because I see you're passionate, and I don't want you to feel like you're being ganged up on. All right.
I don't feel that way. I'm used to this, bro. I'm used.
Okay. So then look, you know what I mean? Look, I'm just saying you said something that came out your mouth about her, and you retracted it, and I accepted your retraction.
Love, yeah, I should have said love.
I accepted your retraction. Did not. All right. So I rejected your retraction. So now I gave you the information. Now you can do your homework on your own. All I'm saying is that we can't fall in line with everything that every party does. All right. There's good people that do good things in both parties, and there's a lot of bad people who do things on both parties. That's just the way it goes. You know what I mean? So we get caught up in this emotional shit where we latch on to the Democratic Party or we latch on to the Republican Party. We just setting ourselves up for failure. We're gonna have to be mercenaries about this shit. That's my point.
Okay.
Facts.
And my thing is, I haven't latched on to the Republican Party. Ever since I started talking in this space, I've told people I'm not a Republican, I'm a conservative. There's a difference.
Okay.
So I don't latch on to any party. I don't latch. I gave a presentation detailing my problems with the Republican Party, why I don't call myself a Republican. I'm someone who's morally consistent. That's what I am, okay? But what I do know is that there's only one party now calling for the end of our civilization through this debauchery and filth and depravity that they're pushing down the American people's throats. That's only one party that's doing that. And
Okay, now when you say that,
if you can find in yourself to still pull the lever for them, that's you. I'm going to speak out against it. That's what I do, bro.
So how do you explain the same group of people who filibuster the anti-lynching bill recently?
Anti-lynching bill. Oh my God. How many black people are being lynched today, sir?
No. If you knew the context of it, you wouldn't even ask that question.
Yeah, okay, give me the context of the anti. Yeah, I heard Roland Martin talking about this.
No.
Give me the insight.
Lord.
Give me the insight on the anti-lynching bill.
No, because because you don't follow conservative politics like you should. We have to re-educate you on everything just about conservative at this point, which makes me.
You don't even know what the word re-educate means, because if you were re-educating me, I would have known what it was before. You don't even know what words you're using, Mike B.
I do know what
You
words.
don't even know what words you're using, Mike B. How about you not insult me, boy? How about that? How about you not?
Hold up. Y'all talking about history or something? Y'all got a history?
So for anyone who's listening
Now
to
we
this,
see some things. Okay.
You're insulting me by telling me that you need to re-educate me when I just said I wasn't familiar with it. Why don't you educate me, not re-educate me, Mike B?
I'm re-educating you on conservatism.
No. On the lynching bill is what I said. I don't need your education on conservatism. Give me the information on this lynching bill that's so important to you.
Rand Paul.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of being disrespected because I don't fall in line with a bunch of decriminalization of pedophilia Democrats.
Oh, now we brought in pedophiles.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to know about decriminalization of pedophilia?
Yes,
you want to know about, we have a conversation about this?
Who on this panel is for pedophilia? Raise your hand.
Sure, that there are prominent Democrats in the intelligentsia class in colleges that are calling for the decriminalization.
I don't know nobody
pedophilia.
on this panel that's one, a Democrat, and two, if they're a Democrat that's pushing for pedophilia.
Sir, the party is moving in that direction. I'm sorry you don't see it, but that's the direction they're moving in. This is why I'm so passionate about
you
not
say
voting.
that you're not a Republican.
Excuse me?
You say
And
you're
you
not a
said that
Republican?
You're not a Republican.
I said Democrat. The way I said, that's why I argue against the Democrat Party. What are you talking
You
about?
said that you weren't a Republican. I know, brothers can roll the tape back. You said that you were not a Republican. Is that what you
Exactly. I'm a conservative, not a Republican.
The actual term is Democratic. The Democratic Party is what you're referring to. That's their actual name. That's the actual name.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay, good.
That's number one.
Touche, fella. Touche.
Yeah, number one.
Touche, little fella.
No, that's number one. But number two, we were talking about.
He should continue to talk.
That thing wild as shit.
I got 3 or 4 niggas coming after me, and I'm supposed to be all cool, calm, and collected. I got you.
I mean, I can do this all day.
You mentioned pedophiles.
Sir.
That's perfect blackness. Let me finish my statement. Because that's the culture warrior aspect of it. See, we're going to talk facts here.
Yeah, I know. Culture warrior. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're a culture warrior. That's what you do.
Good. Excellent.
Right.
What do you do?
We're going to talk.
Tell me what you do.
We're gonna talk facts. We're going to talk about the anti-lynching bill that was filibustered by the conservatives in June of 2020. Okay. The anti-lynching bill that was proposed by Tim Scott and Kamala Harris was filibustered by Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell.
Okay.
Mitch McConnell said earlier that if there's a reparations bill on the table, I would veto it. Okay. This is what the conservatives are doing.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Lindsey Graham also said you don't deserve reparations. This is what goes on.
For him.
This is what goes. Can I finish my statement, brother? This is what goes on in conservative circles. They have no interest in black people's best, and they don't have black people's best interests. And so I just gave you 3 examples. Brother Jay Shine just gave you an example about Amy Coney Barrett. Why is it when it comes to these conservatives that don't have the black people's best interests, you don't seem to have any qualms about that?
Let me explain.
You say you do.
I can answer the question if you like.
Go ahead.
Okay. If you understood conservatism, you would understand that at the end of the day, one of the most beautiful aspects of conservatism is live and let live. I don't try to take my ideology and shove it down other people's throats the way the left attempts to do to people. If you want to be a homosexual, go be it. If you want to mutilate your body and go be a trans person, go be it. All I ask is that you stay the fuck away from my children and don't shove that shit down my throat. Okay? Now, you're talking about Lindsey Graham not wanting to give reparations. I don't expect most of white America to want to give it. But once black people get into a position where they've healed themselves, we have a group of competent and assertive men who can go represent us on Capitol Hill. We've brought our goddamn out of wedlock birth rate down. We've brought our abortion rate down. How the hell are black people going to go up to DC and ask for any fucking thing in the absolute mess that we are? Really? There were 7,400 murders of black people last year. Over 96% of them committed by black people. Over 350,000 abortions last year.
What does abortions and
it has everything to do with it because we have ruined ourselves psychologically.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. Let's have a conversation. Let me ask the question to you. Go ahead, Mike.
What does intercommunal incidents and abortions have to do with a just due and owing of reparations?
It has everything to do with the fact that I don't expect Lindsey Graham or any of these other white politicians to give a damn about black people as long as so much of our behavior demonstrates we don't give a damn about ourselves.
So, so the owing of reparations is contingent on whether or not a black woman has an abortion?
The owing of reparations is contingent upon people who can make the argument going up to Capitol Hill and making it.
No, it's old. It's already written. It's written.
Exactly. That's a justice claim. That's a justice
why
claim.
when you claim to be a conservative, real conservatives don't really rock with you, man.
I don't give a. See, this is the problem. Guys like you need to be liked by everybody. I don't. I don't need to be liked by anybody.
Nate, that's not.
I don't care if people agree or disagree.
Nate, you know what you're doing, Nate? You know what you're doing, Nate? I see what Nate's doing. Whenever you talk, when Nate likes to talk about conservatism, he zooms out to the macro when he wants to, and then when you box him in on conservatism, he zooms back into the micro himself.
Me on conservative. I've said from the first time I got up on platforms.
No, but you're talking about conservatism, which is larger than you, Nate.
Think about me.
You talking about conservatism?
I've said that for months now.
But you didn't create conservatism, Nate. That conservatism is part of a movement in the culture in this country that's been around for a long time.
I never said I created it.
All right, so I'm saying, so if you're talking about conservatism,
you all think collectively. The problem is you all think collectively.
No. You think collectively. You keep bringing up conservatism. If you just kept it with Nate, what Nate wants to do, this would not be the argument. You keep making a conservative argument, which Mike V keeps countering.
No. I am a conservative. I didn't say this is my conservative argument. This is my conservative argument. I didn't say that. I just tell you my perspective is that.
No. You're making a conservative argument when you're saying that, when you're talking about the culture, you know what I mean, and the issues, right? So Mike V is countering your argument, and every time he counters your argument, you come right back to Nate.
I come right back to Nate. I don't understand that.
You individualize it when it's convenient.
You individualize it when it's convenient, bro. You keep doing it. Yeah.
You collectivize it when it's convenient.
This is actually a good conversation.
Tell me how I collectivize it. Tell me how I collectivize it.
This is what you do this. I'm gonna tell you exactly what you did. You did this. I don't care about agreement. I'm not trying to be liked. That's when you individualize it. Because every time he talks about conservatism, and then
No, sir. That was a response to someone telling me how I don't fit in with conservatives. I have to respond with the truth. I can only tell you the truth. The truth is I don't care. Most conservatives don't care. They move in their own lane. We don't try to work as some large collective of people because it's never going to work. You can take the initiative to make your life the best.
That's what you can do. I'm looking at a map right now that shows collectivism. I'm looking at a map right now where conservatives are moving in movements and voting. Like you told me earlier, the enthusiasm.
People are voting as individuals.
No, they're not. You just sat here and talked earlier about a rally in Ohio. How he's going to lose Ohio?
They go and vote as individuals, sir.
No, that's not individualistic. That's people coming together.
Voting is not individual. Okay.
That's people coming together.
What he's doing is filibustering in order not to answer the question.
You're right. I'm filibustering. Got it.
I'll step out of it. What's the question again, Mike? Because I want to hear his answer.
Well,
I got about 10 more minutes, gentlemen. I want to
hear Nate's answer before he leaves.
Sure, go ahead. What is it?
Hey, Nate, I'm enjoying this conversation because I'm getting the point of view from another brother. You know what I mean? So,
look, bro, I've been going through this for 12 years now, talking to black people telling me abortion is okay, black people telling me single motherhood is fine, and all as our race sinks deeper and deeper into the fucking abyss. And the more we follow Democrat ideology and policies, the more we're going to sink into the fucking abyss. Period.
So when was it a good time to be a black conservative in this country?
Being a black Republican was great after 1865 to about the early 1930s.
Are you sure about that?
I'm absolutely positive about it.
They betrayed us before then. They integrated way before then.
We had established over 130 communities across the South and the West. On average, the black dollar circulated through these
not because of the Republicans.
Sir, every black man that voted during that time voted Republican.
Yeah, but we was in the South.
You do realize that Republican Democrats looks totally different from what it is.
I know there was a switching of the parties, which no one has ever shown me proof of, but okay. Got it.
That's a whole other hour.
You know what's interesting? The Democrats were murdering us. Knight Rider,
and they turn Republican
Party murdering us in the 1960s.
They're modern day Republicans nowadays.
Right. So Nate,
Republicans are murdering blacks.
Can I ask Nate a question?
The only blacks being murdered are being murdered by young black men and black women.
Nate, can I ask a question?
Seen the videos of the last couple of years.
Are you talking about the police videos?
Well, you said the only murders by blacks, so I'm just saying.
The majority of the murders happening by black people are by black people. I'm sorry.
Okay, and the majority of white murders is happening by white.
Oh my God!
The majority of Hispanic murders is happening by.
No kidding, sir. No kidding.
Yes. So your point, that point right there means nothing.
No. The point is, you keep looking for white people to solve your problem. You keep looking for white people to solve your problems.
It's a very dishonest argument because
you keep looking to white people to solve your problems.
Every demographic murder each other at the highest rate.
No kidding.
Because
why are you talking about white people killing us? Do you know how many black people died by police hands in 2019? Do you know?
Too many.
235 black men died by police hands in 2019.
Too many.
Do you know how many white guys died?
Way too many.
Do you know how many white guys died? 370. So tell me why the police is so incredibly racist.
And they outnumbers 4-1.
What is the percentage rate on that?
Yeah, they outnumbers 4-1. You know that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Granted, it's a higher percentage, but still, the fact of the remains that more white guys by police every year than black guys.
It has anything to do with the actual percentages of that?
Proportionally, we represent more because we have less in the society. I'll give you that. But the fact of the matter is, more white men are killed by police every year than black men. More white men are killed by police every year than black men.
All right,
just like the recent killing of police with a guy with a knife. See, a white guy would have got he would have got a taser. He would have got tased, not bullets.
We didn't know that. He knows that, but he doesn't.
Let me ask you something. Where's your concern for every weekend, every single week? There's like 4 or 5 black children that get killed in these communities because of the defund the police. Police have stood down in many communities. Murders are up 50% in Chicago. Where's all your sympathy and compassion?
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. We mentioned Chicago. See, I'm here in Chicago.
That's right. Go ahead,
50% murders are 50% now.
I'm here, and I can tell you right now, a lot of that numbers is in very, very few blocks.
But
Literally down to
it's
not
still up
community
50%, sir.
blocks.
It's still up by 50%. The murders
Nate,
are.
can I ask a question, Nate? Can I ask a question?
No.
'Cause,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask Nate a question. I've been trying to ask this question for the last 5 minutes.
Go right ahead.
All right, I'm trying to set this up because I don't know if you was here earlier when I was talking about Stafford County. I was having a discussion about Stafford County, where my house is at in Virginia. All right, my question to you is this:
Sure.
Are there any murders in the middle class Black America? That's a yes or no question.
Are there? I would think there were. Yeah.
I mean, are there high murders amongst Black people in the middle class, upper middle class?
Without researching it, I would think that it's lower.
Way lower, right? Or rich Black people killing each other.
I'm sure it happens on occasion.
Right. So look, the numbers are higher because we're on top of each other. If you put white people on top of each other, there would be way more white murders as well. Their numbers would skyrocket. They're spread out. For them to be as spread out as they are and still have high murders says a lot more about them than us. Okay.
Well, sir, no,
let me finish. Let me finish because we got countries right south of us, like Guatemala and Nicaragua, and there's all kinds of Latino violence, right? But what's the conditions? You see what I'm saying? Y'all never talk about the conditions of your own fucking people when y'all throw these numbers out. Because when you look at Black people who are not on top of each other in Chicago and the other parts of the country, you don't have those murder rates, do you? You don't have those same problems. Even when amongst poor Black people in Mississippi, they're not killing each other like that.
I can tell you the main variable that leads to the high murder rate.
No, my question was this: Do we have the same high murder rates in Mississippi? There's a lot of Black people there. Do we have the same high murder rates in South Carolina? There's a lot of Black people there. We're talking about conditions, bro.
No,
we had high murder rates in New York during the crack era. We had high murder rates in the crack era because of a condition. We had high murder rates in DC because of a condition. But also, the main part of that cog of that condition is the fact that we're on top of each other. You know what I mean? And we're poor.
No, sir.
Not only on top of each other, but you live in
the main contributor to this problem is not being on top of each other, sir. It's single motherhood, and that's been proven by the social science.
Okay, that's part of the condition.
Can I say this? When you remove the variable of single motherhood from Black crime statistics, Black and white crime is almost identical. It's almost identical. So this living on top of each other thing, that's not the issue. The issue is
the single mothers in Mississippi.
Motherhood.
Are there single mothers? All right, single motherhood is a problem in the Black community. I'm not even going to argue that. You got that. Now my question is this though: is single motherhood? Why is the murder rates not up in South Carolina, where a lot of Black people are? Why is murder rates not up in Mississippi, where a lot of Black people are? Why there's no murder rates going on in Northern Virginia, where a lot of Black people are?
Granted, the murders are going to be.
There's a lot of single motherhood in Richmond. But they don't have the numbers like Chicago. You see what I'm saying? When people are spread out, that also changes the dynamics, brother.
Okay, so, but Jay Shine, the problem is you always look at Black people as a victim.
No. I'm not looking at it as a victim. I'm looking at it for what it is, man. That's what it is.
So then tell these people to move.
It's no different than white people in the projects. In Massachusetts, you have white projects. You have projects. You have Caucasian project communities in
Boston and in Massachusetts.
In Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and guess what? They have some of the highest crime rates amongst white people. Conditions matter, right, Nate?
Why do you keep comparing white people to us?
Because it does. When you say Black, you already did that, Nate. When you sit here and talk about Black people, you already comparing us to other people. You carved this out.
How am I comparing Black people to other people?
Because you're talking about a certain group of people. So if you talk about rates among Black people, you're comparing it to other groups of people who automatically by default.
The reason I talk about crime rates among Black people is because I'm tired of the damage we do to ourselves.
I feel you on that. But we can't fix it if we don't acknowledge what we do to ourselves.
No, we fix it by talking about the root of the problem.
Well, at the same
which
rate.
is a character and moral problem. It is a cultural problem.
Was slavery a moral problem?
That's bullshit.
Absolutely, slavery was a moral problem. Jesus Christ, you niggas live in the 1800s. You really do, dog. You dudes live in slavery. You're like Roland Martin lives in slavery times. That's all he talked about is slavery and civil rights.
You're not being fair, Nate. You brung up Reconstruction a minute ago. You brung up Reconstruction a minute ago, Nate. You're not being fair.
All right? Brothers, I gotta begin to wrap this up. I want y'all to take your part in shots, man.
No part in shots, man.
Ain't no part in shots.
Yeah, we good. Yeah, we good. Hey, Nate, this was a good. Hey, look. You know what? I like the fact that we had a heated debate.
No, man, it wasn't that, bro.
No. Hold time out. I want to say this. To everybody. We had a heated debate, Nate. We had a heated debate. The perfect black. We had a heated debate, Mike V. You know what I mean? And you know what? We can walk away as men. At the end of the day, what I said earlier on this panel, what I said on this panel,
When he go, I got to address the Chicago. So, but go right ahead.
I just want to say this. Real quick. We don't have to always agree.
Absolutely
At the end of the day, what we want to do is constitute a movement of black men who start doing what's in the best interest of ourselves. I don't want us tethered to nobody. I mean, that's really where Jay shines at. I don't want us tethered to nobody. You know what I mean? That's what's going to give us the biggest and the most potent hand in this political game. And that's all I got to say. All right, that's my pint shot. All right, Nate.
I didn't necessarily mean something negative. I was saying, it probably came off that way, but you know.
All right, yeah.
Who else got something? That's it. All right,
you go right ahead. You go right ahead, man. You go right ahead.
Brother Big Nate.
You want to say something about Chicago? Go ahead and say it.
I appreciate you coming through, my brother.
Oh, no doubt.
I think Perfect Blackness has something to say to him, though.
Yeah, Perfect Blackness has something to say.
When people get to talking about Chicago and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they ain't never been here.
Mm-hmm.
They only reading by very biased stats. I live on the south side of Chicago. I live in the area in the south side of Chicago, and it ain't Hyde Park. They ain't had a murder here in about 15 years. But if you go, I don't know, maybe about a half a mile west, yeah, you will see a whole bunch of them. See, this is some bullshit, and people should keep Chicago out of their goddamn mouth if they ain't never been to this goddamn place. If they ain't never been to this city, shut the fuck up. Don't even mention fucking Chicago stats, because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. This shit is only within a few goddamn neighborhoods, and within those neighborhoods, it's only a few blocks. Now, just to say what to kind of pick up what Jay Sean was talking about, yeah, in those particular areas, yeah, they're stacked up on top of each other. You know what else? You know what one other element that's included in that? Joblessness.
Mm-hmm.
You got motherfuckers on the corner selling loose cigarettes and every goddamn thing else that they can get their hands on because there ain't no goddamn jobs. So it ain't nothing innate or just Chicago. No, it ain't no goddamn jobs here. And then when you come to Chicago, it ain't like that for the most part. For the most of the whole city. It ain't like that.
Okay.
And it really bothers me when I hear people talk about Chicago as if the whole city is a fucking set, and it's not. You don't know what the fuck you talking about to keep the goddamn city out your goddamn mouth.
Okay, well, let me address that because that was directed at me. Let me address that. Number one, I have been to Chicago. Number two,
when was the last time you've been to Chicago?
For my sister's wedding. For my sister's wedding.
When was the last time you've been to Chicago?
I just answered your question.
What year?
Years ago. For my sister's wedding. So you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me I can't look at stories in the news? I can't read articles.
No,
you
can't.
No,
you can't.
Oh my God.
Because you get the wrong goddamn impression. You don't know
I tell you what, sir. I tell you what, sir. You don't tell me what I can and can't say. Number one.
Then you know what I'm saying?
You don't tell me what I can and can't say.
Wrong, and you don't know what the fuck you. Okay, I'm gonna shut.
So whoa. I can pull up right now the fact that murders are up 50% in Chicago, like I said they were. You're telling me I'm lying?
I know.
You're telling me I'm lying.
Can you tell me what communities those in?
I don't have to tell you what communities in Chicago.
In Chicago, crime
red murders up 50% in Chicago.
It should not be in your mouth. If you cannot tell
I'll put in my mouth what the fuck I choose to put in my mouth, sir.
Oh, then it ain't good.
Grown man with the
all right, pause.
Who the hell are you to tell another grown man?
Put a mitt with that then.
All right, that
Who are you to tell another grown man what to say?
Let him go. All right.
Nobody can talk to me like that.
All right. We're gonna like this,
brother Xavier. Is that murders are up 50% in Chicago over the same time last year? That's a fact. That's an irrefutable fact. And no matter how angry it makes him, why don't you take it up with the guys that are murdering people on the streets of Chicago? instead of getting angry at me? Why don't you think about that?
Every day, bro.
Goddamn ignorance. This is why we never get anywhere. This is why we never get anywhere. You're embarrassed to talk about how horrible shit is.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh,
no, let him go.
So the story's wrong, right? So all the news accounts are wrong, right?
Hey, Nate, you have a good night, brother. Have a good
All
night.
right, Xavier, man. You take care, bro.
Peace,
Hey.
brother Big Nate. Peace, brother.
Nate, man.
Well, we're gonna lighten it up just a little because I have a programming note. Let everybody take a breath here. You know, this politics shit, man. Politics and religion. I tell you. But on a lighter note, coming this week. Let me turn my camera on. God damn it. This week, we will be debuting a new series because this is the Prophet of Thought series. We're going to be debating a new series. We're going to take a couple days off. We're not doing a debate tomorrow, and we're not doing a show Thursday night either because I'm taking a few days off because last week I went 5 shows straight, and I need to fall back a little bit. But this week, this coming Saturday, a new series will be debuting right here on the TPOT. On the TPOT YouTube page. The young fella Cut to the Chase will be debuting a new series. It is called Cut to the Chase versus YouTube. And the young fella Cut to the Chase is willing to take on anybody. He mainly wants to take on the old niggas. Yeah, he says he wants to take on the old niggas. So this week, 8 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page, the young fella Cut to the Chase will be in the house, and it's Cut to the Chase versus YouTube. So come one, come all. The young fella will be here, willing to take you on whatever you want to talk about, because this is what we do here. All right? All right, make sure you have your black behinds here, because if you don't, you know what I'll do. I will haunt your old black-ass mama in her dreams. But let's get back to politics now that we done calmed down a little bit. Let me get the big board back up. Everybody took a little breath. All right, y'all done ran my man Nate up out of here. Ran my man Nate up out of here.
If I may, brother X,
Go ahead.
I do have to apologize because I do have to apologize because I didn't. I'm not meaning to turn over the table, kick over that ain't what I'm meaning to do. But this is more about politics and power and all of that. I'm not meaning to do all that, so I do apologize.
It's all good, man. This is passionate.
You don't have to apologize. I mean, I expected it to get like this. It always gets like this when it comes to politics, man. That's just part of the deal.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick to Mike? I want to ask Mike a question.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. Hey, Mike, y'all got a history or something?
No.
Y'all locked arms before?
No. What happened in the manosphere is this explosion of wannabe conservatives came out. And what they think is that if you criticize conservatives or the Republican Party, that somehow you're a leftist or you're a liberal. And so a comment was made on Ramil's panel about Marxism.
Right.
And that Marxism was being shoved down our throats. But Marxism was a philosophy. Okay. Karl Marx came up with a philosophy that challenged the state of capitalism. Okay.
Yeah.
The Engels, who was in England at the time, recruited Karl Marx to fix capitalism. Okay, capitalism is a broken system. It doesn't work. That's why we're in the condition that we're in right now. And so capitalism in America is part and parcel to white people's identity. And so they don't have any interest in actually going away from capitalism despite how dysfunctional the economic system is. And it was built off of the backs of black men's labor. And see, the organization of labor is a socialist strategy. They don't like that. Republicans and conservatives are union busters. And so in that regard, A. Philip Randolph, which is the most proliferated black male in our time, black man in our time, organized labor, okay? Instrumental in doing that and actually getting black people into the military industrial complex under FDR, one of the most progressive moves in American history in the 20th century. See, these guys don't understand that part of history. They just reject all of it. That's the culture warrior aspect that we're pushing back against. That's why they keep bringing up Chicago, even though Chicago does not have the highest murder rate.
Thank you. I didn't get a chance to get to that, but because I was triggered. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so what's happening here is that the manosphere has been overrun by culture warriors, anti-intellectuals. They don't like BGS. They don't like the Black Brain Trust. They don't like people like us who dig into the intricate details of American history, because for them, being a conservative is just anti-left. That's all it is. But Barack Obama was is a liberal. He has a full family. What are you talking about? Joe Biden is a liberal, a Dixiecrat at that, but he's a liberal. He has a full family, right? Kamala Harris is a liberal. She has a family too. How can you try to monopolize the term conservatism to just that of having traditional families and all this other stuff? You have gay Republicans coming out right now. Yesterday, this had a whole bunch of log
cabin Republicans, yeah.
No, not log cabin, but you had these trans coming out for Trump now. Trans.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, on Instagram. Yeah.
Right. So you can't say, oh well, the conservatives, what we do, we don't try to force this.
And the conservative court just gave them 2 landmark decisions this year.
Yeah, but the premise of conservatism in America is to preserve white people's place in it. Black people never really had any place of conservatism.
And that's they don't want to hear that. That goes back to the white black thing, and that's really they don't want to hear that. Fuck racism. Racism doesn't exist. It's all that kind of shit. I feel you, but it's like they don't understand the history. Like, can I just grab the mic real quick, Mike?
Go ahead.
When you talk about conservatism as a movement, right? Because here's the thing: liberalism and conservatism, this is all white shit.
Yes,
it's not really our shit. That's why I said we gotta be mercenaries about this shit. Are there certain things I like about conservative culture? Maybe there's some things about liberals I might like, sure, but that's not really my agenda. All I care about is us. That's kind of how the Zionists operate. That's kind of how the Asians operate. But I digress. The point I want to make about conservatism is that cats don't know the historical makeup of it. When the conservative movement kicked off, when it actually formed, in the 1930s, and that was coming after what? You had this big movement of the KKK when they had the biggest, membership in the country and was marching down fucking Pennsylvania Avenue and all that kind of shit. And this is after the summer of 1919, the Red Summer, and we had all these racial riots going on. That's what helped form the conservative movement. And these cats don't know the history of that. All right. This was a white movement. It was really a catchphrase for white nationalism. That's all it is.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That's what conservative movement was about. And then it moved into exactly. It moved in. It was in both parties.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It was in both parties. And then what happened in the 1960s, we know what happened is that we flipped the Democratic Party. And then those people, not the Democratic Party, the people who used to vote Democratic started voting Republican. And that's where they don't want to have that argument. You got millions of white people in the South that started voting for a different party. Why? So when you talk about the KKK is full of people. Where did the people come from? Where did the culture come from? Where did society that backed the Democratic Party when it was full of KKK? You see what I'm saying? They don't want to have that discussion. That discussion is peril because now the KKK votes Republican. So how do you explain that? How do you explain, the alt-right being Republican? So you want to look, all these misnomers about the Democratic Party being the party of slavery and the party of the KKK. Okay, that's historically sound. But what happened after we wanted the right to vote? You know what I'm saying? We just wanted our civil rights. What happened to the Democratic Party? It shifted. And all those people who used to vote in the Democratic Party shifted over to the Republican Party.
Well, modern day conservatism was architected by Barry Goldwater. Mm-hmm. And so when what they're using today, Barry Goldwater was no friend of black men
at all.
No friend of black men.
It's not
at all. And see, you have these cultural warriors who want to ride on that. They can never hang around their white conservative buddies and push these ideas. They will never tolerate them, right? See, John James is he's being promoted now. But what happened to Michael Steele? See, these black conservatives never refer back to other black conservatives in the movement. They never do that. They only latch on to Trump. But Trump is.
What happened to RC? Remember him?
Who?
RC. What's his last name? The congressman. And they were touting him around a lot. Oh my! I'll come back to me in a minute. Go ahead.
No, right. And so what's happening here is they only latch on to Trump, but they never talk about the track record of other conservatives. But why? Why don't they talk about Reaganomics? Why don't they talk about Bush? How Clinton left office with a surplus, and Bush took that surplus and he transferred it to the military industrial complex and the one percenters. How come they don't talk about that?
Not RC. I meant JC Watts. That's what I was talking about.
JC Watts. Yeah. But they never talk about that. And so the pushback here now, I mean, what they are pushing now, Shirley Hussar is a true conservative, is a true black conservative. Vivian Ibrahim is a real black conservative who met with Trump and pushed for policy to reduce these visas for these Indian workers coming into IT because they were taking all the IT jobs. See, that's a real black conservative. Mm-hmm. These guys are not black conservatives. I don't know what they are. They're just cultural.
You know what, Mike? And I can rock with that when it benefits us. You see what I'm saying? Now that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Now, if that sister was running for office, I would vote for her because she's doing something that benefits me. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, being mercenaries. I don't care what party is doing what, to be honest, because all that shit's white shit. You know what I mean? If you want to eradicate them pushing certain agendas on our children, control your neighborhood. Control your school boards. Mm-hmm. That's how you deal with it. That's how come the liberals can't penetrate into Oklahoma schools, you know what I mean, or New Mexico schools. That's a local issue. That's not a national issue. All right? There's going to be parts of the country where people do weird shit. You ever heard of a Mormon? Yeah. You know what I mean? So look, this just is what it is. That's local shit. This all comes back to collectivizing and having agency over your own. If you really want to impact culture and change the culture, you got to be in your situation. You got to be in your group to change that. And you got to impact your group and run your group. And that takes agency, that takes power, that takes political clout. That means you're hiring your people, you're controlling your people to a certain extent, but they don't want to do that. They really want white daddy to come in and fix the black community for them. So I'm going to roll with the Republicans because they got a better culture. You know what I mean? They got a better culture. They got better policies that's going to impact the culture. Basically, what you're saying is that I want these white people to fix us.
I honestly think they're more culture warriors. I mean, I like Little Big Nate, but he's more of a culture warrior, and that's what they are. They can't get off the culture stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they can't get off that. Yeah, but that's what he is. He's more of a culture warrior than anything else.
That's why they don't like to talk about policy. That's why they reject policy.
Exactly.
They hate that discussion because policy forces them to actually come up with an initiative that they would have to go to their white constituents and discuss, and they don't want to do that. They want to just talk about black women. You cannot form an organization to be misogynist in nature and then think that anybody's going to back you on it. No one's going to back you on that.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to give you a clear example because my man Nate brought up a good point about putting black boys in dresses. But here's the problem: how you solve that is not voting for a president. The reason why you can't put white boys in dresses in Oklahoma is because those white men run their shit the same way Hasidic Jews run their shit in New York City. That's a democratic city.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? When you run your shit, you can control what happens to your people. So running from one party,
they got them here in Chicago too. Here in what they call Jewtown.
Exactly.
They call it Jewtown here in Chicago.
You can't do it to the Italians.
And
Italians got the Roman Catholic Church. They have the apparatus of power. The Italians have the apparatus of power. They have the Roman Catholic Church in the Northeast, where I'm from, so I know it very well. And you can't introduce that stuff to them because they will push back because they control their environment. It gets pushed to our schools because black people don't control their public schools and their environment.
And there's no conservative that they can vote for in their districts anyway. So it doesn't.
My point is, no matter who's in charge, whether it's a Democratic city or a Republican city, or Republican state or Democratic state, it's introduced to your children because you don't have no power. You don't control your shit. You're not there. And you don't want to be there. These motherfuckers are talking about fuck the community. So you're letting it happen to black boys, in essence.
Right, while preaching conservatism, from a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't buy black boys, get down in that community and run that shit and block this shit. You know what I mean? And get with brothers like me.
That's the problem with culture warriorism.
I'm with that program.
That's the problem with cultural warriorism, is that you don't really get off into the weeds of stuff. You just get off into the culture stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I
exactly.
don't want my boy wearing dresses.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You do.
dresses.
I don't want nobody wearing dresses either.
Yeah, but dresses are not dresses are not even a political talking point that you can bring up. That's not even a political talking point you can bring up in a real discussion. People will laugh you right off of the stage. So you can't go to the ballot and check, vote yes or on 2 or something like that as a ballot question and think that people are going to. The idea of attacking Black women from a political standpoint is never going to work. It's never going to work. The issues that impact Black people are more a much larger and complex than what he's making it out to be. He's only pointing out 1 or 2 areas, and then he says, well, the left does this, the left does that. But he never talks about what the right does. That's because the idea of talking about the right would actually hold his constituency accountable. He doesn't want to do that. He says, well, I'm an individual, but then he collectivizes everybody else. That doesn't work, man. That's a cultural warrior tactic. We can see that from a mile away. So in this space, Jay Shine, what has happened is that we have been overrun the last 9 months with anti-intellectuals, cultural warriors, people posing as conservatives. Nothing conservative about
them. Yeah.
No, nothing. Trump does not have a conservative track record. That's why I asked him earlier, and I've asked these guys 9 months ago. When was it ever a good time to be a Black male conservative or be a Black conservative in this country? He says, oh, well, it's the 1800. Like, that's the worst time you can actually pick for a Black conservative.
And the thing I wanted to say then, he was filibustering. I wanted to say this, and I don't like talking about somebody when they're not here, but I got to bring this point up because this is historical. Yeah. We had Reconstruction for a short period of time, and then the Republicans betrayed us.
Very short.
They betrayed us. And while we were going through hell in the South, Republicans did nothing. When we were trying to go into the military in World War I, the Republicans did nothing. Let's back up to all the race wars before that. The Republicans did nothing. They did nothing when we went through the fucking Red Summer. So that's why we ended up voting Democrat. And what the crazy thing about it, this is where I rock with people who want to vote Republican. This is why I rock with you. If you want to have a strategy, that's what we did in the 60s. We went to the racist party and flipped that shit. But we went to it with an agenda. We went to it with an agenda, and I'm not saying niggas. All right, these brothers are not going to Donald Trump with an agenda. They're not going to the Republican Party with an agenda. They just fighting a cultural war.
No, they're going to them with votes, to give them their votes with no demand,
exactly, no demand, no agenda. I mean,
no demand, no agenda, no nothing.
You know how many times Martin Luther King had to go up to that White House, man? You know how many times he had to all those fucking protests and shutting down, commerce and boycotts and all that. They had to do a lot of shit, man, to get these people to go with us. And then getting the executive order wasn't enough because we had an executive order under FDR. That's what got us government contracting, by the way. See, motherfuckers don't know the history. We're the genesis of a lot of shit. Yeah, when you I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, King was all for reparations, at least from what I've read.
Yeah, he was. But
checks.
Up until civil rights movement, the reason why we had to have legislation, right? Because we've had nothing but executive orders up until that point. We had executive orders from Franklin. We had executive orders from Truman. Then we had executive orders that actually stuck from Eisenhower. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So now we're looking at, but executive orders can be, rescinded and and augmented, especially when the states want to do what the fuck they want to do. All right, because then that becomes a court fight, right? So remember when Obama was in office and he didn't even threaten to take guns away from people, but the sheriffs in Oregon were like, we don't care what the president say. You see what I'm saying? That would have turned into a legal fight, which would have lasted forever. This is how the government works. At the end of the day, so if you don't go to these people with a demand, you're wasting your fucking time.
That's the thing, that they give up their vote, which is their leverage to that party. And once you give it up, and then you say, well, we can talk about an agenda later. No, that's not how that works, man.
No.
That's not how that works.
No.
That's not how it works. And see, these
they came with they came to Ice Cube with that crap.
Oh shit. North Carolina is tight, man.
Yeah, that's
Democrats can't tell with that crap. That's not gonna work.
Very, very tight.
No, that's the
And
thing.
also update. Hold on a second, brothers. Update: the Democrats retain control of the House. They have retained control of the House.
Yeah,
But you
I've
know
been
what?
looking at that too.
But
I've
you
been
know
looking
what?
at that.
Ernst won in Iowa, so the Republicans are probably
Joni
going
Ernst won?
Yeah, she
Damn,
won,
look,
and she won handedly.
Damn.
She won handedly. That's crazy. She won handedly. So the Republicans got 50 in the House right now. I mean, in the Senate, they back to 50.
Yeah.
That's even without calling Maine or the special election in Georgia.
No, that's
so the Republicans got the Senate.
Yes, and see, they don't really follow politics to that extent, right? You'll notice that on their channels, they don't cover the debates, they don't cover the polls, they don't cover any of that type of stuff. All they care about is culture. And so the beef that they have with me or with MOT or any of us on this side is that they don't like the intellectualism. So they call me a communist, Marxist V, I'm a Marxist. They never read Marx. See, I knew when they made these statements about Marx, I said, you guys are taking his comments out of, taking Marxism out of context. The Soviet Union controlled the markets. That's why they were the communists after the Bolshevik revolution.
Well, set the pose, Mike. Communism, just in layman terms, is when government runs and controls everything, right? And fascism is when private interests run and control everything. And we're closer to fascism than anything else in the world. So these motherfuckers keep throwing out Marxism. I'm talking about as far as how our economy works. All right, when you got private industry writing fucking legislation, all the lobbyists on K Street, that's private industry. They literally writing the bills. All right, what I mean. And we have tax policy. I'm sorry, when you see tax policy so heavy to corporations and the private industry and the rich people, you're nowhere near Marxism.
No, you're more towards fascism than what we got now. I think we're more the fascist state than anything else because we have the private right economically. We have the private industry that is more in cahoots with the government, and the government is more in cahoots with them with the That's fascism, man.
Yeah, that's fascism. Your senators only care about.
Supreme Court is littered with fascists.
Exactly. Who you think? See, I don't care who's in Congress. You know what I mean? Like, cats get bent over. Like, if a black woman in leadership position don't matter to me. It depends on who she's answering to. See, what I want to know is who the fuck Mitch McConnell answers to. See, Mitch McConnell, when he has to rush off that floor and get that phone call, there's somebody on the other end of that line he has to listen to. All right, these are people who really control the country. All right, and then we need to be aiming for that type of power. We need to be aiming for that type of leverage, and we're not doing that. We just out here being emotional and being fanboys. I'm sorry, no disrespect to my brothers. A lot of brothers have a good point. I mean, they've got a good position. They have a right to feel the way they feel. I get it, but I'm talking about now. We're talking about politics. Politics is business, big business. And if you're going to go up in there, you're going to have to go up in there with an agenda. All right, you're gonna have to go up there with an agenda. You can't come to them as a fanboy. They're gonna just fucking placate you and fucking patronize your ass. You know what I mean? And make a mockery out of you. Because remember, the Republican Party is the same person that gave you Dominant Silk. I'm just saying.
Well, keep in mind historically, Jay Shine, cultural warriors were the ones who carried out the extrajudicial killings of indigenous people. Okay, we all know that. I mean, because they're gonna bring up this point that only 1% of white men own slaves. Yeah, because the rest of the 99% of the men, they had to go do the dirty work of the slave masters and the colonizers. Okay, that's who's in Australia. It was criminals who went there. Those are the cultural warriors of whiteness.
I got a feeling Ohio is going to be protested. It's too close. There's more count coming in. They projected it for Trump, but that might get protested. I would if I was Biden.
Yeah. Well, they've already called Florida for Trump. That's already been called. So
I saw that. So I'm putting Ohio in the column for Trump, but I'm putting it light red.
I've been thinking Florida's going to be for Trump for several hours.
Yeah, I already gave Georgia to Trump. I didn't call that yet, but I gave it to Trump because I already see how that race went.
I think Georgia's for Trump as well.
Yeah, Georgia's for Trump. I'm giving it to Trump. Already. I know they didn't call it yet, but I see what old boy did to Ossoff, Purdue. He routed him. So, I'm
thinking Michigan is probably going to be for Trump too. I know it's in the yellow or
they called Minnesota for Biden. So Even Fox News called
Yep.
Minnesota for Biden. So
Yep.
that's
saw
pretty safe.
that.
I want to see what Nevada do. Man, Nevada ain't even called yet. That's weird.
No,
No,
because Nevada's going to be what is that? Probably about an hour and a half.
Nevada?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be a minute. Wait,
They might just give Montana to North Carolina right now is becoming the linchpin right now. That's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, that's interesting that North Carolina is, close. We're talking about 100,000, 90% in. So that means the big cities are still coming in. Biden might pull North Carolina out. He might.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Possibility.
I think Pennsylvania is gonna go to Trump.
Yep, that's a possibility.
Yeah, we won't know that though.
I know we won't know
Probably
for a
won't know
while.
for another 9 days.
I think I'm telling you right now, if Biden don't get to the mark before Pennsylvania, I'm telling you, I think Pennsylvania's going to go.
He has to remain. He has to win the remaining four. He has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and North Carolina. Yep. But if North Carolina's tight, that's
he's not going to win both Michigan.
If he loses North Carolina, it's over.
He's not going to win both Michigan and Wisconsin. He's not going to win both of those. I doubt that very seriously.
Wow. I think we got Trump. Trump's going to be in office, man. I think Trump's going to win this shit, man. I think Trump's going to win this.
I do think he's going to win Georgia. I think he's going to win Georgia.
Nah, I gave him Georgia already. I got it 238, 233. Also gave Biden Omaha. He won Omaha, Nebraska. So I gave him that extra point for Nebraska.
I'm actually surprised that Montana is still in play. That kind of surprises me, but
I don't think. I think the way they count their shit is different. Montana's always late.
I can't see that going to.
Nah,
Biden.
it's going to Trump. Yeah, but I think the way they count their votes is they always late. They always like the fucking next day. You know what I mean? Or late that night. I don't know why.
He's not. Trump is not. I mean, Biden is not going to win both. Michigan and he's not going to win both.
And the fact that he lost Ohio, yeah, it's not looking good, Joe. Not looking good. I think Joe's going to win Nevada though.
That don't surprise me at all.
I think he's going to win Nevada. I give Nevada to Joe. Now I'll leave it undecided. But damn, man, Trump's going to be in office, boss.
I can't believe Joe is winning in Arizona. That's a shock.
Nah, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. My man, I got into a heated argument with BGS on Arch Channel. It don't surprise me at all because I knew something that he didn't know. Believe it or not, Arizona has a lot of black people who moved there, and there's also a culture shift in Arizona going on. All right, and when I had a heated argument, we was talking about California, and I was like, how black people are done out in California. You need to get the fuck up out of there. BGS is like, where you gonna go? I said, well, go to Arizona. Go to Arizona. I'm like, yeah, my parents down there. We got 3 houses. My family has 3 houses down there now. All right. So my mother moved down there. Then her husband's sister, her husband came down there, bought a house down the street. My sister's down there. They have a house with her fiance. And now my stepbrother's down there got a house. And my other stepbrother's down there with an apartment. So that's one family that, because it came down there, they saw that there was good jobs down there. The taxes were low. You know what I mean? There was the cost of living was down, and they made it work. And there's a lot of industry moving to Arizona as far as service industries. So there's a lot of things going on in Arizona people don't know about, which is bringing in a more diverse vote. And there's only 2 counties in Arizona that matter: Phoenix and Tucson. Everything else is empty. The rest of the state is sparse. You know what I mean? So if you win any one of those counties, especially the one that includes Phoenix, you got the state.
Wow.
You got the state. And then the politics down there shifted. You have the chick that got shot in the head, her husband, the astronaut Kelly, and they've been running a good campaign down there.
You're talking about Gabby Giffords.
Yeah, Gab. Yeah, she got shot in the head, by a conservative. But anyway, I'm just poking.
Yeah, now her husband's running, right?
He's an astronaut. Yeah, the astronaut, and he won. He's gonna win that seat.
Yeah,
but it's not gonna be enough to flip the Senate though.
The military actually launched a warship after her.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, USS Gifford.
Yeah, that's dope. That's fucked up what happened to her. And she was actually a good congresswoman. She was open on a Saturday, greeting, constituents, meeting with constituents. You know what I mean? You got a lot of Congress people who never go home. would never meet with their people. And that's what she was doing. She got shot doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it even worse. But
change
anyway,
gun just based off of that.
Everything on that whole West Coast is going to be blue for a while, and except for Utah, of course, because of labor. You know what I mean? These service jobs, the service job economy in Nevada is going to keep the Democrats up in play. Same thing in Arizona. We know what's going on in Mexico. We know Colorado's about the weed stuff. So, that shit is going to be blue for a minute. That's going to the Democrats are going to make that their new firewall, which makes me worried about the Democratic Party because they're going to start catering more and more to these Latino groups and these immigrant groups because of that. But that makes sense because you gave them a win, and that's what I was trying to say earlier about a strategy. You have to put some numbers on the board. You got to show that you're willing to come out and vote as black men, and you have to flip. You have to win something. So flipping the Senate and doing it, and then vacating the top of the ticket would have showed that once we have a conscience, we have an agenda, and we're willing to play ball. You know what I mean? These service people in the service economy, coming into the country, these immigrants, they playing ball, man. They come in the country, been in the country 10, 15 years, and they're voting.
Yep.
They're voting. You know what I mean? They second generation or first generation Americans, and they voting. And we've been here 500 years, and we got too many motherfuckers who don't want to participate in the process. So really, I want to target black men and say, look, man, get up out of here, man. Let's go talk to Pookie and Ray Ray. Let's go talk to all black men and get them involved. And if you want to push a conservative message to them, fine, but get them involved. But motherfuckers don't want to go down to the hood. They want to write the hood off. Fuck the community. But that's where your numbers are. And I'm going to tell you something about Trump. Every time I see a Trump rally on TV, he's down with the white streets. He's got the white streets right there. He got the country bumpkins, the retro breaks. Trump.
Yep.
So, we're going to have to figure this shit out at some point, man. All this culture war and shit and, taking sides and joining other people's movements that we didn't create. A lot of that, if you want to take some of the principles and some of the aspects of it that work and say, all right, we need to introduce this to black culture, cool. I'm good with that. But Mike V made a good point. You got a lot of liberals who got intact families. So you can't just make that about conservatism, right? If it's about intact families, just make it about intact families. Stop using, these wedge issues or these arguments to have us at each other and argue with each other. I think everybody on this panel agrees believe in intact families.
Absolutely.
And I think everybody on this panel that was up here tonight agrees with men being in leadership roles.
Absolutely.
So what are we arguing about?
Absolutely. I think a lot of brothers, because I listen to a lot of these brothers and I have them, on my channel and stuff like that. I think brothers are just tired of the dysfunctional aspects of black society. I think that's where we're really at, where brothers are just so tired of things like baby mamas and crime and dope, and I think that's what brothers, I think that's their biggest issues. Now I don't know if they look at it from a political standpoint or a social standpoint.
I think it's social.
I think that's what brothers' biggest problems are. They have a real problem with the dysfunction in black society, and rightly so, because I think I think the majority of us black men do, because when you're talking about the dysfunctional problems within black society, that's actually a very small number of us who are actively engaging in it, And I think that brothers have a problem with that small number of us, man, that are spreading the dysfunction.
They're saying that Nevada is leading. Trump is leading in Nevada. I'm looking at the exit polls right now. This is crazy. Wow. Oh, well, maybe Vegas didn't come in yet. I don't know. Let me click on the state. Hold on. 75%. No, it's only 2%. Never mind.
Oh, well.
I was over the wrong state. Yeah, that was over Arizona.
Well, he took Florida, so, I mean.
3% of the voting. Okay, that's not a big deal. Yeah. So Reno and Nevada, in Las Vegas didn't come in yet. It's only about 43,000 votes counted so far. That's nothing. Okay. Yeah. So that's just an early lead. Now look at Georgia. Georgia, I don't know if there's enough votes in the black sectors to catch that. 83% in, and Trump has a 310,000 vote lead. That's a lot of votes to catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough votes in
there's no catching up.
Atlanta, Augusta area to catch that. I think I'm right on that. North Carolina, now that's tight. Trump is only up. Trump is only up 77,000 votes. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Or 67,000 votes. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
94%. So yeah, those big cities are gonna come in the college towns. Joe might pull North Carolina out.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
But you know what? I'm okay with Trump being in the office, man. But unfortunately, the Senate, man, that's what I really cared about. I really cared about the Senate, and the Senate is gone. It's at 50% now for Republicans. So if Trump wins, then they still control the Senate.
Yep.
All right. And they're gonna get 51 because that runoff in January, one of those Republicans is going to drop out. You know what I mean? I think whoever does the best showing today between the two Republicans, the other one's going to drop out. And that's exactly what the Republicans are doing. They're trying to get rid of Kelly, the chick. She's crazy. So, that dude, Doug Collins, he ran against her. And I think right now, let me look at the polls. Senate. She's leading. Yeah. She's in second.
Okay.
He's in third. Okay. All right. So she's in second at 27.5%. He's in third at 21.5%. No, she's winning. So it's going to be her versus the brother in January in a runoff. And I don't think he's going to win that.
Yeah, man. I was kind of rooting for Jamie Harrison, man. I was rooting for that brother, man. But he let Lindsey Graham took him out.
I was really pulling for him myself.
Yeah, I was rooting for the brother.
Yeah, I wanted to get both those brothers in the Senate, man. But that'd have been a good look.
Yeah,
that'd have been a real good look, and it would have been a safe look too, because like I said, they're not coming from a liberal state. You know what I'm saying? So they can't be wide-eyed liberals and pushing all kind of crazy shit. Especially the public.
He ran a hellified campaign though, because his commercials was playing. I mean, I'd be riding in my damn truck.
Shit, he had $100 million. He better have some dope ass commercials.
Yeah, he ran a really good campaign.
That says a lot about the constituency there, man.
It
says a lot, man.
Yeah,
it says a lot. It says a lot about that area.
You know what I'm going to look at? I'm going to study after this election. I'm going to study South Carolina, because I want to see how black people turned out in South Carolina. I want to see the turnout. I want to see the percentages.
I do too. I
want to see because that's important to me. We're not performing. And so I think, like I said, there's a lot of us who are going to vote faithfully for the Democratic Party still, which is kind of cool in this scenario. That's okay in this scenario. But then you also got some brothers out here who are part of the no tangibles, no vote movement. You know what I mean? And then you got, like I said, you got 35% of us who don't vote, period. And I can say that safely because that's what happened when Obama ran.
Yeah.
The highest we put on the board, I thought more of us came out than that. When Obama said that shit on the trail, I said, what? I looked it up and he was right. Only 67% of us voted in the second election, and only 63% of us, or 64% of eligible black voters vote.
What you gotta say? There's a strong sense of apathy in the black community. We have not seen anything come our way with our vote.
Right.
So when you got a constituency like that, and we don't have anything coming our way, yeah, you're gonna see that. Which is the reason why I've been like on this whole thing of, tangibles 2020. I don't know who came up with it, but if you don't give us no tangibles, I'm not giving you my vote. I'd rather just withhold it, because if it's going to be the same, so what's the point?
I'll tell you what though. Here's the thing. I'm looking at the map right now. I'm looking at all that red. So we're looking at Idaho, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, soon to be North Dakota. Iowa just went to the Republicans. Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, right? West Virginia. And we know there's a lot of poor white people in there. All right. But it was something about Trumpism, right? The energy that activated them in 2016. Because remember, in 2016, there were a lot of white people who never voted before and usually didn't vote that came out. He had record turnouts amongst his people, the same way Obama had record turnouts amongst black people. You see what I'm saying? And they were in safe states, so they didn't even have to vote. So there's something that we can probably learn from Trump. You know what I mean? And how he galvanized.
We can learn from Trump.
Exactly. So how he galvanized shit, because we need to galvanize, and specifically, I care about black men activating. You know what I mean? We can get black men on point to participate in the process. All right. You know what I mean? So I don't care if you liberal or you conservative, whatever, that should be the agenda. Yeah. I don't care if you Nate or you Mike V, whatever, that should be the agenda.
Yeah. We should not be wedded with conservative or we shouldn't be wedded with Republican or Democrat. We shouldn't. Look, I got my differences with both parties, but if the Republicans would give us what we want, I'm gonna give them my vote. If the Democrats will give us what we want, I'm gonna give them my vote, and that's where we should be. Yeah. I think that we give up the ability to dictate the balance of power when we declare ourselves either Republican or Democrat.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Yeah, I can be wrong.
And I think that I was going to say the Democrats doing everything they possibly can to lose elections. Why the fuck would you pick Kamala Harris?
Yeah,
the black community. She can't represent the black community. We told her no in the primary. We said no.
That's a disrespectful ticket.
Exactly.
That's a very disrespectful ticket. Not only is it a bad, that's a disrespectful ticket. They have basically told Black America, fuck you. And in particular, black men.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah. And black women can't see it.
I can't give it. I'm not worried about black. I'm not worried about black women. And I hate to say that, or no, I don't hate to say that.
I feel you.
I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about black women.
I was just mentioning that they so asinine that they don't see that was a fuck you to them too. You know what I mean?
Right now, we need, as black men, we need to see. I know there's some black women listening, but I'm sorry. Black men, we need to see black women as children.
Damn.
And just do our goddamn thing.
Damn.
See them as fucking children, because that's how they've acted. If we can draw this balance of power, we don't need the whole majority. We just need the balance of power. If we can draw the balance of power, they're just children.
I'll tell you right now, man. If Harris had won, and we was and the Senate was flipped Democrat, and Trump won, I would be happy as fuck right now. I'll be ecstatic right now. You know what I mean? Because that's the perfect position we need to be in. So whether we did it purposely or not, it still worked out. You feel me?
Yeah.
And now we can still move forward with that agenda, because I'm telling you right now, that's the best hand for us, to have the divided government and go and play both sides against each other. That's the best hand. Now we don't have nothing. And if it was all Democrat, we would have nothing. You know what I mean?
I don't know if we're gonna have. I don't know if we're gonna have nothing, because the way things could shake out. At least from what I'm seeing on the screen and from what I'm seeing on different news cycles, the Senate, at least it looks pretty even. I mean, from what I'm looking at. I can be looking at something wrong, but
I got the Senate. I can bring up my map if you want. There's a Senate race. All right, I got the Senate race up right now.
And I'm still not too sure that I still think that the president is pretty wide open.
Now he's gonna win. He's gonna win, because I'm looking at He's gonna win. He's gonna win. But I think Trump's gonna win. I think Trump's gonna win because Ohio went to him, and that's not looking good for Michigan or Pennsylvania. You know, well, we'll see. But I got the map up right here. This is the Senate race right here. So I haven't even called Maine, but Collins is actually leading in Maine right now. And then you got a
that
special
Senate race
election.
is going to be that Senate race is going to be real close. I'm looking at the presidential. That Senate race is going to be
I'm saying this is a Senate race right now. This is already what's decided.
Well, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. As in Illinois, I didn't vote for Dick Durbin. I didn't vote for him.
Okay.
I voted for the independent. I voted for the independent. I didn't vote for Dick Durbin.
Let me see some Senate. These are the exit polls. Senate. Right
Willie
now.
Wilson, that's his name. Willie
Tom
Wilson,
Tillis
that's
is
who I
up
voted
by.
for.
I think Tom Tillis is going to win this.
Yeah, it's over for Cal Cunningham. It's
think so.
pretty much over. Yeah, it's pretty much over.
It's tighter for Trump and Biden, but but so I think the Republicans is going to win the Senate, and
the Senate
that's
is
it.
looking. I'm gonna be honest. I actually expected that the Democrats would take the Senate and maybe lose the presidency, but they're gonna lose both.
That's what it looks like, yeah. And that's what I wanted. I actually wanted the Democrats to win the Senate, and I wanted the Republicans to keep the presidency so we can have some leverage. That's what I want.
What's going on, guys? I'm from South Carolina, but I live in DC. Y'all guys had a question about South Carolina. I know it from front to back. What's up?
What's up, brother?
Yeah.
No, I was asking earlier, man. Like, I want to know after the election, what the turnout rate.
I can't see what that is. The words are in the way. I can't see what it is.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. Let me get that off of there.
I think that's brother Eric Archer, right?
Yeah,
Eric
that's
Archer.
me.
Oh,
comment in the section. Yeah, he gave the demographics for the voting demographics in South Carolina. But I want to know what that 30% is composed of. You know what I mean? I want to know how much that 30% came out.
Yeah, that's where Bakari Sellers is from, and that's where Clyburn is from. Yeah, back in the days before he Bakari Sellers became like a little CNN puppet. He wanted to run for lieutenant governor, but they kind of yanked him out of the lieutenant governor position, so he couldn't get it. But yeah, South Carolina, it's the same. Like we got North and South Carolina. You know how you got Virginia and West Virginia. It's like the equivalent. It's like the equivalent of like a West. It's like 70% white, and then it's like 30% black. So most of the blacks are on the coast. Like I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. That's like on the coast. That's a lot of crazy stuff. That's what Walter Scott got shot in the back, and that's when that white dude shot the church up. That's where I'm from.
Yeah.
And you got a couple of more blacks like going up the coast, like Myrtle Beach area on the water. But most Lindsey Graham, he representing like the middle of South Carolina. That's Columbia up there. That's where they had the KKK rally back in 2015 when they took the flag down. And then you go up you go up a little bit high to like Spartanburg. And you go to Spartanburg and Greenville. That's like right like on the North Carolina border, like 30 minutes from Asheville, North Carolina. So yeah, it's a lot of rednecks up there, a lot of wilderness, a little bit of mountains, but yeah, man, a lot of heroin addicts. So it's almost like a southern West Virginia. So that's why he lost. Now that dude, the reason why he got too much money is because he's a black dude. He's a black dude. He went to Yale. I think he went to some other military type of school. So yeah, he got a lot of rich friends. So that's why he got a majority of that money from. But yeah, they wasn't gonna let him win like that, no matter how much money he had.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I really want to see what our demographics are in South Carolina. Maybe it might not have made a difference.
Yeah, it didn't make a difference because down there in Charleston, that dude shut up that church. We had Mayor Joe Rowley, and he been a mayor for 40-something years. He was a Democrat. And then in North Charleston, when Walter Scott got shot in the back a few months earlier, we got Mayor Keith Summy. This dude make $200,000 a year. In North Charleston, that's one of the most deadliest cities in the country. And this dude be running the mayorship going uncontested. This dude getting like 90% of the 90% of the vote. Ain't nothing but blacks and Mexicans live in North Charleston. So yeah, them dudes, that's a good old boy state, So that's why that black dude got all that money. I knew he was gonna lose, but yeah, he got some rich friends from Ivy League schools, and he got them big Ivy League donors. That dude went to Yale, so that's where he got all that money from. So yeah, I just wanted to say that about South Carolina.
Yeah, I was rooting for him. No, I was rooting for the brother. I was.
Listen. I'm gonna be real with you. I voted for Trump. I'm not gonna lie, but I voted for him too because I wanted to see him, real intelligent dude. But yeah, I wanted to see him win that, man. Because the last person we had to get like the closest thing we had was Bakari Sellers to get that lieutenant governor. But he had got a DUI case. I think that's back in like 2011 or 12. So that kind of knocked him out of the race. He's just been on CNN ever since, like a little Democratic strategist for Hillary and Biden, because he's from like a little town out there, close to where Charlemagne is from. But he got like I think the population like 1,200. They got like one stoplight, like a little country town. So yeah.
So let's run the math real quick. I think. All right, so let's do some math real quick. Because. God damn, man, I can't. If Biden and Kamala win, man, I might not come back to the country.
Oh man,
no, they don't
gotta come back, man. What the hell?
I'm serious. The idea that she's fucking this old ass motherfucker, she's one heartbeat from the presidency. That's too much, man.
Listen. A lot of people are not talking about that. They don't want no little half, half.
No.
They don't want no half in that White House if that dude croak. If that dude died in 2 years, you got a black, you might as well.
You're talking about somebody being given the presidency. This is somebody who
exactly
sucked at
she didn't earn it. No, I got it. I have to sympathize with Jay Sean on this, man, because if they win,
Jesus,
oh my God, see, I spent 10 years in the Army, man. And I hated when my orders got cut to come back to the United States. And I ain't left. I have not left since then.
Look, man.
Jay John, man.
Look, man. The Republicans got the Senate.
Biden wins.
Here's the thing, man. The Republicans win the Senate, which it looks like they're going to do. Right? They're going to win the Senate because the Republicans are going to win that runoff in January. So no matter what happens in Maine, they're going to.
So they got the judges. They got the judges. They won the Senate.
The judges. That's what I'm saying. These fucking they got the judges, and then they had Trump in there. Trump is not choosing these judges. These old senators are doing this shit for the Federal Society, and they have a pipeline of these.
On
oh my God! All over the country. Let me show you something real quick.
Federal courts are full of fascist judges.
Let me show you something real quick. Let's do a quick U.S. District Court. Let me show you something. District Courts. I think there's a map on the website. Yeah, U.S. courts, right? So let me show you jurisdictions. Justice. I just want to give you an example where I'm coming from with this. Where is it at? Services forms.
Man, he about to Donald Trump go. I think he about to flip. Donald Trump might flip Virginia and Pennsylvania at the last minute, and he gonna win Michigan and Wisconsin. So it's pretty much.
I think
they already called Virginia. They called Virginia. They called Virginia for Biden already.
Oh,
there it is. There it is. All right, can y'all see this map? Yeah. It's coming up. Can y'all see this?
Yep.
All right, so this is how our system works. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you're in California, right, and you're a liberal. Look at the Ninth Circuit. They're choosing the judges over that. So if you're doing business in California, right, and you got, your local judges, liberal or progressive judges, whatever, but your federal judges, if you have to bring something up to the federal level, you run into these federalist judges. That's the power of the Senate. So they can put judges where they want in the country. It doesn't matter if they're a senator from Wyoming. A senator from Wyoming is going to vote for a judge to sit on the court in the ninth district. Same thing for the 2nd District of New York. You know what I mean? Same thing for Virginia, where I live. You know what I mean? So if I'm doing business in Virginia and I got an issue and I got to take care of some real shit and I got a real problem happening and my shit goes up to the federal bench, as a businessman or as a landowner, I got to deal with these other judges who are looking out for their cousins.
All right, check this out, my brother. You remember when Trump said on the debate that Biden and Obama they left like what is it, 200 and something judges?
Mm-hmm. Now he left 140 vacancies.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
So,
and then he put 300 on. He filled those vacancies and more.
Yeah, so it's partly their fault if you got so many judges being elected. So
No. What happened? McConnell obstructed the hell out of Obama when Obama was president. He said he was going to do that since the first, his first term when he first got elected. This is on record. He said you're going to make him a one-term president, and he obstructed the fuck out of him for 8 years. And part of that obstruction was judges. So what Obama did was appoint some recess appointments. He got some on the bench, but he didn't get any real permanent, makeup of the court. They refused to let him remake the courts.
Trump is going to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but it's going to take a while for him to count Pennsylvania.
That's how it's looking.
Pennsylvania, they don't start counting the mail-in votes until today.
Yeah, so basically, this basically just a repeat from 2016. Basically a repeat.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much, man. See, that's look, I don't have a problem with Trump winning, man, but he can't. I didn't want him to have the Senate, though. You know what I mean? That Senate is a problem, and it's separate from Trump. You see what I'm saying? Trump don't know nothing about no Amy Barry. He don't know about no Gorkage. Those are not his picks. These are people giving to him. He's giving a list.
Now,
you know what I mean?
He got three judges. That's unheard of, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And Breyer will make it through the next 4 years, but it's gonna be a 6-3 court. So every level, but I'm not even worried about the Supreme Court, really. I'm worried about this. I'm worried about this right here. I'm worried about the district courts, the appellate courts, the circuit
I hate
courts.
to say this, man, but I think Joe Biden's going to win tonight, man. I think Joe Biden's going to win this.
Hell
It's
no.
a possibility, man, but I don't think so.
No, it's looking like a Joe Biden presidency, but the Senate is going to be Republican.
Senate's gonna be Republican for sure. That's a done deal.
Hell no. He ain't winning this one.
Yeah, he's done
No,
deal.
it's looking like
Joe
the
got a
Senate is going to be. It's looking like the Senate is going to be
It's going to be
Republican.
tight. Trump will inch him out, but he ain't winning this one.
Yeah, I think Trump got this.
Trump
If I gave, all right, let's do some math. I give Biden Nevada, right?
That's
We're
about
gonna
it.
We're gonna get Trump
Maybe.
North Carolina
And
right?
Georgia. Yeah. And,
I already gave him Georgia. Yeah.
Okay.
I already gave him. So I got the map up right now. So, all right, what do y'all think about Wisconsin?
He got both of those. Both of them.
So you're gonna get both of them to Trump?
He like
That's it.
No.
don't
He's
matter.
not going to win. He's not going to win Wisconsin, and that's not going to happen. No.
He already up like I think 20 points right now. I'm watching the news.
Oh, that's because the main cities didn't come in yet, though. That don't matter. That's early. Let's see where it's at. It's
he in a double-digit lead right now, though.
in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think both.
No, he's only got 4 points.
If he wins Michigan and Wisconsin,
It's a repeat. That's all
He
they need
won.
for the repeat. But he got to win. He got to win Pennsylvania too. So he need those last three. It's over.
Yeah, he's not up by that much in Wisconsin either.
Yeah.
So yeah, when those big cities, take a
I
minute
don't
to
know
count.
about that.
Yeah.
If he wins both,
Listen. They
that's a
count
done
like
deal.
Detroit. They count the big cities first, and they go outward because that's where the most people at. So usually when they start off strong, they usually finish off strong.
Well, we'll see. He wins these two.
No.
It's over.
No,
Pennsylvania don't even matter.
Yeah,
It don't matter.
Pennsylvania wouldn't
Hillary
matter.
was leading last time.
I don't think the big cities have been counted in
Nah. Big cities take time, man. It's too many votes.
Wisconsin and Michigan. That ain't been counted yet.
Yeah, you got Racine, you got Detroit, you got big centers, and then in Wisconsin you got Milwaukee, and what's the other city? No, there's another big city in Wisconsin.
Milwaukee and
shit, it slipped my mind. But anyway, those numbers are gonna take time.
Minneapolis.
No, Minneapolis and Minnesota.
Yeah. But Hillary was leading in 2016. He came from the cut, and he came back at the last minute and took both of those states.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, look, when you look at Wisconsin, right, it's only 10 electoral votes. It's not a heavily populated state. All right, so most of its concentration of people is in the cities. So that ground can be made up. That's why they're not calling it yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's why they can call Virginia, even though when they call Virginia, remember, Trump was up 51-47 in Virginia, but they know what's coming in.
Yeah.
Right. They know Northern Virginia hasn't been counted yet. They know Fairfax, Loudoun County, Prince William County is coming in, and it's like millions of people up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm in DC right now, and they out there. Yeah, they got like probably like 20,000 people by the White House right now, about to riot in a little while. Like
He
early.
said about the riot.
That's why they put the walls up, man.
Yeah, look at the news. Yeah, everything boarded up like crazy,
Yeah, they put
man.
walls up around the fucking White House. You didn't see that shit?
They got
they're gonna know.
It's like,
They know
it's like,
people
it's
gonna
like
act the
double
fool,
gated
man.
in front of Lafayette Park, so you can't even go like 2 blocks to the White House. You gotta
This
Black Lives
motherfucker
Matter.
Trump gonna be talking so much shit. You about to see the most niggerish shit ever. You about to see the most niggerish acceptance speech in the history of the presidency. His swag is gonna be on 1,000.
This is something like George Bush and John Kerry. Well, it took a couple of days, but George Bush inched him out.
Yeah,
2004.
That's what y'all think is going to.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though. But if say see, now this is a different scenario. Let's say, but all right, if Joe wins Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he wins his presidency. So it's looking like right now, PA doesn't even matter. If both these states go towards one or the other, it's over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's up. He's gonna stay up too.
I'm gonna put these joints back the way it's supposed to be. I don't think Joe's gonna pull up North Carolina. Looking at that Senate race, looking at the Senate race, but I'm gonna leave it where it's at. So that's what I got right now: 238, 233. I gave Trump that county in Maine. I know he's gonna win that one county. It's a racist ass district in Maine. And then I gave Omaha.
That'll be embarrassing if he won Pennsylvania. He just snatch it from Joe. But I think that's gonna happen too. But that's gonna be one of the last states.
Yeah, that is embarrassing because that's Joe's backyard. Yeah. That's supposed to be. He's supposed to be. And he from Pennsylvania. He's from Scranton, right?
Yeah.
He's from Scranton.
Sure is.
That's his home state.
He lose there. That's a blow. That's a blow to the ego.
Even if it's like a close, electoral win, he loses PA. That's considered a blowout to me. Trump can win by 5 points, but he can win by 5 electoral college points. But if he loses PA, that's a blowout in my opinion.
That's where Trump went to school at, so he got ties there too. People forget about that.
Damn, Joe can't pull out Pennsylvania, but we're not gonna know about Pennsylvania until like Friday, dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they just started counting. They don't even touch the mail-in votes. It's like 7 states that does this shit, but Pennsylvania's the only one that really matters because the amount and the other states are mostly red states anyway. But Pennsylvania doesn't start counting vote until the polls close. I'm like, what?
I noticed that after he won Florida and Ohio, man, the attitude started to change on the with the fans out there.
Well, if Joe wins North Carolina, Trump's got to run the table, man. He's got to pretty much run the table now. If Joe wins North Carolina,
What's the percentage? Like 70%, 80%?
Let's see where it's at. Hold on. This is the live updates.
That live is kind of slow, man. That's like an hour behind.
Yeah, this one here is it's 94% in, which is 93. So this is updated.
We like 55. What's the percentage?
Percentage right now, Trump is up 1.4%. It's 51. It's on the screen. 51.1 to 48.7.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. All you got is Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte. You got Raleigh area. You got
but it's only 70. It's only 70,000 votes, man. It's not a big. But I mean, I'll tell you what. When it gets close to say 96, 97%, and it's still that kind of gap, then I'm calling it. Yeah.
So
because I mean, Mecklenburg County got like 1.1 million people in it. I know.
Exactly.
I live there.
That's Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if that starts coming in, right, and you at 96%. And it's still a kind of gap. I'm calling it.
Yeah, it's over. It just he got it. He pulled it off barely, but he did it.
Yeah, if he let Joe win North Carolina, now Trump's got to pretty much run the table to stop him. Because Joe's going to get another state. He's going to get at least one more state.
Nevada's going to Biden.
It is?
Yeah. Because look right here, 49% in. See, now it's coming in now. Remember what was that, 3%?
Yeah, that's
49%. Those cities are coming in. Yeah, Joe is down, but I know Nevada's going. The service industry is there. The unions are there, and they're behind Joe. They're going to win North Carolina. I mean Nevada.
They won that last time, right? Hillary won that too, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Because I know he ain't gonna win. I think Trump gonna win Arizona. Did he?
No. They already called Arizona for Biden.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Trump-
even Fox called it. Yeah.
Trump's leading by damn near 10 points in Michigan right now.
Yeah.
That means the big cities ain't come in yet.
Yeah, only 60% is in. 60%.
Yeah. So that's it, man. So it's down to 4 states, y'all.
It's gonna be tight.
Down to 4
Michigan's
states.
gonna be tight. North Carolina's gonna be tight.
Yeah. And they're not going. I'm telling you right now, they're not going to have. I bet you. I bet $1. No, I bet $100. They probably only call one of these motherfuckers tonight.
Yeah. Probably North Carolina. I'll give Trump North Carolina and Michigan.
But doesn't North Carolina, if it's real close, they have to go to a recount automatically?
No.
No.
No. Or is that Florida? That's Florida.
Florida's there.
There's a state. There's a couple of states on the East Coast that they go automatic to an automatic recount if it's within like 1%.
Yeah, he's leading in Wisconsin too with 75% in. Trump's in the lead.
Yeah, he gonna inch it out.
Now Wisconsin, 86% in.
How about Pennsylvania?
86% in. And he got a fucking 4-point lead on Joe. I think Wisconsin's going that way, man. Let's see. Michigan is going to be all night, but that happened when remember Hillary. Michigan took forever.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin don't really have too many big cities either. Got a bunch of like medium-sized
cities.
Don't really got that many big cities in Wisconsin.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Should we call it for about now? Let's wait until it gets like 90-something percent for Wisconsin.
What's Pennsylvania? What's the percentage of Pennsylvania?
64%, but I don't think that's going to move though because they're not count. They got to count the mail-in ballots, and they got like 1 million of them joints. That's what I'm saying. That's not going to happen. They're not calling. No one's calling Pennsylvania tonight. That's not happening. There's too many mail-in ballots. There's too many because he got what right now. Trump has a 700,000, almost a 700,000 lead. Yeah, but you got 1 million mail-in ballots. They can't call it.
Look at what you said. If he got a 700,000 lead and they got 1 million ballots left, all they need is about 400,000. That's a wrap.
Yeah, but they're not gonna start counting them really until the morning, boss.
You just need half of that. It's over.
Yeah, I know, but they didn't, But I'm saying we're not gonna, like I said, we're not gonna know till Friday, and there's gonna be lawyers down there. That shit's gonna, and then it's gonna be clear that if Trump won, he won. If he, if he won, he won. I don't think the Democrats are going. But if it's close, you think Trump letting that shit go? Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no. Them motherfuckers at the Best Western right now across the street, man. They ready to go to court. They're across from the courthouse right now.
Yep. Already in their hotels. God damn it.
Yeah, man.
Already.
I think they're gonna call Wisconsin tonight.
No.
I don't think they're calling North Carolina tonight, man. That's too close. 94%. Let me see something. Let me see if this shit's refreshed. It's still 86, 94. We'll check back in a minute. Yeah. So, damn, man.
I'm gonna bring the big board up.
There you go. Yeah, man. So anyway, you got me up early in the fucking morning again, X.
Yeah,
Got me 3 o'clock in the morning, man. Come hang out with you.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I ain't working, so it's just it's whatever tonight.
Nigga, I'm in my home office. I gotta roll right into work. You know what I mean? I'm teleworking and shit. I gotta roll right into some work.
Oh, God damn it. I made sure that tomorrow was gonna be a day that I ain't doing shit because I knew I was gonna be up late as hell. So
Yeah. And speaking of work, I only can stay on for another hour.
okay.
I gotta go to work. I'm going to work straight after this. It's 7:30 right now.
Oh shit.
So
Man.
8:30, I gotta pop smoke. I gotta get in the shower, freshen up, and then get to my emails.
Yeah.
Sometimes a brother forget you. All right, peace, brother. Sometimes I forget you over there in Europe, man. I forget that shit sometimes, man.
Yeah, man. I took a nap, man. Got up at 3 a.m. Don't say I don't love you.
I appreciate it, brother. You're my brother, man.
Yeah.
I know. I had you up at strenuous hours and shit.
So I got the same map as Fox News, but Fox News didn't give Georgia to Trump. Yeah, I gave Georgia to Trump, and I gave Nevada to Biden. They didn't just go ahead and call those two.
Yeah, you know I had to stick Fox in there too. You know,
Yeah.
Fox, NBC, ABC, and CBS. I figured that was a good mixture of propaganda.
Yeah. What about Alaska? They ain't called Alaska yet. What the fuck are they waiting on?
Yeah, you already know where that's going.
Yeah, that's going to Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, you already know where that's going.
Yeah, man. So anyway, election night 2020, damn near in the books. Hopefully nobody goes getting shot out there. From what I'm seeing, like looking at the news, I'm just scanning through it, Yahoo and all that. I don't see any crazy incidents happening. So
Nah, everybody's minding their manners.
yeah, I think that was propaganda too. You know what I mean?
Thankfully. Yeah, everybody was talking about it's gonna be these riots, it's gonna be this, that,
Civil
that.
War and all that shit.
Yeah.
I saw a Fantastic Channel. You tell him I said this. He over there clickbaiting and shit on his channel.
Yeah, clickbait.
Yeah, he put something in his title, something about a Civil War in his title. I saw it.
I don't think it's gonna be all of that.
Huh?
I don't think it's gonna be all of that, man.
I should text Fantastic right now. Your clickbaiting ass.
I don't think it's gonna be all that, man.
I don't think so neither. I mean, well, no, it's still a short night, man. You know, so shit can pop off in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan. Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
I don't think it's gonna be all that. I don't think nobody gonna.
I'll tell you what though, if Trump wins this election, because what I didn't like happening on the right was this whole thing of lack of confidence in the election system is going to be stolen. It's going to be a fraud. You know what I mean? That's causing insurrection. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers are talking about tooling up because they believe you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit was very irresponsible on Trump's part, man. So hopefully after he pulls this out, that shuts that down because we can't have that. You know what I mean? We can't have motherfuckers talking about arming themselves. And if he doesn't win, there's going to be a civil war. This is what white boys were saying online.
Yeah. Well, Trump says crazy shit all the time. I mean, that's just who the fuck he is. Always saying some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the craziest of shit.
Let me see what exit polls for 10. It's not bad, man. It's not bad, man. When you look at Texas, man, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? 82% in. Donald Trump got 5,651,000 votes. Joe Biden got 5,024,000 votes. You know what I'm saying? That's only a difference of what? 627,000 votes. You know, so no, excuse me, not 600, excuse me, 527,000 votes. So no, I was right. Yeah, 627,000 votes. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot, but it's still not like it's 8 million to 2 million. You know what I'm saying? There's still a lot of people voting to vote Democrat in that state. You know, that might be a state we need to migrate to. You know, black people become a swing vote. You feel me? Nah, I'm just thinking out loud. But anyway.
Damn,
I'm gonna go ahead and call North Carolina for Trump, man.
You think?
I think so, man. Looking at now Nevada, I'm looking at the news right now. You know, Chuck Todd's talking about the districts. Las Vegas hasn't even come in yet, so Biden's going to win that. You know, Reno, Carson City, these will come in yet. Yeah. Look at this shit right here, man. MSNBC be trying to hold on. There's nothing to hold on to, man.
You said they were trying to hold on.
Yeah, they trying to hold on, man. Even Fox called Arizona. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they be doing too much on MSNBC. They be trying to create drama. You know what I mean? They try to create drama to, just to keep views up. This shit is hilarious. Just call this shit, man. Just call this shit. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see those exit polls, man. I want to see who turned out in North Carolina, who turned out in South Carolina, and who didn't. You know what I mean? And to see if we even had a play. You feel me? Yeah, I'm just curious because we can rag on black people for not participating, but shit, if we had maximum participation, we still wouldn't have won. Then it's a mute argument.
Yeah, that is
man.
true.
Fuck, man, I don't know what we're gonna do about these judges, boss. This is not a good day for us, man. And I know there's a lot of these conservative brothers don't understand what I'm saying, man, but this is not a good look.
Nope. What happened to Perfect Black? He must have fell asleep.
Man, he might be over there. He probably fell asleep. It was late. What time is it over there? It's 1 in the morning. Where you at?
Yeah. Right now it's 1:30. 1:34.
Okay. So it's 12:30 where he at, man. He's probably past his curfew.
Which actually ain't that late, because I've been up later than this. So
yeah,
I've actually been up later than this. But I was hoping that this shit would be done, have some resolution by 2:00. That was kind of my range.
And I think you're going to get that on Wisconsin. Wisconsin's coming in. And so they just updated again. Wisconsin's at 86%. No, it's still 86%. North Carolina's at 94% now. Yeah, man. Trump's gonna win this shit, man. I don't see how you don't. I don't see how you don't.
I don't know, man.
He won Ohio, man. To me, winning Ohio lets me know that he's got it. He's so far ahead right now in Michigan. Michigan, he's up 64%. At 64% in, he's up 9 points, man.
Yeah,
he's up 309,000 votes, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? He's probably gonna win Michigan. I don't think the black cities can make that up. I don't think so. Especially if motherfuckers are not voting.
Yeah. Not enough percentage of motherfuckers.
Now this was gonna happen after this. All right. So we have no leverage, right? We didn't have a massive turnout, so we don't have a vote to exchange. What's going to happen now in black society? You're going to have this no tangible, no vote crowd. See how we punished the Democrats? We didn't come out. And then you're going to have, the black conservative movement going on. And that's going to be the two competing arguments in the black space, for the most part. You're going to have that Jason Black, Tariq crowd, no vote, don't vote at all till we get changeables. And then you're going to have this other crowd like, yeah, we need to vote Republican, and then you're going to have the black women who still vote Democrat, that group too. But I'm talking about as far as black men, you're going to have that's going to be the two competing arguments in the black male social media spaces now. And neither side has leverage. The Democrats they're going to keep working on that. You see that West Coast? That's going to be their new firewall. They're going to go after that.
Absolutely.
And I know they're going to start talking in Texas. I know they're going to start talking in Texas heavy. They got to come up with a new map. If white America and the Rust Belt was not going to vote Democrat, they're going to keep voting Republican, even though they vote against their own economic interests. Because they don't have any West names there. The Republicans are anti-union. You know what I mean? So, remember they had that big ass movement and protests in Wisconsin a few years ago against Walker, right? Governor Walker. But he still came out on top. He busted up those unions, the teaching unions, all kind of shit, man. They literally vote against their own interests. You know what I mean? When it comes to that, they think that the Republicans are going to give them a better economy, but what good is an economy if you can't collect a bargain?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you can't collectively bargain, and they start turning these states into at-will work states like Virginia, what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Now you hoping that they bring back high-paying jobs. Okay. Well, that's a gamble. You know, a lot of y'all don't qualify for high-paying jobs.
They calling Minnesota for Joe.
Yeah, they called it already.
Yeah, they called that for Joe.
Yeah, see, Fox News held on forever, but yeah, I already
Yeah,
called it.
well, this is why I had all the ones up, because if you look at the CBS is 196 to 209 electoral votes, Trump. Then you got NBC 222-13, Joe. Then you got Fox 238-213, Joe. Then you got freaking I think this is ABC 203-189, Joe. It's like they all got different numbers, which is ridiculous.
Look who's watching them. So they creating all this anxiety. See, look, if you are Fox News, right, you want to keep Joe up, to keep viewers up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Same thing on the other channels. You want to keep the viewers up. You know, and then you put your talking heads on and keep talking in and out of numbers, in and out of numbers. This is all about viewership that you're watching. It's masterful.
Yeah.
It's masterful.
It is.
Why are they not giving Trump? Why is Fox News not giving Trump Georgia? I gave Georgia like an hour ago.
That's
It's
why
clearly
I have
he's
a
going to win
bunch.
Georgia. Yeah.
That's why I have a bunch of them up here, because I know they all saying a bunch of different shit.
Yeah.
They all say a bunch of different shit.
Hey, what's the one on the right corner, the right bottom corner? Which one is that?
Right bottom corner, that's ABC. That's
Okay.
ABC.
Yeah, they tripping too. They got. I want to actually hear that one because they got Christie on there. I know he talking shit. Christie be talking shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, East Coast motherfuckers be talking shit, and white boys on the East Coast be talking like gang of shit.
We'll see what it does, man.
God damn, man.
I'm hanging here as long as I can.
Yeah.
You know?
The only thing good about tonight, man, is that Biden didn't win and Kamala didn't get the Senate to vice presidency. That's the only good thing. You know what I mean? But that Senate shit, I'm feeling bad, man, because I know what these Federalists are doing. You know, I'm actually going to do a live stream about that. I want to play some of this documentary. You know, let me see if I can bring it up on my computer real quick. Matter of fact, you know what? I was watching this documentary or this spot earlier on 60 Minutes about disability in USA. And they were going, and there was no black people on the shit. All these scams and all these white people in the middle country living on, welfare. These conservative states, and counties, and they're all living off the dime, you know, of the American people. You know, and so watch later. No, if I can, let me just do Supreme Revenge. Yeah, Supreme Revenge.
I'll probably have like 5 copyright strikes on my shit tomorrow when I get up.
Nah, I don't think it's all fair use, man.
Yeah, I ain't put my fair use sign up lately. I've been putting it up like every 20, 30 minutes or so. I'll put my fair use sign up and shit.
Yeah.
Let me throw it up. Fair use. Fair use, goddamn it. Let me throw that up there.
Oh shit, they took it down, man. Damn.
Throw that up there for a few
Supreme
minutes.
Revenge.
Throw the old fair use sign up there.
Inside McConnell's unprecedented power play after Scalia's death. You know what I mean? Supreme Revenge. This is a real good documentary, man. They went into the history of this shit. And it just shows how committed McConnell is to this, man. He's committed. He's committed, and he doesn't care about shaking hands, being a gentleman about the shit. He does not care.
Nope.
Before he dies, he's going to reshape the courts because he knows that helps his people for generations. You know what I mean? This is something what happened tonight and what happened in the last 4 years with these courts is going to affect us for the next 50 plus years.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? When you talk about a conservative Supreme Court in August of this year who wouldn't overturn a conviction or commute a conviction for a brother who was doing life for stealing hedge clippers. You know what I mean? These punitive, sentences that they give brothers, it's alarming. And these are conservative judges. All right. So the Supreme Court of Louisiana took up the case in August, and only the Supreme Court justice, the black Supreme Court justice, everybody else is white, is the only one that wanted to overturn his conviction. The other 6 were like, no. Now he's out of jail now, but he's still not pardoned or nothing. Like, they just gave him early release. They worked something else out with, I guess with the governor house, because that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous that you would keep this man in jail, and they were even making the economic arguments, how much it cost to house this man for the last 20-something years. He's been in jail 20-something years over hedge clippers. And they want him to finish out his life in jail over hedge clippers. It was kind of under that 3-strike law. So he had like 2 crimes earlier. One was like some fraud, some check fraud shit. And then he had another larceny, a petty larceny. So you got 3 petty crimes and y'all put him in jail for life.
Yeah.
That's Louisiana. All right. You've seen that in Georgia. You've seen that in Alabama with these judges. And those are local judges. So when you try to go up to the federal court for appeal, look who's waiting for you now.
Yeah.
Look who's waiting for you now. And these are activist judges. You know what I mean? Like, you know how the left has activist judges? Like Gingrich, right? What her name is? The one that just died, the female.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, Ginsburg. I said Gingrich. I'm thinking about Newt. Ginsburg. She was an activist judge, you know what I'm saying? For the left.
Yeah.
Now they putting nothing but right-wing activist judges in. And this documentary called Supreme Revenge breaks all of that down for you, why the Republicans are doing it. They just said, fuck it. You know what I mean? They don't care about it. They break the Senate. They don't care. It's all about power.
Joe's leading in Nevada.
Oh, he got Nevada.
You think he got that one?
Yeah, he got Nevada. Because Carson City and Reno hasn't come in yet, and even Las Vegas. So everything that's counted so far, it's not even. I don't know why they didn't just call that shit yet. You know what I mean? There's no way in the world Trump winning Nevada.
Yeah, they got to stand around and analyze the shit first, what they call it. Because once the margin of victory, the numbers of the victory is greater than what's left. Once you get to the point where even if he wins every single vote, he still can't win. You might as well call it, man. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You might as well call it.
Hey, can you share my screen real quick? I want to play this trailer for you.
You might as well call this shit.
Because they took the goddamn thing down. But here's a trailer. Check this out. Let me know if you can hear it.
Fair use, Negroes. Fair use. God damn it.
In the years after Thomas's confirmation, McConnell watched as Democratic and Republican presidents tried to tip the balance of the court.
Clinton today nominated Ruth Bader
With
Ginsburg
Republicans in the minority,
judge on the
Bill Clinton placed Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer on the bench.
President sent Congress the name of his nominee.
George W. Bush with a Republican Senate, with John Roberts and Samuel Alito on the court.
Barack Obama is projected to be...
With Democrats back in control, Barack Obama appointed Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan.
Still, many Republicans are asking if she's the right person for the job.
Through it all, McConnell had been climbing to power inside the Senate. Majority Whip, Republican leader, and finally, Majority Leader.
There's nobody who's more focused on political conquest than he is. There may not have ever been anybody who has spent his entire life calculating. He knows more than everybody else. It was how much he could win and how much power he could achieve.
McConnell had real power, and still holding on to that grievance about what happened to Robert Bork. He waited for the right moment to use it.
This is CNN Breaking News. Breaking news just into us here at CNN. United States Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia has died.
Scalia is found dead in his bed one day, and what to do in this moment of crisis becomes probably the defining moment of Mitch McConnell's career.
And breaking news: U.S. Supreme Court Justice
McConnell immediately understood the political implications of Scalia's death.
The stakes are enormous because if you replace Scalia with an Obama appointee, then you probably have 5 justices on the court that are going to move the court in a much more progressive direction.
With that vacancy, the question is, will a Republican-controlled Senate...
President Barack Obama's replacement would give Democrats a 5-justice majority on the court.
Mitch McConnell doesn't even wait for the day to end after Antonin Scalia dies to put out a statement saying, in effect, we're not going to let President
I remember that
Obama
too.
replace him.
I remember that. That's how cold McConnell is, man. He didn't even wait.
Yeah.
He didn't wait the next day, the same day.
McConnell just releasing a statement.
This vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president.
Doesn't matter if you name anybody or not. We're not considering anybody because it's too close to the election.
How shocking was that to you?
It was amazing to me. I mean, they can say, "Oh, there's precedent." This was unprecedented.
4.5 weeks after Justice Scalia died, today President
Friendly
Obama
crowd in the
announced
Rose
his
Garden
nomination.
there as President Obama nominates.
Undeterred by McConnell, President Obama would forge ahead.
Today I am nominating Chief Judge Merrick Brian Garland to join the Supreme Court.
President Obama was trying to nominate somebody who was going to be confirmed. I thought, how could members of the Senate with their bare faces hanging out stop this very appealing nominee about whom really not a bad word could be said?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the greatest honor of my life, other than Lynn agreeing to marry me 28 years ago.
Here is a man of distinguished education, distinguished background. This is the kind of person that should be on the Supreme Court. And if it's Obama who's president...
Not an Amy Barrett, by the way. Just saying.
I was thrilled that he was appointing someone like Merrick Garland.
5 Republican senators have agreed to talk with
A
Garland.
handful of Republicans to break ranks, including some facing tough
McConnell had a mini revolt on his hands.
I met with Merrick Garland. I liked him. It's a person who would have gotten 98 votes or 100 votes in the 1990s.
Hey, that's the guy I was talking about earlier. When I was talking about the Arizona senator who quit,
Jeff
he left the
Flake.
race. Jeff Flake.
Yeah,
That's
Jeff
when
Flake.
these are the guys they ran out of the party.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Cornyn, Cork, all those guys, they ran them all out the party. I'm talking about you got good old boys from Tennessee, they ran out the party.
90s, a few years before.
Blasting his party's leadership for stonewalling the nomination process.
To not even allow the Judiciary Committee to hold a hearing on his nomination just did not sit right with me.
Mitch McConnell joins us now from Capitol Hill. Senator, thanks for being here.
He fought back, hitting the airwaves.
The right of center world does not want this vacancy filled by this president. We're not giving a lifetime appointment to this president on the way out the door to change the Supreme Court for the next 25 or 30 years.
Senator Moran from Kansas said he thought maybe there should be a hearing. And McConnell just said to him, "You keep talking like that, and I'm running a primary opponent against you."
See that? You see that? You don't play ball, man, they get you up out of there.
Yeah.
They don't care how good a boy you've been for the last 20 years. It don't matter. These cats are played for keeps. It's about raw power.
And Moran backed off. McConnell was ruthless and brilliant.
McConnell kept the Republicans in line. There would be no hearings, no votes, no consideration of Judge Garland.
The one thing that I've learned about Mitch is if he says this is the way it is, that's the way it is.
Yeah, I don't ever question
Simpson.
McConnell. I mean, I worked with him. You don't want to mess with McConnell.
Democrats are outraged.
Yeah, so that's a clip from it, man. This is a real good joint. They did a spot on Federal Society. Let me see if I can Federalist Society. Let's see what comes up. There was a clip in here where they would bring up the Federal Society, but I think I gotta find it.
Then they turn around and do the same exact shit that they wouldn't let Obama do.
Exactly. They ruthless, boy. That's how you will power. They don't fuck around.
That's insane.
They don't fuck around at all. I don't know why they would just call Georgia. It's not. It's kind of tight, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I gave Georgia away too soon. Look at this shit. 93% in. He's only up. Nah, I still think Trump gonna win that. But anyway, man, that they had this whole thing with the judges, man. That's a big deal. And the thing is, if it's a big deal to them, right? You gotta ask why. Right? And there's a reason why. That's where the power in the country is. Day in, day out. There's court proceedings every day. Most of it dealing with business, commerce, and discrimination. And discrimination is business. All right. Yeah. So if they telling you, like, like, I think what was this? Scalia said some foul shit about the Voters' Right Act. He said somebody was something social welfare, he called it.
Yeah.
He said some suck shit. And Amy Barrett agreed with him.
Of course she did. She
agreed with that comment. And then when they asked her about it at the hearing, she just punted. She's acting like, well, I'm not clear on that statement, or I'm not, she just played dumb. But these people don't even believe the Voters' Right Act should exist. The very thing that's allowing you to vote Republican.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
She could have got up there and said anything. She still would have been pushed through. She could have got up there and just whistled old Dixie the whole time she was there, and still would have got through. So it didn't even matter at that point. Once she had that hearing, after that hearing, she was getting in there. It didn't even matter. Didn't matter. Didn't matter.
They putting straight cronies on benches, man. And that's an example. Like, if you put somebody like Amy Barrett on the Supreme Court, imagine what they're putting on the federal courts, lower courts. You see what I'm saying? There's no limelight, no cameras. I mean, even Mitch McConnell had to send back like 6 appointees.
Yeah.
They were just 2 out there.
Some of those dudes are idiots. They couldn't even answer legal precedent questions.
Exactly.
I've seen some of those hearings. Some of those dudes are just straight
idiots, man. That's what the Republicans are doing, man. And it's not funny. And you got brothers coming out here talking about, I'm voting Republican, but they're not paying attention to this shit. You know what I mean? They're not paying attention to it. There was a guy that came on there who didn't even have a fucking law degree, man. And McConnell was like, yo, what you do? So when even the Republican senators kicked him back.
Yeah.
Like, we get this nomination out of here. This is on record. You can Google this shit. This is not something I'm just pulling out of my ass. But it's not front and center because all we care about is sensationalism. So the only thing that gets the coverage X is the Supreme Court.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But that's not the courts that deal with your life day in, day out, man. Most Supreme Court decisions is kicking shit back to the lower courts. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, most of the decisions is kicking shit back to the lower courts. That's why it's like a fucking production when they like, oh my God, there's a decision coming down from the Supreme Court. Because most of the time they don't make decisions on shit that come before them. They kick it back down to the Supreme Court. They argue it and say, all right, well, this is going back down to the Supreme Court. That's what happened to Byron Allen. They didn't make a decision on this shit. They just kicked it back down. They said basically, all right, the decisions they made down there is fine. You know what I mean? They didn't take it on to the next level and make it a decision on it.
Yeah, because that shit goes to the Ninth Circuit or back to the Court of Appeals, right?
Exactly. So, well, it went back down to the Ninth Circuit because it went to the Ninth Circuit and the Court of Appeals. Then it came up to the Supreme Court. So they kicked it back down to the Ninth Circuit where he had his decisions. So now he's back to square one.
The rank and file person isn't going to have a case in front of the Supreme Court. They're not. I mean, they're not.
But a lot of you brothers out there, if you decide to exercise your rights, you might end up in front of one of the circuit judges. You know what I mean? If you're doing business or some real foul shit happened to you in the workplace.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Matter of fact, even with, I was watching the decisions on polling, right? That goes up to the federal courts. Like, so when they were making decisions on the curbside votes, right? That went up to the Supreme Court. But a lot of decisions in some of these states, when they were doing the voter suppression stuff, that's another thing I don't like about Republicans neither. this voter suppression shit. But I digress. I'm trying to remember this one in particular. It was about early voting, something like that, and then the cutoff time for early voting, and that went to the federal court. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things that go to the federal judges, man, that don't pay attention to, or black people don't pay attention to. What happens with us is that, man, that's just white people. That's just white people doing. You know how it is. You know what you expect. You know what I mean? What's things gonna happen? And it's just a lazy way of looking at shit. You know, you got to really figure out who's on top of you. You know, and that map I brought up earlier is significant because that supersedes and really it undermines your democracy. So, like I said, if you lived in Oregon, right? And say y'all have a culture in Oregon, and that's the way y'all want to live in Oregon, and something has to be decided on, it's going to go to a federal judge. It's not part of your culture. That federal judge is put on top of you. Is put on top of you by a bunch of senators from other parts of the country.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the federal court system works. That's why a white person in Indiana will vote for Obama, but vote for a Republican senator.
Yep.
Same thing in North Carolina when Obama won North Carolina his first election. He won that election, but the fucking Republicans won the Senate seat. So they, you know what I mean? They will split the vote because they understand where the power is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I might want Obama or a Democratic economic policy because George Bush was a horrible, president, put the country in a bad economic situation. People forget about that shit. They act like we wasn't losing 800,000 jobs a month and shit. You remember that? You know what I mean? When we had the fucking economic crisis when George Bush last year in office, and then Obama and McCain had to suspend their campaigns and come to the White House to meet with the president. And you know what I mean? He did the first round of TARP and all that. Yeah, people forget about that shit. That happened on the Bush, and that happened with a Republican Congress. All right, both houses. And he had a bunch of cronies running for a monetary policy in the country, and nobody went to jail.
Bunch of cronies.
All them people lost their homes, people lost their livelihoods, and nobody went to jail. Anyway, man, Obama didn't prosecute nobody neither, by the way. But that's why a lot of these motherfuckers voted for Obama. So that's why Obama won Indiana. People forget that. He won Indiana. He won North Carolina. He won North Carolina. He almost won South Carolina. That's a white vote. That's cutting your way, but keeping the senators in play, right? So they kept the senators in place, or in some situations they voted for Republican senators. Obama's next time around for his reelection, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So splitting the vote and having a strategy is not a new thing. You know what I mean? The shit I'm talking about is not new, X. It's about what benefits you. And right now, these federal judges are going to crush us. And there's too many emotional niggas out here who want to just vote for Trump or just want to vote against the liberals. You know what I mean? Not thinking about that. They're not thinking about that at all. So they're cutting their nose to spite their face. Man, it is what it is, man. Yeah. So what time you shutting this bitch down, man? Because I don't think they're gonna come out with any decisions, man.
Yeah, I may go another 30 minutes.
Okay.
I may go another 30 minutes.
Man, I can rock with you.
There it goes.
I can rock another 25 minutes. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. After that, I got to shut it down because I need to crawl in the bed with my wife. Goddamn it, I ain't shit. She done went to sleep on this shit.
Yeah.
Been went to sleep on this shit. But I'm still in here up on this shit. So
North Carolina,
30 minutes. Yeah, I want to see North Carolina. I want to see the results of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
Hey,
go ahead.
Now I was saying you could bring up the your board again because I want to see the Fox News.
Yeah, let me bring up the big board. Yeah. Fair use, Negroes. Fair use, so I don't get 55 copyright strikes on my side. Fair use, damn it, for Fox, ABC, CBS, and ABC. God damn it. Well, let me pull this shit out of here. They still, that shit ain't moved. That shit is still saying 238 to 213. Fox has been weird tonight, though, man.
Nah, they're not weird, man. They keeping their viewers up, nigga. They keeping their viewers up, man. Trump got rabid supporters, man. You think the white boys ain't up right now? White boys are up late right now, boss.
But he's up. They got him up in the Electoral College on everything except CBS. CBS has Joe up. I mean, CBS has Joe down by 6 points, but ABC, NBC, and Fox have Joe up, which is just
because they know their viewers are more liberal, so they're trying to keep the suspense. You know what I mean? Fox is trying to keep the conservatives up. They keep them suspense. This is a perfect example of the fuckery. Their map should look like mine. It should be it should be 4 states right now.
So what is CBS's angle like? Because they have Trump up by 6. So what's their angle?
They keeping the liberals up. They trying to show that Joe might make a comeback. Joe hasn't. You know, they got look at their map. Their map says they haven't called Arizona or Nevada on a map. Okay.
No.
So why wouldn't you do that? Because if you called Arizona alone, which is already called by Fox, that puts them up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want to keep the suspense going. Now MSNBC is doing the hope thing. They're keeping it close with Joe in the lead, and you know Joe could still win. You know, but the truth of the matter is, when you look at Wisconsin right now and Minnesota, Michigan is not looking good. Especially Michigan. Michigan is looking bad for Joe. You know, it's looking real bad. So if Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin tonight, it's over. Doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? It's over. It's over. Well, you know, he needs North Carolina too, but I think he's going to win North Carolina. So you know, but if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, it's over. As far as I'm concerned, the only way Joe Biden wins is if he pulls out in the front in North Carolina and ultimately wins Pennsylvania. That's the only way. And I just don't see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because they've already called Nevada on the other channels. They already called it, right? They already called Nevada.
No, they haven't. I called it.
Oh, you called it.
I thought
they had called it already.
I'll tell you why I called it. This is why I called it right here, because I called it 6-7% votes in. Joe Biden's now back in the lead. You know, Trump was only in the lead when it was 3% in. Okay. And as soon as they started calling, you know, the bigger counties, Joe jumped to the lead. And then when they put the map up on the news, they didn't even get Reno, Carson City, and Las Vegas all the way in yet. So it's a wrap. So if Joe's in the lead already, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't get the 3 big cities in Nevada, it's over.
Go ahead and mark it blue.
Yeah, it's blue. It's a wrap. It's a Vizzy.
Mark it blue.
The same thing they did with Arizona. Arizona's called because Joe's leading, and they even finished getting all the Tucson and Phoenix in. But without those two, he's already leading. It's a wrap. You ain't got all the votes in yet, and he's way out. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Joe is up he's up 150,000 votes in Arizona right now. And it's only 77%, which means you still got all that Tucson and Phoenix coming in. It's a wrap. It's a Rizzy. Yeah. You staying up for North Carolina. I don't think North Carolina's going to be decided tonight.
Yeah, man. Because they were saying earlier that everything was like 45 minutes behind. They were saying that shit earlier today, that everything was going to be 45 minutes behind and shit. So
yeah. I think they're going to call Michigan and North Carolina tomorrow. We're not going to know PA until Friday. And the only way I see this shit going to Friday and coming down to Pennsylvania is if Joe pulls out Wisconsin tonight, which I don't see happening. You know, so it's a wrap. I could be wrong. And I'm okay with it, man. I can't see.
I just want to see what the North Carolina results is. Because if Joe picks off North Carolina, now Trump has to run the table. He has to pretty much run the table from then on.
Yeah.
If Joe picks North Carolina off, Trump has to run the table.
All right, so let's do this. North Carolina is 94% in right now. Yeah, Trump is leading he's still leading by 45 plus 45 plus 77,000 votes. You know what I mean? I don't know what that means to the population of North Carolina. I'm not sure how many people live in North Carolina. Is it a heavily populated
10
state?
million. 10 million.
So 77,000 is not a lot. Then that's what you're saying. Okay. I know if that was New York State, then I'd be like, hell no, that's not a lot. That ain't shit.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's California, really ain't shit.
Well, I think the Mecklenburg numbers are already in. They probably
still counting.
Yeah, they probably still counting places like Gaston County, Iredell County, Wake County. You know, they probably counting those joints. I think Mecklenburg is already in. I think that's already in. If only Mecklenburg was waiting, if Mecklenburg County was just waiting, I'd be like, well, you know, because it's like 1.2 million people inside of Mecklenburg County. So with 70-something thousand votes left, that ain't a lot at all. You know what I'm saying? That's not a lot at all, because there's like 1.2 million people in that county. Because Mecklenburg is Charlotte, Mint Hill, Matthews, you know, Pineville. You know, I mean, it's a pretty big county, man. Pretty big county. It's about 1.2 million people. So, you know, but I think Mecklenburg is already in. I think those numbers are in already.
Yeah. I haven't been listening to the news, man. I just wonder how much, because every state is different. You know what I mean? So is there uncounted mail-in votes? You know, have they started counting the mail-in votes in North Carolina, or was it like Pennsylvania? They had to wait till today.
Well, I think,
because I'm looking at 94%, right?
I think they had started counting them.
Okay.
They said something about earlier today. First, they said that everything was going to be 45 minutes behind. And then they were saying something about, like, you know, all the numbers wouldn't be in tonight, you know, so they kept changing the shit. So, you know, I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. It's going to be it's going to be a situation like Pennsylvania, man. It's going to be like
I think Michigan's got the same problem too, because Michigan is only showing 68% in. Pennsylvania's only showing 64% in. But I know the situation with Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has the mail-ins. They just started counting them. So, which is a stupid law. They need to change that shit.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's dumb. That state is too fucking big to be waiting till the last minute or the day of to count votes. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's dumb.
If you're gonna have mail-in ballots, then you might as well go all the way with it. That's why I don't like these half-ass measures some of these states be having. If you want to do it, do it. Like that's why I like Virginia. Virginia is dope. Virginia got it on lock, and the conservatives did that. They created those laws. They made it easy. They made it easy for the rural whites, and you know what I mean. You know, to vote. You know what I mean, and that's really why they came up with the electoral process in VA. Is real smooth, man. Real smooth. Never have any polling problems. You know what I mean? I go in and out of polling places. I remember one year I was in line at my daughter's school in Prince William County, but Prince William County is really heavily, populated. So, that made sense. But that was the only time I ever stood in line was when we voted for Obama the first year, the first term. And we had a chick named Little Miss Lily, excuse me, Little Miss Lily. She was running for school board. They fired her as a principal because she was looking out for the students' sister, and her husband and myself and a bunch of other people. She ran for the school board. We was out there handing out flyers and all kind of shit. Right, we got her on the school board, and then she later on became the president of the school board, which is dope. But on that ballot, it was Barack Obama, Senator, was it Warner? I think Senator Warner, and Miss Jessie, Miss Lily Jessie. That was it. You know what I mean? So her ballot for school board had her, the senator, and the president, First black president, a senator, and her. That was our ballot for that county. We had nothing. We had no initiatives that year, no nothing. It was a clean ballot. It was just 3 people on the ballot, and she was one of them.
Well, I think you know what happens with a lot of these people. Like that's why I want to watch North Carolina, because they've already called it for the governor, Roy Cooper. They've already called it, and he probably benefited. I'm thinking he might have benefited from that down ballot shit. So that's the only reason why I'm kind of hanging on to see what happened in North Carolina, because Roy Cooper did pull it out, but Cal Cunningham lost.
Did they call that yet? Because Cal Cunningham is only down. He's only down 97,000 votes. With 93% in. Did they call it yet?
I think they projected Tillis the winner earlier. I gotta wait till they, when they loop it back around. I think they projected him the winner earlier. I think they projected Tillis the winner. Because I know they've been projected the governor. I knew the governor was going to win because the guy that he's running against was like a nobody, nobody. He was like a straight nobody.
The Democrats, man, Democrats are destroying their party with this, this feminist shit, the women shit, the immigrant shit, the alternative lifestyle stuff. You know what I mean? It's killing them.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi was, not Nancy Pelosi, but Steny Hoyer is, trying to get them to get away from that shit. That's why they introduced all of those military people, to the South, man. But the wave right now, Republicanism or Trumpism, is too thick. You know what I mean? So if you it's kind of like Black King and Mansfield, like what Mike V said earlier. If you're not talking like a black conservative, then you automatically a liberal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you know what I'm saying? So that's what's happening right now with these races. Even though they run in strong, conservative Democrats, military service and all that, they still losing, or barely winning in the South because of this wave of Trumpism.
Yeah, I know. The 5th congressional district, the one that Angela Stanton King was in, she lost. She lost to what's that lady name? Nikema Williams. I mean, she routed her too. I think she beat her like the 80-20 type shit. Yeah, she routed her. Yeah, she routed her. She routed her. Yeah, she routed her.
Yeah, so
she didn't stand a chance out this motherfucker. She didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, man. So yeah, so I got. Let me see what I can call over here on the Senate seats. I'm gonna go ahead and give Republicans that Senate seat in North Carolina. What's the? Oh, I didn't even look at Maine. What's going on in Maine?
I think
Susan Collins is winning.
Yeah, I think Susan Collins is gonna win that. She's gonna win that.
Damn, I had Gideon beating her.
Yeah, she's gonna win that.
Wow.
I think the Democrats are only like +1 the last time. They only picked up 1 seat, I think. I mean, they do keep control of the House, but I think they only like +1 Senate seats.
It's gonna be +1. Yeah, because it was. What was it? Hold on, I got it right here. Let's go Senate. Senate seat.
I'll bring it on a big board.
Senate seat. No, it was +2. They picked up 2 seats.
Oh, they picked up 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they needed 4. They needed 4, right?
Yeah, they needed 6 actually. It was 53-47. So no, they needed 4. You're right. They needed 4, and they only picked up 2. So, and this is what I got right now, 51. So if I give this to Susan Collins, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Matter of fact, you're right. No, it's only 1 because that runoff in Georgia in January. I don't think the brother's going to win that in the runoff.
You don't think the brother go win it?
Not because one of the Republicans is going to drop out.
Yeah.
That's why they got 2 Republicans there. They 2 Republicans in there, to fight and see who's, let me see where she's at. Let me see what's going on with that race. Let me see what's going on. She's still whooping Doug Collins. Damn, she's crushing Doug Collins. Yo, that I'm telling you right now, man, that's a racist vote, man. She's a trip. She said some crazy stuff, man. That's why they ran. Doug Collins is not a lightweight.
Yeah.
Doug Collins was, a big time congressman. He was a ranking member. Remember, we was watching the impeachment. Which committee was it? The one where I think he was sitting next to Nadler. So the Judicial Committee. Doug Collins was the ranking member on that committee. So he's not like a bullshit Republican out of nowhere. This is a institutionalist. He's part of that. He's a Republican. So
part of the good old boy network.
No question, man. But for her to be winning lets me know that these white boys are like, yo, but she about that life though. She about it. She talk crazy. Remember, this chick is a co-owner of the WNBA team down there. And the WNBA team, the girls, they protested against their owner. That's her.
Wow.
That's the chick they were protesting against. You know what I mean? So, you see what I'm saying? This is the type of shit that goes on in these other groups, man, that brothers are not looking at. And you're aligning yourself with these people. These people on some hardcore racist shit. They're on some hardcore, culture, race, That's why on Fox News, man, they always have those reports when they're talking about in 2050, white people be the minority. If they're not racist, why would they care?
Yeah.
Why would they give a shit?
Exactly.
Why would they give a fuck? Why would it matter?
Yeah.
Why would it matter? You know what I mean? Y'all got, and that's what all of this judge shit is about. It's about securing power. Because, if the numbers change, but see, here's the thing. When you look at the map, it doesn't matter because all of the numbers, even the demographics in the whole country are shifting, but they're not shifting in these states. You see what I'm saying? You see these states I'm running through? They're not shifting. These are still, this is white Wakandas. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're not shifting in those states, which means they still always going to have senatorial power in the country.
Yeah, well, there's only a few states that kind of, get played with anyway. Those battleground states. The other states, man, they pretty much stay red or blue. Yeah. I mean, it's only a few states, man, a handful of states that, kind of flip every couple of years where they're considered like quote unquote purple.
Yeah. And so I don't know, man. This is an ugly ass map. I'll tell you that right now, man. These dudes are talking about power and having a vote work for them. Again, most of us are concentrated in certain areas of Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. You know what I mean? New York, Chicago, Detroit. You know what I mean? That's where we're concentrated. We don't even have the numbers in Cali that matter anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We 8% of the population in California now. So all we can do in California is local politics. A congressman, a mayor, you know what I'm saying? A councilman. That's all we can impact. We can't even impact the state no more. Yeah, so
what's up?
You can go back to
go ahead and refresh these damn pages. Seems like they lagging or some shit.
90% in Wisconsin. Joe is losing in Wisconsin, dog. Joe is getting crushed in Michigan. It's over. He knows it's over. I know right now he's sitting wherever he's sitting at, looking at Kamala like, why'd I pick this bitch? That was a stupid pick.
You made me lose.
It was a stupid pick. Look, she didn't have black support. And if the Democrats are going to go get Joe because he's a Dixiecrat, center left, Democrat, you know what I mean? Crime Bill Joe, you know what I mean? That can appeal to disenchanted Republicans, right? That's why they put him there. Old Joe from Scranton, right? Why would you put Kamala with that? And she proved that she can't move the black vote. Why would you do that?
Who would have been better?
Who would have been better? Klobuchar or that not Warren. Klobuchar would have been a good pick for him if he wanted to pick a woman. That chick from Michigan, even though, you know, the right don't like her in Michigan, but she would have been a good pick if you wanted to pick a woman. He should, you know, he could have picked Susan Rice. I understand that there's a Benghazi scandal there, but who gives a shit? You know what I mean? I would think Susan Rice would have been a good pick, you know, so with foreign policy and national security, you know, experience. Valerie Demps, the congresswoman from Florida, the sister, she used to be a police chief. Now, that would have been a smart pick. You know why? Because she's actually she's a descendant slave. You see what I'm saying? If you would, you know what I'm saying? That would have been a great pick, actually. You know what I mean? Y'all wouldn't have had a weak on law enforcement look at all, right? Because now you picking a congressman woman from Florida who used to be a police chief.
Yeah.
You could have picked up Valerie Demps, you know what I mean? So Valerie Demps would have been, I think that would probably have been the best pick if he wanted to get any more to galvanize the black vote at all. Not me, but you know, the blacks who's just, you know, the church going black folk who love to vote Democrat, you know what I mean? So that'd have been smart, and you know, but Kamala, come on, man. That was insane. We black, not just black men, but a lot of black women said no to her in the primaries. She had no support. So they did everything in their power to lose this election. All right? Because you can even go back further than that. Why'd you even pick Joe? But if you're going to pick Joe, then you should have kept going with that. You should have kept going with that, you know, a safer pick. Why would you pick Kamala? Kamala embodies everything that men hate about feminism. You just gave this shit to her. She didn't even earn it. That I'm telling you right now, that turns men across the board off, and some women. You know, she didn't even earn it. It wasn't like she was number 2 or she was polling number 3 and she made a splash on the scene, and you know, y'all had different politics, so we put them together to put the party together. You know how you do that sometimes, they put the ticket together. It's kind of like with Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah.
All right, they were not the same politics. They put that together to unite the Democratic Party. All right, you had 2 different factions of the Democratic Party, and they put that together. Right?
Yep.
And that's how they created that ticket. That's why they put Lyndon Johnson and Kennedy together. This shit made no sense.
Yeah, I don't think that was the. I knew that was gonna be his pick, but I didn't think that was the best pick. But
It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Kind of figured that's who they were gonna go with, man.
Yeah, made it impossible for me to vote for Joe. I already had issues with Joe because of that crime bill, right? But I'm not crazy about it. I don't put it all on Joe because I know the record. 95 senators, 95-4 voted. All the Republicans voted, and the Republican states benefited from it because they went ahead and started building prisons. You know what I mean? That's why it was so hard to get the fucking the first act done, because you had these Republican senators in these states not wanting to go along with it because, you know, they were making so much money off the imprisoning, you know, black people. So you got Democratic states that jail you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they ship you off to a Republican county or Republican state prison. So they work together. That's why the bill sailed through. The crime bill was 95-4. You had 2 Republicans say no. You had 2 Democrats that said nay. And then you had 1 Democrat that abstained. That's how that vote went. So Joe didn't do it by himself.
Nope.
And now, guess what they were doing back then? Clinton wanted to get reelected. He wanted to show that he was tough on crime. And they was trying to speak to that, you know, that rural America. Joe doing the same thing. And it was in a midterm year, 94. The senators, the Democratic senators wanted to get reelected, and they did. And Clinton wanted to get reelected. So that's why they did that to us. And they just shook hands with the Republicans, and they all fucked us. All of them. So, you know, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But that's politics. You know what I'm saying? That's politics. That's politics. And in '96, of course, Clinton got reelected. And that's what they try to do now. They try to come in here and give us Joe Biden again because they wanted to appeal to those Republicans. I remember watching the videos online. I mean, the news stories and the Republicans and the old Republicans talking about I don't like how Trump handled COVID. I'm voting for Biden because they comfortable with Biden. They put fucking a wide-eyed liberal. If Buttigieg was the nominee, no way.
They wouldn't even came close.
They wouldn't have came close, right? So my thing is, if you're going to go that route, why didn't you finish it off? Why would you pick Kamala? You know what I mean? That doesn't make no sense. And she's not even, and she didn't have the black vote. There's one thing if Black America was in love with her, then that made sense. She just didn't win a primary, right? But we was in love with her. No, we rejected her.
Yeah.
So it didn't make sense, man. So if you wanted to pick somebody,
I knew that's where he was going, though. I knew that's where he was going, man. I knew that's where
I knew he was going to pick a woman, but I didn't think he was that stupid. I think for me, the best thing Joe could have did was pick up Amy Klobuchar or go with Valerie Demps if you want to get a sister down from Florida, and he needs Florida, right? And she has a better standing with black people than Kamala, and I would have made Kamala my AG. If I would have told Kamala, I said, look, if you want to be president one day, or you want a longer career in politics, prove yourself. Become AG, and do some good. Go to the Justice Department and do some good because she is a good lawyer. I'll give her that. She's a real good lawyer. Yep. All right. She's, I watch those hearings when she's questioning, the current AG and other people. She knows how to ask certain questions. She's really good at that shit. That's probably why she was so good at locking niggas up in Cali. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, somebody in the chat room said something really interesting. I just looked at the chat. That would have been a good pick too. Tulsi Gabbard. I didn't even think about that. If you was going to pick somebody who did not poll well, he should have went somewhere else. You could have picked like I said, he could have picked Valerie Demps, who wasn't in the race. He could have picked Susan Rice, who had, who has conservative values, by the way. She's nothing but a neoconservative herself. But by the way, that's what Susan Rice is. But anyway, and she has national security experience. You could have did that if you wanted to pick a woman or pick Amy Klobuchar. You know what I mean? But Tulsi Gabbard would have been a good pick too. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard would have took it though.
Nah.
I don't think she's kind of anti-establishment, and Joe is like the epitome of the establishment. I don't think she would have took it though. But that's not a bad. That would have been a change up. I love what Tulsi Gabbard did in the debates too. She fucking fried Kamala.
Yeah.
Kamala was sitting there looking pissed and dumb. She was looking all stupid with that stupid look on her face when the huff and puff that she does.
Yeah, she did. She did go at her. She went at her hard too. She went at her hardcore.
Real hard. and factual too. And you know what? Kamala couldn't say nothing about it. All Kamala says not true. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? She's looking stupid. And everything Gabby said about her children. When she said that, you put people in jail for smoking marijuana, and then recently went on an interview, she's at the Breakfast Club, and laughed about smoking marijuana yourself. That was a character issue right there. That bodied her. She bodied Kamala with that shit. I was like, God damn, Tulsi. Shit.
Yeah, she went at her.
Yeah, she bodied her on that debate, man.
She was the only one who brought that up, who kind of brought, her past up, her past, criminal justice record, when she was out there throwing Negroes in jail in California. No one else was, I guess everybody else was scared to touch it. But
man, what is it? God, she was an Army captain and shit. I mean, look, man. She was a good pick. That would have been a good pick. It's not a bad idea, man. Somebody did to hide that motherfucker in the chat room. You go work at the DNC, nigga. Yeah, you go work at the DNC. You missing some paper right now because they stupid as fuck over there. They dumb as hell.
Yeah,
that would have been a safe pick, man. Susan Rice would have been a safe pick for him. I don't know why the fuck he picked Kamala. That's stupid.
Well,
And
that's
I'm
what
gonna
I
tell you
was
something. I'm sorry,
thinking.
Fox News. There were people on Fox News, Republican supporters, and they said this on Fox News many times. Like they was interviewing people about who they support and why they're still supporting Trump. And this is on MSNBC too. Trump supporters was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of worried about Biden's age." It was an old white lady who said that. I was like, God damn. You know, and that made, and now I saw the interview that made me look up Biden. I did not realize Biden was that old. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he's up there, man.
He's up there, man. And you gonna put her right behind him with all this goddamn COVID running around? This man could drop dead any minute. He could be the fuck out of here
Tomorrow,
man. We're gonna find out 10 days after the inauguration. This man croaked and shit. You know what I'm saying?
On the stage while it's happening.
Hey, somebody asked me who I vote for. I voted in Virginia, so I voted for Quasim, a brother, for Congress. I voted for Mark Warner for Senate because I wanted the Democrats to flip the Senate, and then I vacated the top of the ticket. I voted for Martin Luther King. Yeah, I wrote in Martin Luther King. Last time I wrote in Malcolm X. So my next write-in, I'm gonna have to do somebody else. I'm gonna get creative, but I couldn't vote for either. And the reason I voted that way, Win City, is because I think our best hand as black men is Trump president and Democratic Senate. That gives us the best leverage moving forward to play both sides against each other. Right now, we have no leverage with Trump, with the Senate, because he didn't do it with us. The Senate, they didn't win the Senate with us. They have no reason to do anything for us, and we can't make them do anything. And the same thing with the Democrats. The Democrats had the Senate and Biden. You know, they're gonna keep moving that immigration policy and try to replace us. You know what I mean? And you know, all those other weird ass policies, alternative lifestyle policies. They're gonna just keep pushing that shit. So, for that reason, I couldn't vote for Biden based on what he did in the past, based on who he picked for the vice president, based on his age, based on the Democratic Party policies. I couldn't vote for them, but we got to stop the federal judges right now. The Senate, the Republicans are killing us with these judges. These judges are going to fuck us for the next 50 years. And what's unfortunate is we got a lot of brothers who talk about business and all that kind of shit. Look, man, if you in business, then you know you got to deal with the courts.
Yep.
All of us do. Anybody, if you're even looking at the courts, then you're not serious about business. That's just real talk. You're not serious about business. And right now, the Republicans, not Trump, but the Republicans and the Senate Republicans, McConnell and all those guys, they want these activist right-wing judges, and they pushing them through. And I'm not just talking about the Supreme Court. I'm talking about the circuit courts, the Court of Appeals. You know what I mean? The federal benches, and they already did a lot of damage with 300 judges. So another 4 years, it's a wrap. They're going to reshape the courts for generations. You know what I mean? And you're going to have these archaic, ridiculous sentences and decisions. They're going to be so unfair, so ridiculous. And dudes like, well, if you get some money, that will change things, X. If he just no, money doesn't matter because they got more than you. You know what I mean? Their team has more money than you. You will never have as much money in them. If you don't believe me, I'm gonna give you a great example of what I'm talking about. Look what happened to Bill Cosby.
Yeah,
you had a person, you had an attorney general who ran on prosecuting him, and then you had judges who were selected specifically, and they did everything in their book to break the law and to put this man in jail. They bend the rules, all kind of shit to put him in jail. That's what you're going to get now on the federal bench, and that was a local situation.
Yeah,
that was a local situation. That's what's going to happen now at the federal bench level.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you can't cut your nose and spite your face. If you want to vote for Trump, fine, vote for Trump. But you should have flipped the Senate. That would have gave you leverage with Trump. All right? That would have gave you leverage in Trump. So in 2022, you could have been there for them in the midterms. Black people got to become mercenaries. We got to become a swing vote in this bitch. You know what I mean? And if we don't do that, then we just doing the same thing the black women are doing with the Democratic Party.
Yep. But I think I'm about to call this shit, even though they ain't called the race.
All right, so let's do another update real quick.
Yeah.
Before we shut it down, let's get the latest numbers and do refresh this. Let's see where Wisconsin's at. Wisconsin's 91% in, and Trump's pulling away. Michigan is 71% in. I'm thinking, I gotta look that up. I think Michigan is having the same issue as Pennsylvania. I think they got count their mail-in votes later too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Michigan might have the same thing because this number has not really shifted. 71% doesn't make any sense. But he still has a 300,000 shit plus lead. And then in Pennsylvania, all right, that's mail-in votes. He has a 700,000 point lead. Trump won this shit. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. They said there's only 1 million mail-in ballots outstanding. So over 800,000 of those have to be for Biden.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
That
I don't
look good.
That don't look good. That don't look good at all. So let's go to North Carolina. North Carolina, 94%. It hasn't changed. So I guess they still waiting on that. What counties you listed, X, in North Carolina?
Well, I think Mecklenburg's in, I'm
Uh-huh.
sure, but they might be waiting for like Iredell County, Gaston County, Wake County. You know, they might be waiting for those counties.
Yeah.
For those.
Yeah. Well, before we go, I want to show you something real quick. Let me put this on your live stream. So, what was it at? Senate seats. I'm sorry. This is what I'm talking about. So, this is 2022. This is who's up for election in 2022, right? And there's gonna be more Republicans on the Democrats on the defense. And so, before I get to see right here, Tammy Duckworth. If Trump is doing business with her, we can give him that seat. You see what I'm saying? Because they would have only won the Senate by a seat or two anyway. And then here you go right here, Chris Von Hollen, who's not popular in Maryland. We could have gave him that seat. So that's only 2 states we need to organize in. That's what I'm saying. This is not hard, fam. This is not hard. And there are groups in the country, small groups in the country, who operate this way. Right? But unfortunately, most of the drama is in these Democratic states or Democratic leaning states because that's where all the diversity is. Right? You're not going to do this in Idaho. You ain't got a chance. The only thing going to happen in Idaho is if they primary each other. They get more and more radical or whatever. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that's going to happen in Idaho or North Dakota or Wyoming. You know what I mean? But in states where we are, we matter. We matter in Maryland. Also, you got Richard Burr, who's going to be up for re-election in North Carolina. We can help him win, right? We can shore him up. And it was somebody else. Oh, I forgot about Pat Toomey. We can shore him up. We can shore up Tim Scott. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to vote against black women, here's your opportunity. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, this is the things you could have did. And also, to piss the Democrats off, we could have ran against Kamala and Kelly. You're not going to win, but you could have forced her to spend money, which would have made the RNC happy. All right? And in 2024, you have a lot more seats that got to be defended by Democrats. And that's what I'm saying. We will be in play for the next 2 election cycles, as far as black men are concerned. Right? We would have been in play. And if we had showed up and showed that we were willing to vote and be in the game, 1, 2, willing to break away, you know, and 3, show that we have an agenda. That means we want some shit. You know, we don't have business to take. Right now, going over there, you just a fanboy. You don't have no business. They'll put a fucking MAGA hat on you and you're like, look at my Negro. You know what I mean? That's what they're gonna do to you. You know what I mean? That's not how power works. These niggas think these people are your friends. You know what I mean? So anyway, you know, that's what I'm saying about as far as strategy. You gotta think, you know, 2 elections down the road, what's the best position we could be in where we can get some tangibles from our government? Because everybody else is getting them. You know, everybody else is getting them. So why not us? So it looks like the Republicans is going to have a 52. They're going to lose 1 seat. That runoff in Georgia is going to be a Republican seat, I think. I'll give the brother outside chance, but, you know, either way, they still got the Senate. And with Trump being in office, it doesn't matter because all they need is 50 and they to hold the Senate. So it's a wrap.
Yep.
So they got the Senate. They about to win the White House, and they about to run a Boston with these judges. All right. And you're going to get an economic policy that's only going to benefit, because I'm telling you right now, white America is broke. You know, this was a scare. They know that, you know, if they want to win in 2024, or retain these seats in 2022 and 2024, they got to do something for these white folk. So the economic policies, man, that's coming down the line are not really going to help us, especially since most of us are in democratic cities or democratic states. You know what I mean? So I don't see how. So cats can fight the culture war all they want, man, and feel good about it. I care about tangibles, man. I care about money. You know what I mean? I care about, some shit I can work with, something that's going to empower me. You know what I'm saying? And when they empower these other groups over you, and that's what the Democrats are going to do. Democrats is going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to look at the map. They're like, okay, look how we did in the West with the immigrants. You know what I mean? Look how we did in Texas. You see what I'm saying? And they're not worried about us. They're not worried about us. They're not worried about us at all. In fact, that VA vote is a combination of black and a whole bunch of other white people, and you know what I mean? That's a diverse vote. And too many of us are caught up in intersectionality. So anyway, man, I'm gonna let you go. That's my options for this election cycle. I think I'm gonna call Michigan and Wisconsin myself because it's a wrap, man. Trump is in there. And then Biden's gonna lose Pennsylvania, which is a blowout. You lost your own home state. That's a blowout.
Yeah.
That's a fucking blowout. That's a blowout.
That's a shot in the arm like a motherfucker.
Yeah, no doubt,
that's
man.
a shot in
No
the
doubt.
arm. But I appreciate you coming through, my brother.
No doubt, man.
Staying up late and shit.
Man, I'm wide awake, nigga. I gotta go to work now. So you go to sleep. You go to sleep, motherfucker. I gotta go to work. I gotta go over here and work for the man.
Hey, man, I owe you,
right
man.
into work.
I
I'm already
owe you,
logged
my
into
brother. I
Yeah.
owe you.
Nah, man. Just keep it black, man. Take care of your family. That's all you owe me,
Oh,
bro.
absolutely, man. I appreciate you. You know you my brother, man. You know you my brother.
Yeah, man. All right, brothers,
know?
man. Hey, salute to everybody. Everybody take care of yourselves, man. Make sure you understand, man, that business is life and life is business. So handle yours. I'm your brother Jay Sean, and I'm out, X. Salute.
Peace, my brother Jay Sean. Yeah, folks, I think we're gonna call this a night. Because my ass is tired up over here. I'm gonna put the big board up for a little while. I'll let it run for a little while. I'll let it run for a few more minutes. I'm gonna jump up and stretch the legs, and when I come back, I'm gonna close out. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna go ahead and run the big board for a few more minutes. See what's going on. But we're about to shut it down. That's what we're about to do. But we're gonna let it run for a few more minutes. Be right back, y'all. Yeah, folks, we're going to call it a night. It's been like 6 hours. Been up in here all this time. I appreciate everybody hanging out, man, tonight. You know, it's been a long one. You know, I don't usually go this long. You know, I'm old. As the young fellas say, you know, I'm an old nigga. So, you know, I got to make it to my damn bed. Hopefully we'll find out the results. You know, we'll find some better results tomorrow. Like I said, I appreciate everybody coming through tonight, man. You know, and hanging out with us, man, spending some time with us, man. But we're gonna call this joint, even though they haven't called the election. Yeah. You know, it's been a long night, folks. Way too long, man. You know. But as always, you know, I'm never too tired to hit y'all in the head with some programming notes. Once again, make sure you tune in Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. The young fellow, Cut to the Chase TV, will be here. And we will be launching a new series. Of course, you know, this is the Prophet of Thought series. We'll be launching a new series, Cut to the Chase versus YouTube. Look for the thumbnail. It'll probably be up sometime tomorrow or the next day. We're not doing a debate this week. And we're not doing DXL this week either, you know, because last week I ran like 5 shows in a row. So, you know, I'm going to take a couple of days off, man, and pick it back up here, man, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You freaking know. So, once again, man, I wanna say thanks, man, everybody coming through tonight, man, and you know, hanging out with us, man, spending some time with us and watching us, man. I want to send a special shout out to Brother Eric Archer, Brother Jonathan, Brother Mike V, my man, Brother Big Nate, my brother Perfect Blackness, and of course, my brother Jay Shine for riding shotgun with me all night, man. It's greatly appreciated. I appreciate all the brothers, man, who came up here, man, and participated in the conversation. And I want to thank you good folks out there. And of course, you good folks up in this chat room for being up in here tonight, you know? So with that, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind.
House of power, house of power, house of power, house of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The Prophet of Thought
3 PhDs and working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he says, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families travel? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops don't do that? You think they're more spiritual? You think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Out of power. Out of power. Out of power. Sam 10 and Lincoln 6. Go ahead. We have a suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer is code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from the Prophet of Thought Series Media.
You know.
Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.